need to be done by quarter.
By quarter two, yeah. There's nothing. It's dead.
What is first paragraph on camera 2, and then we go to the different ones. So we'll do introductions on camera 2. Twenty seconds. And 9. Tumelang, and welcome to Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. And today we bring you a special build-up show towards day 1 of the State of the Nation Address debates on Parliament TV.
And I am Thembinkosi Ngoma. And for the next 2 hours, we are setting the stage for what promises to be a robust and highly anticipated 2-day parliamentary debate.
That's right, Thembinkosi. It was just last Thursday evening at the Cape Town City Hall that President Cyril Ramaphosa stood before the joint sitting of Parliament to deliver the 2026 State of the Nation Address. Now, it was a speech that sought to frame the national mood, acknowledging a turbulent past while trying to chart a course towards a more hopeful future.
Indeed, Tsepo, and the president described a nation that is, in his words, turning towards hope, emerging from what he called a dark 5 years of pandemic, civil unrest, and natural disasters. But as we all know, a speech is just the beginning. This afternoon, members of Parliament will reflect on the president's speech.
Absolutely. And as per Parliament's rules, the State of the Nation Address is followed by a 2-day debate where members of Parliament representing the people's will get to scrutinize, interrogate, and reflect on the commitments made by the executive. Now, the 2-day debate is then followed by the president's reply, which is scheduled for Thursday. But today is day 1 of that debate.
And the agenda for debate is packed. The president's address was broad, but he made several specific and bold announcements that we expect will be flashpoints on the floor. He announced the deployment of the South African National Defence Force to gang-ravaged communities, a significant move that raises questions about resources and duration. He also declared foot-and-mouth disease a national disaster and proposed the establishment of a crisis committee to tackle the country's ongoing water challenges.
Quite a mouthful there. It was a diverse terrain of issues, Temingosi, and from the unbundling of ESCOM to allow private operators, to the interim report of the Madanga Commission and interventions in the dysfunctional municipalities. These are the bread and butter issues that affect South Africans on a daily basis. Now, the question before Parliament today is simple but profound. Do the government's plans adequately respond to the scale of these challenges?
And it's not just about the policy, it's about the politics. This is the second SONA delivered under the government of national unity, and we are already hearing rumblings from opposition parties who are likely to push back on what they perceive as the gains of the GNU. The debate over the next 2 days will be a real-time test of these coalitions' resilience and its ability to forge a common agenda.
A crucial point, because while the president paints a picture of optimism, pointing to 2 budget surpluses and a strengthening rand, the reality for many households is that these gains are slow and for some invisible. The members of parliament we will hear today are the voices of those communities, and they will be holding the executive's feet to the fire.
Exactly, Tsepo, and this is where our role comes in. Over the next 2 hours before the main debate kicks off, we are going to set the scene. We'll be playing some key excerpts from the president's speech last Thursday just to remind us exactly what was promised to us.
And then we will be joined by a range of voices from right here in Parliament. And so we hope to speak to representatives from various political parties, ministers and members of Parliament to get their first reactions and their battle lines ahead of the debate.
We want to hear from the lawmakers themselves. What do they make of the president's vision? Where do they see the gaps? And what amendments or assurances will they be demanding over the next 2 days?
So, as the speakers clear their throats and the notes are finalized, we invite you, the viewers, to stay with us. This is your parliament, your voice, and your future being debated. This is the SONA 2026 Debate Day 1.
And let's get started right away.
In the short term, we need to address the immediate crisis where water outages are being experienced right now.
3
years ago,
Yeah, I'm doing Mr.
when we were experiencing daily power cuts,
They're changing.
we established the National Energy Crisis Committee
So
to enable a focused national response. We overcame what seemed like an insurmountable challenge by adopting a clear plan and delivering on it. Using the same approach, we will now elevate our response to water crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee, which I will chair. The structure will bring together all existing efforts into a single coordinating body. The Deputy President has been working with a number of water authorities in the country, and we will coordinate all that to make sure that we address this problem. It will deploy technical experts and resources from national government to municipalities facing water challenges. It will ensure that action is taken swiftly and effectively to address the problem. To address the challenges effectively, we will not hesitate to use the powers that are enshrined in our Constitution and in the Water Services Act to intervene in municipalities where necessary. National government cannot stand by and believe that local government will be able to solve the problem which they are not able to solve. National government will therefore intervene. We will hold to account those who neglect their responsibility to supply water to our people. Government has already laid criminal charges against 56 municipalities that have failed to meet their obligations. We will now move to even lay charges against municipal managers for violating the National Water Act. The critical problem is that
Okay.
in many metros,
What?
in many of our cities and towns, water revenue is being used for other purposes, and very little is
Can you
invested
hear?
in upgrading
Right.
and maintaining water infrastructure. To address this challenge, in line with the commitment that we made last year, we have introduced a new 54 billion rand incentive for metros to reform their water, sanitation, electricity services. This will ensure that the revenue from water usage is put straight back into fixing pipes, into fixing reservoirs, and into pumping stations. Water outages are a symptom of a local government system that is not working.
Yeah.
A far-reaching overhaul is now underway to address the root causes of dysfunction in many of our municipalities.
Welcome back. And joining us now is a seasoned organizer and a voice that represents the new wave of political realignment here in Parliament. I am pleased to be joined by the chief organizer of Rise Mzansi, Mr. Makashule Ghana. Mr. Ghana, thank you for making time for us on this busy day of SONA debate. Now, just to give a brief background on Mr. Ghana to our viewers, Mr. Makashule Ghana is a name many you will recognize from his years in opposition politics. He entered the National Assembly over a decade ago, serving as the Shadow Minister of Human Settlements for the Democratic Alliance, and later as a member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. But in 2022, he made a decisive break, resigning from the DA and from the legislature, stating at the time that something new is required to rise collectively. That something new turned out to be Rise Mzansi. He joined the party at its founding in April 2023 as its national organizer, bringing with him decades of grassroots activism that stretches back to his days as a student leader and a head boy in Limpopo. He holds a degree in mathematics and computer science and a postgraduate diploma from Wits Business School, giving him a unique blend of analytical rigor and on-the-ground political experience. Mr. Ghana, thank you once again for joining us here on Parliament TV.
Thanks very much, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the viewers. It's always an honor, a privilege to be in your platform.
The president took the platform last week, Thursday, at the Cape Town City Hall and delivered the State of the Nation address. What are the reflections of Rise Mzansi from the address that the president gave?
So from our assessment, the president spoke a lot of issues that we agree with on. There are very few issues that, if any, that you can say, no, we follow the president. And I mean, I've been in Parliament for quite some time, and it was probably one of the longest speeches that he has delivered as the president. It is so because of the challenges that South Africans are going through, but also taking into account the government. Now it's no longer one party, and there are different interests. And yes, he spoke about a lot of issues that even ourselves, as Rise Mzansi, had made a proposal, because we are not in the executive, but we are in the GNU. So when there are consultations between the president and the political parties in the GNU, we are consulted. So the speech is broad enough. Obvious. What is critical for us, will be the budget on the 25th of February. I mean, like, if you were to kind of, you were to summarize the speech and you say, someone ask you, what was the speech about? It was about safety, criminality, fighting and trying to get the institutions going in terms of safety. There's the aspect around the economy. And you know, like, we've always wanted, even ourselves as Rise Mzansi, we say we need to build a safe, prosperous, equal and united South Africa in a generation. So the the focus of the SONA was around the safety, the prosperity, but also looking at the governance side. I think that there were some interesting remarks that the president made or reflections insofar as our assumptions as it relates to local government.
Now, Mr. Kana, your leader, Mr. Zibi, described the SONA as having no surprises and stressed that the talking is over. Now, beyond the headline announcement, what specific big promises from previous years are you most worried will lack financial backing when the budget is tabled? You indicated that you're also having your eyes focused on the budget speech that is set to be delivered next week.
Yeah, so it's correct that there are no surprises. And SONAs by their nature are not supposed to be a lot of surprises. You look at where South Africans find themselves in, especially some of the revelations say that are coming out of the Madlanga Commission, but also there's deep fear in South Africa. South Africans are feeling unsafe. South Africans feel like they can't keep up with the rising cost of living. That's why some of them resort to the life of gambling in the hope that they can be able to escape the rising cost of living. There are some pressures insofar as the local government, the ability of local government to deliver on its service. And the prime example is just the water situation, which it's two kinds. You've got the water situation in Gauteng, which there is water in the dams, but the water is not getting to the houses. And then you compare that to the situation in the Western Cape, in Knysna, in George, where the water has run out in the dams. So we are confronting these challenges. But for me, the bigger thing, it's around changing the culture, around both in terms of the public servants or civil servants, and ourselves as the representatives to focus on keep on focusing on the issues that South Africans care about. I mean, like, I serve in the Police Portfolio Committee, and I can tell you there's no minister that receives more questions than the Minister of Police, because that tells you the state of South Africa. If you were to kind of look in Parliament in terms of which minister gets the most questions, which areas are members of Parliament asking, that's where the state of the nation comes from, because that tells you in terms of where our constituents that we represent here in Parliament are concerned about.
Now, you recently criticized Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi for being insensitive during the water crisis, stating that leaders must not speak just from your vantage point. Now, do you feel that President Ramaphosa's address adequately reflected the anger and fear that you say ordinary South Africans are feeling about the crime and water outages?
I think it struck the right note as a speech, and the level of and I'd asked that when he speaks, he needs to come across as like almost as a first representative of the people of South Africa, and I think he, in terms of delivery, the level of anger that he displayed on the day, and just the ability to connect with the audience in the room, but also South Africans. I think he did well there. But obviously, with this, we need to be able to say, because at times, and then like sometimes people say there were no timelines in the speech. The president does not set the timelines. We are going to get the budget. The budget then informs the annual plans. The annual plans are the ones that gives the timelines. But we also need to say, what are the things that we can do now? The bigger thing is around the culture, the leadership within our security, law enforcement agencies. That's critical. The leadership at SAPS, the leadership at the NPA, the leadership within the judiciary. Because one of the things that you are starting to see, and the president did not reflect on it, but we are facing a situation where in the senior leadership of the critical security cluster, they are aging. and there's no new cohort that's coming in. And if there's one thing that one expect maybe when the president responds on Thursday, is to start talking about the leadership development of state institutions. Because now, unfortunately, we have a situation where, there's this demonizing of the state, that people who work for the state are those that fail to make it in the private sector. And it should not be. We want to be able to build the capacity and the attractiveness of the state to be the employer of the first choice rather than the employer of the last resort.
Now, just to conclude on the issue of that affecting the water. Now, what is one tangible, measurable outcomes regarding water supply that RISE Mzansi will be holding the Minister of Water and Sanitation accountable for in the next, let us say, 100 days?
The big one is around maintenance. It's around maintenance and the skill. And that's why I'm saying when the president talks about the capacity of municipalities, it's also that certain municipalities just don't have the skills, to be able to maintain the infrastructure. Now there need to be a lot more sharing of the resources in terms of the personnel, the people that can ensure that if we maintain the infrastructure, we minimize the water losses, and then we will not have some of these problems. Because you see, the problems in Naisna, a significant part of them are natural, but there's a part where it's man-made. The problems in Gauteng are completely man-made. It's not a natural disaster that we are dealing with.
Talk about these man-made problems, because
a man-made, it's that you need to maintain the pipes. When the pipe breaks, you need to repair it as quickly as possible. So that's not a natural disaster. There are a lot of, if we get the public servants and the municipal employees to do what they're employed to do, 60% of our problems will be solved. We are not dealing with natural disasters. Yes, there are natural disasters. And the president referenced, for instance, the natural disasters in Limpopo, the natural disasters in Mpumalanga and KZN. Those are natural disasters. But there are things like now, for us to go and repair the road that was washed away in Limpopo, needs to be done. Now it's men and women that have to do that. And they must not see this as an opportunity to steal the money. They must use the money for what it's intended to do. So if people start stealing the money, that's not a natural disaster. It's a man-made problem that we have to deal with. That's why we also commend the president to start shining the light on the organized crime. Because a lot of projects get stalled and sometimes get stolen by organized criminals. So we need to ensure that these particular contracts are executed, because sometimes you have a project that's stalled for a long time, it's being taken to court and so forth, but the need for that service remains in the community. So we need to adjudicate some of these contracts a lot quicker.
Now, on the issues of safety and crime, which you just spoke about now, your party has called for radical reforms in law enforcement following the Madlanga Commission findings. Now, with the standoff being deployed to gang hotspots, what specific piece of legislation or parliamentary oversight mechanism will RISE Mzansi push for to ensure this is a sustainable solution and not just one of those temporary patches?
So let's accept that the deployment of the army, the South African National Defence Force, can only be a temporary solution. It can't be a permanent solution. It must never be accepted to be a permanent solution. It's a temporary solution. But if you don't have the detectives to investigate the cases, then you can't use the army as a permanent solution to gang violence and illegal mining. You can use to say, all right, for this particular period, and we are waiting to get the letter from the president, because that's the first point, to say, all right, the president, you have now said, this is how long the South African National Defence Force will be on the ground, this is how much it's going to cost, but also the command structure needs to be cleared. The role of policing must be led by the South African Police Service. The army cannot take the lead in these operations.
Before I let you go, The 2 o'clock will be the start of the debates in the National Assembly. What position can South Africans can expect your party to take when participating in those debates?
The bigger thing will be around safety and the economy. That's our focus. Because if you get South Africans safe, then you are on the path to make it prosperous. You cannot build a prosperous South Africa when people and everyone else is feeling unsafe.
Mr. Ghana, thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to be talking to us today.
Thank you very much.
Well, viewers at home, that was Mr. Makashule Ghana. He's the chief organizer of Rise Mzansi and also a member of parliament in the National Assembly. He was sharing some of the insights from his party position, Rise Mzansi. Please do stay tuned. Askis, that's why Ntemasi can't.
A stronger South Africa must be safe and secure.
Thank you so much, Mkhaba.
The cost of crime is measured in lives that are lost and futures that are cut short. It is felt also in the sense of fear that permeates our society and in the reluctance of businesses to invest. Children here in the Western Cape are caught in the crossfire of gang wars. People are chased out of their homes by illegal miners in Kagiso, in Gauteng, Poba Mogale as well. Women are murdered by their partners in their homes. Building sites are shut down by criminals. This must and will change. Organized crime is now the most immediate threat to our democracy, our society, and our economic development. Our primary focus this year is on stepping up the fight against organized crime and criminal syndicates.
Want us to be quarter past till Yes.
And we will do so using technology, intelligence, and integrated law enforcement. We will tackle organized crime by consolidating intelligence at national level, identifying priority syndicates, and deploying hand-picked multidisciplinary intelligence.
in Lenencia, where he served as a ward councillor for years and was actually Al Jama-ah's very first ward councillor in the country. He brings that grassroots experience dealing with issues like housing, service delivery, and community upliftment directly to the national floor. Now, he was officially sworn in as a member of parliament in June of last year and leads the party's parliamentary office. So he has a unique lens on the president's speech, one that filters national policy through the reality of local communities. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Isma.
My pleasure.
Of course, let's just give us an all-round impression of the President's State of the Nation address that was delivered last week.
Thank you so much. So basically, in the face of adversity in South Africa, with all the problems that we're having, multiple issues, I must commend the President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. He's done an excellent job in identifying, all the root cause problems that we have in South Africa, whether it's corruption, whether it's crime, and multiple of issues, which is a literal impossibility to cover in that particular national SONA address.
Yes.
And he's covered it very, very well, I must say. It was very highly impressive. He came across, very strong, courageous, and bold in terms of identifying the problems and the issues facing South Africa.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we must admit at grassroots levels, especially where I come from, obviously having the experience as a ward councillor, that there are serious problems at grassroots levels. And what are those problems? We know that there are serious problems with regards to poverty, employment, unemployment, with regards to, corruption and service delivery in the main. When one looks at it overall, as an overview, we ask ourselves, how are the people feeling about this whole SONA address? And how does it impact on our communities at grassroots level? And I think that's the prime issue that I would like to, identify and speak about.
Yes.
Because I think there's a lot of apathy in South Africa. The masses of South Africans are facing severe unemployment, serious poverty issues. And then we also have, coupled with that, the issues that Al Jama-ah has brought up with regards to the immigration policy, where years on end, refugee status and, the asylum seekers have not been granted legal status. So there's a serious problem when it comes to some serious issues we have in our country that then escalates to, corruption and crime. And I think that's the root cause. And then obviously all the social ills with regards to drugs, etc., all these compound due to the fact that, the unemployment is rife and poverty is rife, and people have no options when their backs are against the wall. In the face of this kind of adversity, the president has come across extremely bold, courageous to come up and say, look, the basic necessity, for example, is water.
Yes.
He addressed it very well. And the admirable part of the president was that he took a stance that, he said, I will lead the delegation, the Water Crisis Committee, which is, one that is highly commendable for a president to take the chairmanship of a particular crisis.
Yes.
And that is, admirable on his side. But as I said, at grassroots levels, there's so much more to be done. And the problem seems to be a void between national, provincial, and local.
Talking about that, in fact, I just wanted to say that with regard to the water problem, of course, this is an issue within municipalities, right? Now, one would ask, in terms of the party, what is Al Jama-ah's stance in terms of infrastructure development and capacity? What has gone wrong? Why is it that we have water issues 30 years after the constitution has been adopted?
Thank you. That's a very, very important and critical question that you've posed, Tsepo. Thank you. I think the problem is with infrastructure. Now, budgets come into local government, and the problem is how well are those budgets executed in terms of implementation and actioning to make sure that the water supply is free access to have clean water in our taps.
Yeah.
And this is not forthcoming, unfortunately. Even with our city power, we have the same issues, as well as drainage systems. So there's serious issues with regards to where budgets are proposed,
Yes.
given to the municipalities. Unfortunately, the problem or where we identify the problems is that they're not implemented in a way that causes some kind of satisfaction at grassroots level. And those are some of the problems.
And with that, then, of course, you spoke very fondly about the immigration policies. What would have Al-Jama-ah wished to have heard from the president's address with regards to immigration policies and making sure that that area, the challenges in that area are combated?
Look, it's a very serious issue. There are thousands of immigrants that are refugees and asylum seekers that are staying in our country for umpteens of years. And I promise you, if you really investigate, you will find that they have no legal status. So some way there's got to be a mechanism to ensure that, you know, there's a process put in place that we ensure that those immigrants that come into South Africa find some kind of legal status. And presently, that is not happening for many years. Hence, Al-Jama-ah has taken this issue so seriously up, you know, because we know from there where it leads to.
Yes.
You know, and how do you then identify, even if those immigrants or political asylum seekers are committing crime, how do you then, you know, find them?
Of course.
Because they have no legal status. So we have ourselves to blame, and we have to find some way or the other with Home Affairs to ensure that, you know, that problem is eradicated where people have legal status in our country.
Now, of course, let's move straight to coalition governance. I mean, we saw that with the emergence of the Government of National Unity, that we had coalitions, and they had started even previously within municipalities and local government before that. Now, with local government elections approaching, of course, how do you assess the current coalition's handling of this crisis? And what specific accountability measures would you see to be enforced immediately, specifically when it comes to the water crisis?
So yes, again, another you know, priority issue that needs to be addressed in South Africa, which is the basic necessity of ensuring that our infrastructure with regards to water is seen to. Now, billions will probably be allocated. And what we would like to see as Al-Jama-ah, that those billions that are spent, we have time deadlines and infrastructure is properly managed. And I'm so happy and pleased to hear that, you know, we welcome the president's, you know, initiative and courageous, bold step to take himself on as a chairperson and ensure that that service delivery as far as water infrastructure is seen to. And I think that would be the solution to the water problem.
Yes. Of course, Mr. Ismail Musa, when the president started, I think his main priority was crime, right? And even in our previous conversation that Thembi Nkosi had with the representative from Rise Mzansi, he did mention the importance of crime and corruption, right? Now, in that, what is Al-Jama-ah's stance in the deployment of the army, for example, that the president committed to? He announced that he will be deploying the SANDF to Gauteng and the Western Cape to deal with gang violence and illegal mining, he said. What is your party's position on using the army for domestic purposes?
We totally agree with the stance of the Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa in terms of bringing the army, because we know that with the corruption that's taking place and with the commission presently, we can see that you know, corruption is rife, and this filters down right through to, you know, the citizens, some of them enriching themselves with corruption. So I think it's a bold step, it's a good step, and it will definitely help the country in terms of safety and security. Safety and security are one of the very important issues in South Africa that needs to be curbed, because we need to live in safe spaces. We need to be protected in safe environments. And, you know, I think one of the common problems that we're having in South Africa is GBV. And that is through the social ills in our country. And it's so important that the social grants that come through to our citizens are seen to, and such that is satisfactory for normal daily living.
And of course, probably South Africans that are sitting and watching and those that have sent you to be their voice in Parliament are probably saying that, look, we have a water issue now. We have crime. We have municipalities that are dilapidating on a daily basis. Shouldn't have the government and municipalities and people within those offices, shouldn't they have seen this coming, right? Why is it, do you think, that we have a government that is more reactive than proactive? What is it that we're missing?
Okay, very good question, because there's a void. There's a void between national, provincial, and local. And when you see how the budgets are coming through and the execution of those budgets, that's where the actual problem seems to be, because there's no service implementation at grassroots level. And that's where your problem is.
And do you then think that, for example, we have the, I think the president did mention in his speech that a lot of the times, especially when it comes to municipalities, that the procurement process is one of the challenges when it comes to ensuring that their service delivery. What is Al Jama-ah's stance in terms of that? What proposal do you have in terms of ensuring that the procurement process is smooth and that there aren't any holes for corruption where people take advantage of the system, take the money, but the people at grassroots level do not get the tangible results?
Absolutely. So what has happened there is that municipal managers, I was so pleased to hear the president mention that municipal managers should be held responsible and accountable, because they are the ones put in positions,
Yes.
administrative positions, to ensure that those budgets that they're receiving are satisfactory at grassroots levels, which is not happening presently. Now, the one aspect that President mentioned that I was more pleased with was that he actually went as far as saying that they should be criminally charged. So the president has got a very good overview and impression of what's happening in South Africa. I think he's got his hands on, but where we're failing is with regards to the entities delivering and with regards to the municipalities performing. I think that's primarily the focus where we need to, close that gap.
Yes. And do you think then, because a lot of people have mentioned that perhaps we should relook at the tender and the bidding system. Should we have a relook at that? That maybe if municipalities take on the responsibility of providing basic services to their constituents and the people, the residents that live there, that we can do without tenders and we can do without the corruption that comes with that process.
Very well, identified as well, Tsepo, because I personally, being a ward councillor at grassroots level, have identified and seen. I give you an example. A typical example in the ward that, my constituency, that I was a ward councillor.
Yes.
Tenders were given out to private enterprises. They received these tenders, and you won't believe it, 10 times the amount that a private entity would actually manage to sort out in terms of a budget. They get these huge budgets, and worse than that, what's a bigger indictment of that whole process of tendering is that they don't complete the job. So they take the money, and the work is not complete. And on top of it, the amounts that are paid over to these tendering companies are an indictment to understand that how have they got so much of money allocated, for example, like in this instance that I'm referring to, is the swimming pools.
Yes.
And the swimming pools up until to date are non-functional. And our children then suffer with the result. They don't have facilities. There's no sports facilities. And that then turns them to drugs, etc., because we're not keeping them busy in the sports arena. So that's, just some of the problems at grassroots levels that we're facing.
And of course, then lastly, Mr. Ismail Musa, today is day one of the debate. What is Al Jama-ah's stance as you go into the debate? I know that you mentioned that you will be focusing on the immigration policy. Which other key priorities will you be focusing on?
So the two priorities that we will be focusing is in, closure would be the water issue. We would like the president to also, address that those billions that are going to be spent for water infrastructure as the chairperson, how is it going to be spent? How is it going to be rolled out? And the time deadlines, that's critical, the time deadlines. We must have time deadlines because People cannot be without water. People need the basic necessity
Yes.
of having water to drink out of their taps. So that's a critical issue. The immigration issue is a critical issue. And one of the other issues is also the social grants. And I think there's several other issues. I think, overall, we need all these multiple issues that the president has addressed
Yes.
to be sort of coherent with solving the problems in South Africa.
Thank you so much for making the time.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
And of course, that was Mr. Musa, and he is from Jama-ah. And we'll be watching him as he goes into the House on day one of the State of the Nation address. The debates start today, of course. And of course, that was Jama-ah's stance with regards to immigration policies, with regards to the water issues and the crime that the president had highlighted in his SONA address. Stay tuned. You're still watching Parliament TV.
Last month, we concluded a partnership with an international port operator to manage the Durban Pier 2 container terminal, the largest in our country. Yes, pier, you're right. This partnership, something good also comes from your side. This partnership will result in new investment in equipment and infrastructure at the port and will bring it back to world-class standards. We continue preparations for the introduction of high-speed rail in South Africa. I know you love this one. Now this, I've been saying that we would like this to cover initially routes such as Johannesburg and Musina and eThekwini to Johannesburg. Now, it often takes, high-speed trains are happening in many parts of the world. They have cut down the time of travel, and in my book, it should no longer take 5 to 6 hours to travel from eThekwini or Durban to Johannesburg, 4.5 hours from Johannesburg to Messina, when it can be done in a much shorter space of time. Our people want it, and progress is now being made. Nearly 30 companies indicated their willingness to participate in high-speed rail corridors when we put out a request for information last year. We are preparing to send out a request for proposals, which will introduce a new era of long-distance rail travel in South Africa at a faster pace. We are also addressing the threat posed by the infiltration of illegal and counterfeit goods to South African jobs and industry. We are establishing a national illicit economy disruption program that brings together key state agencies and other stakeholders, including the private sector. Through the effective use of data analytics, AI, we will be targeting high-risk sectors like tobacco, fuel, alcohol, and other counterfeit products. The hearings of the Madanga Commission of Inquiry and the hearings that are going on in the ad hoc committee here have exposed rampant corruption in the SAPS and some metro police departments through the abuse of power. We cannot tolerate this. The rule of law depends on a police service that is ethical, responsive, and rooted in the communities that it serves. The South African Police Service has established a task team to ensure that investigations arising from the Madlanga Commission are undertaken swiftly without interference. The State Security Agency will revet the senior management of the South African Police Service and Metro Police Departments. The vetting process will include lifestyle audits as well. As we have successfully done with previous commissions, we will use the recommendations of the Madlanga Commission to make far-reaching changes. We are determined that the Commission's findings and recommendations will lay the basis for a fundamental reform of our criminal justice system. We are confident that these efforts will succeed because the great majority of police officers are dedicated to upholding the law and diligently serving the people of South Africa. Now, drawing on the success of Operation Vulindlela in advancing economic reform, we will use a similar approach to establish a hard-hitting new criminal justice reform initiative. This will crack down on organized crime, on illicit firearms, and trade using a dedicated team to ensure that reforms are implemented across the system. We are further intensifying the fight against corruption by strengthening bodies such as the Special Investigating Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, and the Hawks. We will finalize government's approach to the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council on the establishment of a permanent, independent, overarching anti-corruption body. We cannot accept that those who speak out against corruption are victimized, targeted, and killed. The Whistleblower Protection Bill will be introduced in Parliament. Among other things, this will criminalize retaliation and provide psychosocial, legal, and financial support to whistleblowers. And there will be a special focus on restructuring our procurement system with a view to ending corruption. The Auditor General reports that the majority of incidents of corruption originate in the procurement system. We cannot allow this cancer to continue, and we must therefore act. Measures will be taken. Measures that we will take will include the use of technology and the finalization of the new Public Procurement Act regulations by mid-2026. We cannot fight organized criminals by treading softly. We must act with zero tolerance and bring the full force of the law to bear. And I'd like this message to be clear. There will be no impunity for acts of criminality and corruption.
Welcome back. Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408 as we await day one of the SONA debate.
Of course, we are 40 minutes away from the SONA debate, which Tsepo had already indicated. Today will mark day one, and tomorrow it will be day two, and that would be before the president respond to the debates, issues that would be raised by members of various political parties during the debates, and that will happen on Thursday at 2 o'clock.
Of course, Nkosi, the president did highlight quite a few priorities, and a lot of people have been saying that this was one of the longest SONA speeches that he's ever given. I think for me, the highlight is how he focused on crime and organized criminal networks. He did say that organized crime was identified as the most immediate threat. We're talking about the deployment of the SANDF to support the SAPs in gang violence and illegal mining hotspots, and the recruitment of 5,500 new police officers. Criminal justice system reforms were announced. I think this is great, especially in terms of how we already have the Madlanga Commission, where corruption within the judiciary, within the police service is being investigated. And of course, concurrently running with that is the ad hoc committee of Parliament that is investigating these allegations.
Indeed, you're correct, Sepo. And you remember last year when he delivered his first State of the Nation address under the Government of National Unity, that is where he made that undertaking of employing over 22,000 police officers over the medium term, as he has done now, announcing that 5,500 that you spoke to as part of a fight against the organized crime. And also some of the initiative that the president has indicated is the revetting of SAPS members and Metro Police senior management, and also conducting lifestyle audits. I mean, we've been watching the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee that is investigating the allegations that were made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and a lot has come out there, and I'm sure he would be receiving quite a lot of support, especially in relation to the vetting of the senior SAPS and the Metro Police Department members, and also establishing a national illicit economic disruption program, and also introducing the whistleblower protection bill. We've seen what has happened also arising from those, in particular the Madlanga Commission, and what has transpired with some of the witnesses that have appeared before that committee. I'm sure this undertaking of introducing that whistleblower protection bill had probably motivated some of the occurrences that took place following the appearance of some witnesses in that commission.
And of course, another issue that was front and center within the president's speech is the water crisis. And these are some of the discussions that we've been having with both our guests on the show, that there's an issue with water. And I think the biggest thing that we're all asking ourselves is, why wasn't this foreseeable? Why wasn't the infrastructure maintained? And hopefully, these are some of the debates that will come tomorrow, and then the president will respond on Thursday.
And you've just said that water is making the headlines, and water is life. I mean, with good water, there's really nothing much. In his address, the president and the national also committing. Probably leads also to the corruption. I'm sure political parties will work.
I was looking for them. We got shit. Don't turn over the top.
Administrations don't have the technical. In her most recent report on local government, the Auditor General said accountability, failing service delivery, poor financial management and governance, weak institutional capability, and widespread instability. Local government will require. We are now tackling back to back. We are taking from our experience of the past 30 years. We will, in the coming months, finalize a white paper on local government. The functioning of an effective local government system. Paper will reimagine the way that our local government should work. Too complex and fragmented, expecting even small and weak municipalities
Yes, I just wanted to ask, there's coming from sitting outside. I can help you all, I think. And you know,
municipalities can take on more functions approach to municipal powers and responsibilities. We're also proposing more structured cooperation between municipalities and Khoisan leadership institutions to enable community engagement and shared problem solving. We will ensure that senior officials in local government have the required qualifications and are appointed through an independent process free from political interference. Where municipalities fail, we will strengthen the ability of national government to intervene more quickly and to direct corrective measures in the interest of serving our people better.
Welcome back. Now we turn to a longer-term view on the sustainability of the promises made. Professor Mark Swilling is a distinguished professor of sustainable development. And sustainability transition. Professor Swilling brings a unique perspective on how the president addressed aligns with the structural challenges facing our cities and communities. He joins us now to discuss the SONA through the lens of service delivery, disaster resilience, and the long-term vision for South Africa's development. Prof, good afternoon, and thank you for taking time off to speak to us here on Parliament TV.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Prof, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I didn't hear your question.
All right, thanks, Prof. As I was saying, Prof, as the commissioner in the National Planning Commission, how closely did the president's speech align with the long-term outlined in the National Plan? Did it represent
Yes, I think overall the commissioners are positive about the SONA because it was a speech that was very practical, very implementation oriented, and touched on many of the major issues that the National Planning Commission has been dealing with over the last year, and which are central to the realization of the National Development Plan.
So, Prof, you have spent decades researching sustainable urban planning and the resource requirements from the city. Now, in light of apologies, Prof, sometimes as I was saying, Prof, you spent some years of research. My sincere apologies, Prof. My sincere apologies. Just to go back to that, Prof, you have spent decades researching sustainable planning and the resource requirements of cities. So, in light of the recent floods and fires we've witnessed, did the president adequately address urgent need to build climate resilient infrastructure and ensure reliable service delivery in the face of growing environmental shocks?
Yes, I think so. The president in the SONA made a very important statement when he said, "Green growth is our greatest opportunity." And what it essentially means by that is economic growth that is reconcilable with environmental integrity and climate resilience. So green growth is very much front and center for the National Planning Commission. And last year we published a report called Transforming South Africa's Monetary Architecture 1983 to 2024. And that report referred specifically to the problem of declining investment in gross fixed capital formation, which is a fancy economic term for infrastructure and service delivery. And we essentially argued that it is essential that that is reversed. And the president said exactly the same thing in the SONA. And he referred to a figure of 1 trillion rands worth of investment. And in our report, we were also talking around investment figures of a similar nature. So we need to not just focus on is the president saying the right things about growth and sustainability, but practical matters like where's the money going to come from? And he did address that, and that's what we addressed in a 256-page report that we published last year. We also published reports on energy infrastructure and how to finance that, water infrastructure, how to finance that, as well as digital infrastructure, and he touched on all of those issues.
Now, following up on that, Prof, you've written extensively about infrastructure development and the green economy. So what specific commitments did we hear or not hear that signal a shift towards building infrastructure that is not only able to meet basic delivery needs, but is also sustainable and resilient for the future?
Well, there was a many references to water, a strong emphasis on water, because although scientists have been warning for nearly 20 years that we are going to hit a water crisis, this has largely been ignored. And now everybody knows we face a water crisis, that it's not just the breakdown of service delivery in places like Johannesburg, but in the context of climate change, we're a water scarce society, and our rainfall is going to be affected by climate change. So I think everybody should welcome the emphasis that was placed in the SONA on water, and in particular the announcement by the president that he will be chairing the committee that's been set up to address this. So I think that's a very good sign. And don't forget, water service delivery actually happens through municipalities. So you can't fix water without fixing municipalities. And there was emphasis in the SONA on the local government white paper, which is going to set a framework. But he also referred to energy and the energy transition, and he made a very significant announcement that what is called the TSO, the transmission system operator, that is going to be that's going to be set up to manage the grid, and the build out of the grid is going to be fully independent from Eskom. And that's a very significant move and a shift away from what the Minister of Electricity was referring to at the end of last year. However, the devil's in the detail. How is this actually going to be implemented in practice to make sure that people who use electricity pay for it?
Now, Prof, your recent work focuses on the concept of radical incrementalism. The idea that deep structural change can be achieved through consistent, strategic, small-scale actions. So how does this concept apply to the state of service delivery? And can radical incrementalism fix a broken municipality or even prevent major infrastructure failure?
Yeah, interesting that you referred to my academic work. Some people think that we're going to be able to resolve our problems if we just change the whole system. And it gives people a very nice feeling when you say, everything's bad, everything's rotten, and unless we change the whole system, nothing's going to change. The problem with that idea is where do you start? What do you start with? Because you can't just take a whole system and change it overnight. It happens over a long period of time. So the notion of radical incrementalism simply says, well, let's identify those issues that we can change that will have a catalytic impact on the system as a whole. It's a bit like acupuncture. I'm sure many people have had acupuncture where the acupuncturist puts a needle into certain energy spots in your body and it triggers healing energies. That's a bit what radical incrementalism is like. What are the fairly limited number of key points of intervention that could have a catalytic effect over the longer run in changing the way a system works. And that's really what is necessary at a local government level. You can't just change the local government system overnight. Every municipality has to start somewhere to start fixing things. And there are about 25% of the municipalities that are doing things correctly. What can we learn from them? And how do we make sure that those municipalities that have got problems get the right people and the right expertise and the right support to actually start somewhere fixing things, because you can't just fix everything overnight.
Prof, finally, and before I let you go, you've written about the need for a just transition that doesn't leave behind the poor. Now, with the pressures on the fiscus and the urgent need for service delivery, how do you ensure that the transition to a more sustainable, low-carbon economy is implemented in a way that is fair, protects workers, and improves the lives of those in underserviced communities?
Well, there's some people who think that privatization is going to be the solution. In other words, get the state out of service delivery and privatize energy, water, and various infrastructure services in the quickest way possible, on the assumption that competition is going to result in greater efficiencies and lower costs. I don't support that view. There is a role for the private sector, but the directionality and the overall substantive content and policy goals of any reform needs to be set by government, and there's a role for government. However, government is short of funding. As you said, there's fiscal constraints. But so if we focus purely on the budget to finance solutions, we are not going to get very far. But what the National Planning Commission report on finance found last year is that there's plenty of money in South Africa. There's no shortage of it. What we have is coordination failure with respect to capital allocation, credit, and risk. And there's a lot of money that's being built up in the private sector, particularly in the pension funds and other investment funds. And that funding needs to get redirected into viable infrastructure projects that generate a return for those funds, because they look after our pensioners when they retire, but also deliver services. So we have to have a much more holistic understanding of the financial resources available to meet our infrastructure requirements, and not just focus on fiscal policy.
Prof, really like to thank you very much for taking time off to talk to us here at Parliament TV. To our viewers at home, that was Professor Mark Swilling, a distinguished professor of sustainable development at the University of Stellenbosch, and also a commissioner of the National Planning Commission, sharing some of the perspectives with us here at Parliament TV. Please stay tuned.
As we protect jobs in vulnerable industries, we remain focused on sectors that will drive future growth. We know that we can create millions of good quality jobs in sectors like agriculture, mining, and services industry, as well as in the green economy. These are areas where we can be more than competitive. We can be the best in the world. Our agricultural sector is expanding rapidly.
Put up the volume so that
Already we are the second largest exporter of citrus fruit in the world. We are opening new markets for our exports, from citrus to avocados to maize, livestock, grapes, and wine. Through the blended finance scheme, working with the Land Bank and the commercial banks, we have provided 7.8 billion rand in innovative funding for Black producers. We will deploy 10,000 new extension officers to support farmers and to improve agricultural productivity. This will give rise to many opportunities for young people to be employed in the agricultural sector. I saw how this works extremely well in Ethiopia, in the agricultural sector, which was really the worst sector. They employed 40,000 or so extension officers who support farmers. And all of a sudden, agriculture has now become the best performing sector in their economy.
What are they talking?
While the rest of our agriculture is thriving, the cattle industry today is facing one of the worst outbreaks of foot and mouth disease our country has ever experienced. This disease is damaging our economy, resulting in export bans, trade restrictions, and the devastation of herds. We have decided to vaccinate the entire national herd of 14 million cattle. This requires 28 million vaccines over the next few months.
Foot and mouth.
The state will facilitate the acquisition of the vaccine centrally to ensure that we get the right vaccine for the particular strain of the virus in South Africa. Like during COVID, many people felt tempted that they wanted to acquire vaccines for themselves.
2 minutes.
But because we are a regulated economy and country, we wanted everything to be approved by our authority, SAPRA. Similarly, in this case, with cattle vaccines, SAPRA, our authority, will be the one single organization that will give approval. We will work closely with the private sector to enable an efficient rollout, and most importantly, we will ensure that commercial, private, and communal farmers have immediate access to vaccines. Now, I have established a task team made up of farming organizations, farmer organizations and experts working together with the Minister of Agriculture and his department that will report to me every month about the progress we are making in dealing with the pandemic. Now, why do we do this? We do this because we've got experts. We've got people with great knowledge. We need to mobilize them. We need to bring them to work with government because they have the know-how and the wisdom. We have classified foot and mouth disease as a national disaster and will be mobilizing all necessary capabilities within the state to deal with this crisis.
Welcome back, and to those who just joined us, you are watching Parliament TV, the build-up show to the debates that are scheduled to start in the National Assembly at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
And of course, you can join the conversation by using our handle at Parliament of RSA on our social media platforms, and let us know whether your expectations were met when the president delivered the State of the Nation address last week, Thursday.
And of course, Sepa, we just listened to the president now speaking on some of the health interventions that he's intending to make during the year 2026. And one of those is ending child stunning. The president committing to ending child stunting by 2030, also aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 2. And he also emphasized the importance of addressing malnutrition and also excessive alcohol consumption, which contributes to stunting. And we've seen those like the excessive alcohol consumption that is currently taking place in the country. especially amongst the young people, which is of very serious concern.
It is, Temikosi, and of course it speaks to the social ills and the social fabric that we have in South Africa. I know the president did mention about plans, maybe about looking at the trading hours of liquor trading places. And I know there was a little bit of an uproar even when he mentioned that, because we're talking about an economy that's already suffering. And now if you're looking at reducing the trading hours where people have work there, for example, that also, it's a little bit of a conflict there. So of course the president has this difficult task of balancing the health of South Africans, but as well as ensuring that the economy grows and that people who have jobs work longer.
But if the reduction of hours will save the health of South Africans, I would welcome it. I'm not sure whether it's only because I no longer indulge in those alcohol activities, but if that is to save the future of this nation,
Of course.
I would certainly welcome that. He also spoke on the National Health Insurance, where he announced that the key energy projects targeting vulnerable populations would begin in April of this year. And also he mentioned establishing an NHI and quality improvement war room in the presidency to address key health system challenges. There seem to be a lot that the president has announced. He's announced a national crisis committee, national water crisis committee,
Yes.
and now we also hear about this war room that will also be located within the presidency.
Of course, it makes you think that the president is in touch with some of the issues and the challenges that South Africans are facing. I mean, when you talk about health, when you talk about NHI and how big it was during its inception, during those public hearings, and before it was even signed into law, a lot of South Africans did voice out that there is a need for the NHI, there is a need for universal health care, there is a need for that right to health care to be carried out by government. And so this just shows you how the executive is in touch with the challenges and problems that everyday South Africans are facing.
And furthermore, he also spoke about this cancer campaign where government plans to launch a major cancer campaign within the next 3 months, which will also involve the private sector this time, which I think is very good for the country, because we've always been talking about this public-private partnership.
Yes.
And we'll see it also happening in terms of dealing with the pandemic of cancer, and also in relation to the HIV and AIDS, where the president highlighted efforts to combat HIV AIDS and including providing treatment to an additional 2 million South Africans.
South Africans can rest assured that the president knows the issues that they have. And of course, relative to that, we talk about crime as well, Temikosi. And of course, earlier throughout the conversations that we've had, we talked about the deployment of the SANDF to the crime-ridden places such as the Western Cape and Gauteng. Now, what we're seeing here is a scrutinization of the national agenda, right? Crime is no longer treated as a policing issue only, but as a structural barrier to growth and investment, because the president did emphasize that when a country is crime-ridden, then of course the investors are no longer interested in investing within the economy of the country. And like a country as ours, with so many social ills, we have unemployment, we have poverty, we have health issues as well, access to proper healthcare, access to social services. Crime should not be a barrier for those investments where people can be participants in the economy.
And we've had different views on the issue of SADF deployment in Cape Town and some parts of Gauteng. Some people welcoming it, some saying this is a clear indication of the failure of the South African Police Service. The fact that an army needs to be deployed. You know, the role of the army is to protect the country, but not to do policing work. And we sit and wonder, how is that going to work? Yes, we've seen it before. Even here in Cape Town, in the gang-ridden areas, there was a deployment of the army before, but not sure how much has that assisted, or how much is this deployment now going to assist in terms of fighting against crime in the province. But to those who've just joined, it is a build-up to the State of the Nation address debates that are scheduled to take place at 2 o'clock. So please do stay tuned.
So, fellow South Africans, our nation has reached what many people are saying is a turning point. We are leaving behind an era of decline and turning towards an era of prosperity and growth. We have done much to overcome the effects of state capture,
Gonna come back to us,
COVID-19,
and then we'll do 2
and the
minutes.
public unrest of 2021, and the devastating
Probably
floods
let's talk on
of the
the
following year.
youth employment.
We are turning towards
Okay.
hope, towards the reality of a better future for all. The progress we have made over the last 5 years
And what now?
does give us hope and encouragement. It shows what we can achieve when we work together. Now is not the time to rest. Now is the time for all South Africans to be part of taking our country forward. Last year, we embarked on a new chapter in our democracy, launching a national dialogue at a convention that brought together South Africans from across the country, representing all sections of society.
Yes, we
Now,
can talk
this
about.
year,
We can talk
this
about
national dialogue
The
concept
employment, ne?
Yeah.
will
Focus.
spread
Yes.
across South Africa, reaching every community, every school, every university, every college, and every part of our society. Under the guidance of the Eminent Persons Group, consisting of prominent, respected South Africans, and led by an inclusive steering committee, these public dialogues will give the citizens of our country the opportunity to raise their concerns. Of South Africa in 1996, when they drafted the Constitution, the year 2026 must be a year of transformative change. This must be the year that we make South Africa stronger, not weaker. We must fix what we must fix. Local government. We must fight crime and corruption and restore trust in the criminal justice system. We must create jobs and livelihoods for every South African. And we must build a state that works for all the people of South Africa. Above all, we must ensure that this rising tide lifts every South African. As the economy grows, it should bring into its fold those who have lived on the margins. This is the time for all South Africans to rise, and we must rise together. Thank you very much. Now, the biggest opportunity of all lies in the green economy. We are pivoting our economy to be a leading supplier of products which the world will rely on in decades to come. We are expanding support for manufacturing of green products for global markets, from fertilizer to jet fuel, chemicals to steel. From March this year, we will introduce 150% tax deduction for investment in new energy vehicles, while supporting the local production of batteries as well. International pledges to the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan now stand at approximately 250 billion rand. This is financing large-scale investment in manufacturing, infrastructure, as well as skills. South Africa has become the world's largest reserve of critical minerals. Our ore reserves are valued at more than 40 trillion rand, making mining a sunrise industry.
Bring us back, ne?
Yeah.
After many years of declining investment in exploration, we are dedicating funds towards geological mapping and exploration to harness our critical mineral reserves. Just this week, the Industrial Development Corporation announced more than 300 million rand in funding for the Frontier Rare Earths project in the Northern Cape. This has the potential to become one of the largest and most and lowest cost new producers of minerals that are needed for smartphones, lithium batteries, and other products. Confidence in the future of South African mining was very evident during the mining Indaba this week here in Cape Town.
And of course, welcome back. If you've just joined us, you are watching Parliament TV as we build up to the SONA debate, day one, after the president delivered the State of the Nation address last week on Thursday.
And of course, that will be happening in the next 2 minutes, as we'll be crossing to the to the dome, where the debate will be taking place. And just to remind you, it is a joint debate. So it will be both houses, members of the National Assembly and members of the National Council of Provinces that will be debating the president's speech that he delivered last week on Thursday when he addressed the nation.
And of course, this is for the members of Parliament to address some of the issues and commitments that the president made during his State of the Nation address. They will scrutinize, they will criticize some of those commitments, and of course also look at the progress that the president made from his last State of the Nation address, and also put out your issues as the communities of the representatives that you've put up here. So these are your voices, of course, that will be heard today during day one of the SONA debate.
And as Tsepo had already indicated, the president reported on some of the progress that has been made in relation to the commitments that were made last year. But let's just check what is happening now in the House. Perhaps the people are starting to gather. Hi, Mr. Parks. Hello, Mr. Parks. Hi, Mr. Gas. Yay! Yeah? Oh, okay.
Nation Address. Our country and the people are indeed blessed with many heroes and heroines. These are men and women who chose to dedicate their lives to the service of the people. This generation was prepared to sacrifice everything, including their lives, if this was necessary for the liberation of their country and its people. Although as extraordinary as our heroes and heroines are and have been, they are and are human beings produced by the same society that produced all of us. We must continue to pay tribute to them, recognizing the fact that while in every respect they are ordinary human beings who have nevertheless shown themselves to be capable of doing extraordinary things. In this context, I must also salute and pay tribute to the 1976 generation whose heroic deeds has made it possible for our country to celebrate the highest matric pass rate in the year 2025. All of these are our heroes and heroines whose sacrifice and enduring commitment to the liberation of our people must forever be honored and celebrated. Madam Speaker, I'm of the view that in paying tribute to the outstanding work done by this generation, I would like to make reference and quote a poem by H.D. Carberry, whose poem reads as follows. There shall come a time when these children in the ranks who litter the streets, who know the crushing mastery of poverty and the cases of debt and slovenliness, shall walk with heads erect, proud owners of their new world, masters of themselves, admitting no inequality, feeling no inferiority, and only a great humanity and wonder. For the destiny shall be theirs. Together we must make it happen. Unquote. Madam Speaker, there's no doubt that in my mind, the vision of the 1956 generation was also shared by the conviction and the determination by all generations that came afterborn. There shall come a time when we too can act in ways in which our children who still litter in the street due to unemployment, crushing poverty, can in no distant future walk with their heads erect, as was done by the generation who came before us. And together we can make it happen. We equally stand at a profound milestone in the life of our republic. This is a year that marks 30 years since the birth certificate, our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, was signed into law. 3 decades ago, we made a solemn commitment to move beyond the past defined by a culture of authority and arbitral power to a culture of justification, where every exercise of state power is rationally tested against the supreme law of the land. Madam Speaker and honorable members, perhaps today it is more befitting that we must briefly cite the preamble of our Constitution, which says, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of the past, honor those who sacrifice for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build it and developed our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity." Madam Speaker, unavoidably a question arises as we begin this debate on the State of the Nation Address. What kind of society did we set out to build? The fundamental positions spelled out in our preamble of our Constitution should inform our conduct as we continue to engage in the reconstruction and development of our country. Madam Speaker, in the landmark judgment of the State versus Makwanyane in our Constitutional Court, handed down by Justice Arthur Chatskalsin, defined this vision as a historic bridge between a past of a deeply divided society characterized by strife, conflict, untold suffering and injustice, and a future founded on the recognition of human rights, democracy, peaceful coexistence, and development opportunities for all South Africans, irrespective of color, race, class, belief, or sex. However, Madam Speaker, we must be honest to ourselves for the people that for many that bridge still remains incomplete. However, the interventions presented by the President during his State of the Nation address point towards a direction to resolve these historic contradictions that continue to define the face of our nation. In his book titled The Promise, Damon Galgat offers a searing metaphor of our current moment. In this novel, it depicts a nation's history through a single neglected vow, a promise of a house for a domestic worker named Salome that remains unfulfilled for decades as his family also disintegrates. Like the Swart family in the same book, we face the danger of moral evasion and ethical paralysis. we risk turning our constitutional promise into a deferred justice that eventually loses its power to heal. It is a tragedy that, of our time that national identity is fraying. The proportion of citizens who identify primarily as South Africans rather than by their ethnic group has declined. We are retreating into ethnic and racial distrust, with many of our people believing that government discriminates against their own specific group. This is a shouting economy where loud exclusionary voices down and such messages of reconciliation. Through the Criminal Justice System Initiative and the whistleblower promoting of the bill, you are cutting out the moral rod exposed at a Parliamentary Commission of Ad hoc Committee and the Commission of Inquiry. To address the unfulfilled promises of our socio-economic conditions, we welcome the President's continued commitment to investing in public infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the author I referred to in his novel warns us that a diminished family results from a breached promise. We choose a different path as South Africans. We choose the altruistic and humanitarian philosophy. And on the state versus Makwanyane case I referred to, the state serves as a moral role model, valuing every life as citizen. Let us continue to building the bridge. Let's ensure that 30 years from now, the promise is no longer a story that might have been, but a testament to what
Thank
we
you,
have
Honorable
achieved.
Chief Whip.
Thank
Your
you very
time
much,
is up.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. I now invite Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, or Honorable House Chairperson, MK President, President Jacob Zuma, and officials of MK Party who are in attendance, honorable members, members of MK Party in all the 9 provinces of our beloved country, Setjhaba sa heso, Setjhaba sa ma South Africa. Last week, the President rose before this House and presented what he called the State of the Nation address. It took us more than 2 hours of listening and more than 7 million from our national coffers. But MK Party says it was not a State of the Nation address. It was a State of Intent address. It described plans, committees, trust teams, another investment summit, and what government hopes to do. It failed to report and account to the nation about the performance of the disunited so-called GNU. And a nation in crisis, Honorable House Chairperson, cannot be governed by intention. In 2018, the President kickstarted his tenure with Tumamina slogan and went on to introduce South Africans to an imaginary story of Tintswalo. Under this slogan and story, we have heard only promises. Economy will grow, infrastructure will be accelerated, crime will be defeated, corruption will be uprooted, jobs will be created, municipalities will be reimagined. But the lived experience of our people tells a different story. In Johannesburg, communities line up at water tankers. In Africa, most industrialized city. In rural provinces, families are still sharing stream water with animals, and their calls for reliable sanitation fell on deaf ears. Because of lack of commitment by the GNU to MK Party's call for free education, year after year, students face registration and accommodation challenges. Compounding this situation, Even those young people with qualifications sit at home excluded from the economy. This is not what we must celebrate as recovery. It must be acknowledged for what it is. It is stagnation. The president says we have turned a corner, but growth remains weak. Unemployment remains structural. Poverty remains entrenched. The president wants us to celebrate what he termed economic growth, citing minor quarterly growth. South Africa population grows faster than its economy. If a nation's economy grows slower than its population, it is not progressing, Mr. President. It is what we call per capita decline, where more people fall into poverty. And I think, Mr. President, your business experience enables you to make sense of this basic reality. Not unless you use Mr. Paul O'Sullivan crash course acquired knowledge to understand it. Honorable Chairperson, as MK Party, we can't celebrate when the masses of our people are pushed into poverty trap or turn into perpetual dependence of social grants. We welcome the cooling off of consumer price inflation because it helps. It helps to lessen food prices. What concerns us as MK Party is that low inflation in the midst of poverty and high unemployment is not good enough. Hence our insistence that low inflation must be accompanied by economic growth. We can't lower interest rates but fail to increase expenditure on growth-prone infrastructure. We don't need the current austerity approach by National Treasury to take advantage of low interest rates. If youth unemployment remains the highest in the world, then we are not harnessing our demographic potential. We are wasting it. Municipalities continue to deliver basic services, water and electricity, not consistently because of systematic problem of infrastructure. Honorable members, the President speaks of rebuilding institution after state capture. But institution, Mr. President, actually deteriorated only after what you call the 9 wasted years. Collapse only came after 2018. Rail capacity declined only after you took over in February 2018. Port efficiency worsened after you took over. Cape Town became worst port in the world in 2022. Energy supply collapsed from 2020 and turned into rolling blackouts under the incompetent and the director, who was previously appointed at the expense of a pool of black professionals within the energy sector. It is interesting, South African, to note that with pride that ESCOM is somehow stable under the same black professionals overlooked when the leader was appointed. Honorable Speaker, it is a national embarrassment that after 4 years before 2030, National Development Plan deadline, the so-called GNU, can't measure the success and failures of what's supposed to be South Africa National Plan. The global order is shifting. Nations are pursuing industrial strategy. Unlike the so-called GNU, they are protecting strategic sectors crucial for development of their countries. Our country is massively endowed with mineral resources. We have no excuse not to reindustrialize. We must reverse industrialization decisively. They are investing aggressively in infrastructure and domestic production. South Africa cannot afford this timid reform that was cited in the speech. Mr.
Ramaphosa, if you do have eyes, you can see. If you have ears, you can hear.
South Africa stands at a crossroad.
The house is burning.
We can't continue with committees, task teams, and commission without consequences. Announcement without enforcement. The people of South Africa deserve more than this managed decline that you pronounce. They deserve a better state of the nation. MK, in few provinces, as you know, emerged in 2024. This was a historic emergence. Our party is currently having footprints in all the 9 provinces. Being known as the president, always shocked by development in his own country. Voters in all these provinces have requested us to convey the following message to you. Because of your consistent and unfulfilled SONA promises, they will make sure that your party is severely punished during this year's local government elections. They say because of GNU, when you work with people that are opposed to triple PEE and transformation agenda, your party will be voted out. And no amount of vote rigging will deter them. They say they want an alternative government that will grow their country's economy, create jobs, fight crime, combat illegal immigration, and remove them from the apartheid-created poverty trap. MK Party is ready to offer that alternative. We hope the outcome of this year's local government elections are not going to shock you, because we are warning you now. You are not going to come after the election results and say the results shocked you. Chairperson, we are very grateful as MK Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen. I now invite Honorable the Minister of Agriculture. Please take the podium.
Chairperson, honourable members, Mr. President, today as I rise to respond to the President's State of the Nation address, I do so with a sense of measured optimism, but also renewed determination. The President's speech reflected a country that has begun to turn the corner after years of stagnation, crisis, and lost hope. Under the GNU, we have achieved real, tangible progress. And let me be clear, much of this progress bears the unmistakable imprint of the DA's principled participation, our relentless push for reform, and our unapologetic focus as a government on what actually works for the people of this country. Our economy is growing again. 4 consecutive quarters of positive GDP growth, a feat that seemed unimaginable not so long ago. Inflation is at its lowest level in 20 years. 2 consecutive budgets of surpluses, stabilization of our national debt, interest rates are easing, borrowing costs are declining, the rand has strengthened, and as we heard today, Mr. President, unemployment is the lowest that it has been in 5 years. These are important signals, not intentions, Honourable Van Rooyen, that work under this 7th administration, a coalition government, and the first not under single-party rule, is making a positive impact, and the world is taking notice. South Africa is today a better place than it was on the eve of the 2024 election. I'm proud that the DA's presence in government has been a force for good, injecting competence, fiscal discipline, and pro-growth policies into a system that was long weighed down by mismanagement and cadre deployment. But, honourable members, while we celebrate these achievements, we cannot afford complacency. At projected growth rates of around 1.5%, it falls far short of the 3% or more needed to lift millions out of poverty and to create the millions of jobs our people so desperately need. Too many South Africans wake up every day to the harsh reality of joblessness, crumbling municipal infrastructure, and rampant crime in our communities, and a local government that far too often fails those it's meant to serve. The lived experience of citizens, communities protesting for water, entrepreneurs battling red tape, families fearing for their safety at night, has not yet matched the macroeconomic headlines. We have turned the corner, yes, but we are nowhere near the destination. And that is why I say unequivocally and clearly today, we must move faster, much faster. We need urgency now. Firstly, by accelerating economic liberalization and private sector involvement. Operation Vulindlela, Mr. President, has delivered results in energy and ports, and we now need to expand it to rail, water, and telecommunications. Unbundle, concession, and privatize where necessary to unlock investment and efficiency. Replace restrictive BE policies with genuine broad-based empowerment that includes skills, ownership, and opportunity for all, not just a connected few. We must also replace failing empowerment frameworks with ones that genuinely tackle poverty. The DA's Economic Inclusion for All Bill represents a significant step forward, achieving a vision of genuine economic empowerment for all South Africans, and is the type of reform our country desperately needs. Second, we must get local government working, outlawing cadre deployment for all, appointment on merit, holding municipal officials accountable, and rooting out corruption. Competence must determine who runs our cities and towns so that our people are served by their local government, not the other way around. Thirdly, doubling down on job creation and youth opportunity. We must, Mr. President, expand the successful models already implemented, but pair them with real structural changes, easing labour market rigidity that deters hiring, and to incentivize businesses to hire more South Africans. Fourthly, tackling crime and insecurity head-on. The deployments announced are welcome, but we need sustained intelligence-led policing, foster courts, and communities empowered to partner with devolved law enforcement closer to the people. And finally, let us recommit to the GNU's founding promise of stability for reform, not reform stalled by politics. Speaker, the announcement by the President that foot-and-mouth disease has been classified as a national disaster is welcomed. This will assist government to unlock a coordinated and coordinated response and provide much-needed resources, and supports the new national strategy that moves from a fragmented outbreak reactionary response to a whole of society, scientifically based, proactive war against foot-and-mouth disease in South Africa. Make no mistake, tackling FMD is a massive challenge, and it will require collaborative, transparent, and sustained effort to resolve. FMD has been a reality in this country long before we came into government, but we appreciate the enormity of the impact on farmers, both financially and emotionally. But, Mr. President, we have for the very first time a plan backed by science, and that has involved the private sector every step of the way. This plan will succeed, and when it does, the consequences will be profound and positive, as markets previously closed to South African beef will once again be available to us, and certainty will return to the red meat sector. We're also determined to take urgent steps to help those in greatest need as a result of this outbreak. Securing a sustainable, reliable supply of vaccines has been a major priority. South Africa lost its ability to produce vaccines in 2005, and since then we've relied on vaccines only from the Botswana Vaccine Institute. Under the new strategy, we have, for the first time, secured new international suppliers, strengthening our response. In addition, for the first time in over 20 years, the ARC has produced a batch of vaccines for operational purposes. This facility has been capacitated to produce 20,000 vaccines per week initially, up to 200,000 per week in 2027. Millions of doses are being procured, and today I can announce that on Saturday we will be receiving a delivery of 1 million vaccines from Biogenesis Bago. This will be the largest single import of vaccines to date, and this will bring much needed relief to the most affected provinces and regions, and this will be followed by additional vaccines from other countries. In total, we anticipate by the end of March, we will have received over 5 million vaccines from 3 different suppliers. Mass vaccination will continue and be accelerated. Already more than 2 million vaccines have been administered, and daily vaccines are being administered across the country. We're also working on veterinary capacity, and it is being expanded. And Mr. President, today I can also announce that in terms of the Animal Diseases Act, private veterinarians can register to administer vaccines as part of the rollout strategy. This will greatly improve the available manpower to ensure that we are able to meet our vaccination target of 80% of the national herd by December this year. Because protecting agriculture, as we've seen from the latest economic data, is not only about farmers, it's about protecting economic growth, jobs and stability. Speaker, the DA remains fully committed to this coalition because it is delivering where single-party rule failed. But let me be clear, commitment does not mean blind loyalty, and we will continue to fight for faster, bolder change and ensuring that every cent of public money works for the people and not for politicians. Honourable members, this is the opportunity of a lifetime to build the country of our dreams. But opportunity only means something if it is seized. Our children will never forgive us if we fail to capitalize on this moment by driving faster and deeper reform that confronts the things that hold our country back head on. To every South African listening today, the progress we have made is real, but the work ahead is urgent. And we will lead that change, championing freedom, fairness, opportunity and excellence. Together in this government of national unity and beyond, we can build a South Africa that rises faster. But the time for cautious steps is over.
Honourable
The time to
Minister.
sprint
Your
towards
time is
prosperity
up.
is now.
Next on my speakers list is Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, President of the Republic of South Africa, the people of South Africa. Mr. President, we warned you 8 years ago that the Oppenheimers and the Ruperts will neutralize you, and your legacy will be that you auctioned our country and its strategic asset to the highest bidder. You did not heed our warning. You have auctioned our sovereignty to asset management companies such as BlackRock, which is why you have praised for the growth of the KSE. You auctioned our country by selling our ports, our railway, our energy generation capacity to the private sector. And now you want to do same with water. You do not take responsibility for creating jobs. You do not take responsibility for fighting crime. You do not take responsibility for infrastructure development, and you do not take responsibility for growing our economy. There is no sign of any infrastructure of a bullet train, that there are no design plans of a smart city, and there is not even a curriculum for an institution of higher learning in Ikuruleni, as you have promised. You asked us to send you to Mamina, and we made a mistake, we send you. And as your term of office come to an end, you have nothing to show for it. Under your term, crime is out of control, and your deployment of the army is the last resort. You are admitting that you have failed to fight crime. The people of Gauteng have been terrorized for too long by the so-called Zama-zamas, and on the deployment of the army, we have no choice but to support you because you have destroyed law enforcement capacity. Our concern is that how do you deploy a military which have been crippled by austerity measures to fight crime? Because we know that our military is understrained and under-resourced and has been humiliated in war zones abroad. And how do you intend to ensure they can fight crime domestically? Additionally, we have warned you before that the army is combat trained and is not trained to enforce laws on civilians. The scale of crime in our country cannot be dealt with by the army alone, because crime is a national crisis and a social crisis. If you do not resolve the challenges of unemployment, the challenge of alcohol and substance abuse, and the high dropout rates of the youth from schools, then crime will be a permanent feature in our society. Crime in South Africa is organized through drug syndicate, protection fee rings, sex trafficking rings, and gangs. It has infiltrated all forms of government, and putting guns in the streets alone will not resolve this crisis. Mr. President, the rot in our criminal justice system begins with your political party, which has factionalized law enforcement and intelligence on the basis of who emerges in your conferences. The biggest syndicate is the political party you are leading, Mr. President. Mr. President, subjectively, this government has done nothing to grow this economy or to strengthen our currency. Let us take this opportunity to remind you of your own commitments. Last year on this same platform, you committed to grow the economy by 3% through infrastructure investment, structural reforms, and inclusive growth and employment. You no longer speak of this figure, and National Treasury itself predicts economic growth at 1.5% and will most likely reverse this projection down as the year progresses, because that is their tradition. You speak of the achievement of a budget surplus as a positive economic indicator, but it is more of an indication that you are implementing austerity and spending less on saving the needs of the country. Why will you be proud of a budget surplus in a country with massive unemployment, collapsing municipal infrastructure, and poverty, which is leading the death of children in the Eastern Cape? You're proud when it comes to EPWP jobs is something you should be ashamed of and not mention at this level of governance. Those are temporary jobs which are used to secure income for volunteers of your political party. It is slaves jobs with no security, because you cannot secure a car or a home with an EPWP job. Mr. President, the electricity crisis in South Africa is far from over. The mistake you are making on declaring an end to the electricity crisis is the same mistake you have made with the water crisis for decades in this country. Now that the people of Sandest no longer experience electricity outage, you no longer view it as a crisis, forgetting the people of Soweto, Mdantsane, Seshego, and Ditsobot. You have given load shedding a new name, and that new name is load reduction. On top of that, you have lost control of the pricing regime of electricity, and NERSA is pronouncing an increase in the cost of electricity every few months. Your municipalities do not have an idea of the infrastructure they are seized with governing. It does not matter how many billions of rands you give them to revive water infrastructure. The fact of the matter is your minister and your mayors do not have the town planning, do not know the town planning of where water infrastructure begins and where it ends. This is why they respond to burst pipes and leakages as they happen and run after one pipe to the other. In Ikuruleni, we have an MMC of water of the EFF, Tembi Msani, and sanitation, who is managing a water infrastructure there and has been declared as a water champion. When your minister was running around complaining about water, our MMC of water in Ikuruleni was given an award the same week and declared a water champion. Instead of benchmarking from the DA, which struggles to provide clean water to people of the city in this township, go and benchmark from the EFF department there in Ikuruleni on how to fix the water crisis. Mr. President, you will not fix our municipalities if you do not revise the backward and outdated equitable share model, which allocates more funding to the national and provincial spheres of government while giving the least allocation to local government. The idea that all municipalities can be self-reliant on revenue generation when you know you preside over a country that is massively deindustrializing and is suffering massive unemployment is misguided. We need to focus on strengthening municipal capacity, but in addition to that, focus on recovering revenue from major industries which consume electricity and water in bulk. These companies must be given incentives on rate paying, which will compel these industries to invest in developing municipal infrastructure such as roads, water, electricity, clinics, and schools. Mr. President, we want to say to you, we fully support you on your posture when it comes to international relations. Your support for Palestine, the people of Western Sahara, South Sudan, and the people of Cuba. We agree with you that Africa must begin to negotiate its trade relations as a bloc and with unity, and that no nation must ever again think it has got the right to bully us and impose on us who our friends must be and who our enemies must be. We agree with you that not civilians must take the law into their own hands and harm foreign nationals. And you must tell those in your cabinet and who support you that they must not campaign using violation of the human rights and murder of foreign nationals. They claim you agree with them. You must continue to denounce them, Mr. President. Others are killing people to perform rituals as we approach local government elections. They think by killing foreigners, they will win elections. They must ask their friends who came here with the name of killing foreigners. They did not win elections. Xenophobia will never win them elections. And some of them are found in your cabinet. You must remind them as you meet them on the corridors. Just say to them, xenophobia will not make you a president. I might have made you a minister. We call on you to exhibit your courage by closing the Israeli embassy, which is a resolution of this National Assembly. You have declared their representative as a persona non grata, and the skies did not fall. Close their embassy and cut relations with this genocidal nation. The USA has sent a rampant racist as its diplomat in this country, and we must exercise our right to refuse cooperation with the individual whose sole intention is to dictate to us what our foreign policy must be. Mr. President, your Pala scandal has rendered you ineffective in dealing with corruption and incompetence in your party and in your cabinet. When Dr. Zweli Mkhize was found to be involved in digital vibe scandal, you did not have the courage to remove him. He resigned. Today, Zweli Mkhize is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. When Honorable David Machobo was identified as being a key part of the corruption in the State Security Agency by the Zondo Commission, you did not remove him. Instead, he's the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation. When Senzo Mchunu was exposed last year for having formed part of the infiltration of the South African Police Service and disbanding of the political killings team, PKTT, on New Year's Eve, you did not remove him. You have retained Senzo Mchunu at the taxpayer's expense and called him your political burden to bear. Today, the people of this country do not have water. Instead of consequence management against Honorable Pemnima Judina, who does not have a clue what she's doing, you create another task team for water which is chaired by you because you do not have the courage to remove her. If you have the courage to remove her now so that you demonstrate that you've got the courage. You've got the premier. Your premier tells us he is inconvenienced and his solution is an elite, is to take a shower at hotels, while your citizens do not have that luxury of going to take a shower at the hotel. You did not reprimand him and demanded that he apologize unreservedly to the people of South Africa. When you assumed office, you claimed it will be a transparent presidency, then proceeded to seal CR17 documents of your own funding for your own presidential campaign. And then also your political party majority in parliament to block the investigation on Pala. Where is the transparency you are talking about? You said you're going to be an honest man who's going to be an open book, that your door will remain open. And today, your door will remain closed. You even put butler doors to make sure no one accesses you and the documents that are attributed to corruption. Let me reassure you, Mr. President, as long as the EFF is still alive and in this parliament, Pala will never die. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema.
Speaker.
The next speaker on my list is the Honorable Minister in the Presidency.
Speaker. Speaker.
Order, honorable members.
Speaker, is not a point of order, it's a point of procedure. I just want to put it to the House that President Jacob Zuma is in the House together with Deputy
Honorable
President.
member, I can't see who's speaking. I didn't give you permission to do that. Can you please follow the rules of the House? What are you rising on, honorable member?
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of procedure to tell the House that President Jacob Zuma is in the House together with Deputy President Tony Yengeni. Can it be acknowledged?
No, honorable member, please. Honorable members. Honorable member, there's no provision for me to agree with what you are saying. Please, let's proceed with the House, sitting of the House. Over to you, Minister.
Chair.
Madam Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Chair, on a point of order.
Yes, you may.
Yeah, House Chair, I think you need to go and read the rules correctly. Regardless about how you feel of former President Zuma, we acknowledge state presidents here in the House. He hasn't been impeached. Nothing has happened. When we opened this parliament,
Honorable members, I can't hear what the honorable member is saying.
Okay,
You're making noise. If you may repeat, please.
It's the sound system. I don't know with this. We had the same problem the last time. We are quite happy for the EFF to help with the sound, but let's park that for now. Honorable, you still can't hear me. Honorable Speaker, you need to go to your rules. Not Speaker, Honorable House Chair. You cannot say that there's no provisions to acknowledge a former state president. It's not true. Whether you like former President Zuma or not, whether he's part of your party, doesn't have membership, it's immaterial. He was once upon a time a state president. Do the right thing.
Honorable member.
You'll even acknowledge the clerk, the whole murderer who's roasting now in hell. But you can't acknowledge.
Honorable member, can you please allow me? I've made a ruling in that regard. Can we please proceed?
Which rules did you read? No. House Chair, which rule did you read to say that? Can you refer us to a rule that says you must not acknowledge a former state president?
Respect the ruling.
Which rule? But you can't rule just out of your head under House Chair.
Can you
can't just go on a whim here. This is not ANC NEC meeting. We are in Parliament. There's our rules here and there's procedures. You have acknowledged a murderer.
Point of order.
And you're not doing it. It's wrong.
Blah, blah, blah.
Honorable Minister in the Presidency, please continue with your speech.
Madam Speaker and the Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa and Deputy President Mashatile, honorable members. The 2026 State of the Nation address went beyond recounting our progress and future intentions. It challenged us to act, so we rise together that we must use strategies that have made us succeed in the past to fix what we must, if I must borrow your words, Mr. President. What made us succeed in the past is the ability of the President to mobilize business, labor, and civil society to contribute their expertise and their part, Honorable Malema, around a focused plan to resolve specific problems. This is the secret behind the success of the reform program driven through Operation Vulindlela, colloquially known as OV, since the 6th administration under the ANC. We cannot expropriate Operation Vulindlela. It is the ANC initiative. We must fix what we must, Mr. President, so you directed us. On the water crisis, the President elevated the coordination of the interventions to address the crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee that he will chair. The work has already commenced, Mr. President. The OV team and the Department of Water and Sanitation have started with the assessments towards a water action plan that should be ready by mid-March 2026. And a call for technical capacity as part of mobilizing resources and expertise to support municipalities in crisis is in the works. And that includes support to the municipality of Ekurhuleni because there is a water crisis in Ekurhuleni. The current draft water action plan is focused on addressing immediate crisis, propelling reforms in the water sector, and unlocking investments in the municipal water infrastructure. You have also directed us that we must act to strengthen the criminal justice system to fight organized crime. And to do that, Mr. President, you have directed that the State Security Agency re-vet members of the senior management structures of the SAPS and vet members of the Metro Police departments. We have commenced with work in this regard. To ensure progress, the SSA has indicated that they are going to prioritize the revetting of police officers and management implicated at the Madlanga Commission, and in the Metro departments, they will start at the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department. Engagements with SAPS on the revetting process have commenced to ensure full cooperation of affected members, and the revetting will also include officers due for promotion to the SAPS SMS structures. And to ensure their cooperation, we are, as the SSA, going to share the SAPS revetting plan with the National Commissioner of Police, the Minister of Police, and the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence by end of February 2026. Work underway to implement the Madlanga Commission findings is not an exception. We have not only been implementing the Zondo Commission's recommendations action plan, which was submitted to Parliament, but we have been reporting the progress to Parliament through SCOPA. In March 2026, we'll submit the third progress report to Parliament and the fourth no later than June 2026. And to date, 57% of the action plan has been implemented. You have also called us to action to streamline firearms licensing regulations, and the National Conventional Arms Control Committee will, in the month of March 2026, consider the firearms importation control regulations and consult with the Minister of Police in line with the Firearms Control Act for purposes of streamlining licensing, possession, and trading in firearms and ammunition, so that we remove firepower from the hands of criminals and strengthen the fight against organized crime. In 2024, we made regulations for coordination of national intelligence for the first time in the history of our country. And in 2025, we started the full coordination of national intelligence structures through NICOC to ensure the implementation of the national intelligence priorities to achieve national security, and we have moved to use technology. We secured the G20 South Africa through advanced technologies, including biometrics, AI, and analytics. And we are expanding the technology coverage towards the fight against organized crime. In terms of the 2019-2024 National Intelligence Priorities, which was released last year, national intelligence structures have identified illegal immigration as a threat to national security, and therefore this year will strengthen our support to Home Affairs to deal with illegal immigration, not only at the ports of entry, but also support the Department of Employment and Labor's inspectors to curb the employment of undocumented foreign nationals, also through the use of technology. And we are consolidating the gains of our development, Mr. President. But Honorable Malema will argue we have nothing to show for it. Maybe we need Economics 101, because I also saw Mr. Van Rooyen arguing the same. This morning, Statistics South Africa released the fourth quarterly labor force survey. Our economy has wind in the sails, Mr. President. Employment increased by 44,000 in the fourth quarter of 2025. The number of unemployed persons, listen to this, decreased by 172,000 to 7.8 million during the same quarter. Official unemployment rate decreased by 0.5 percentage point from 31.9% in the third quarter of 2025 to 31.4% in the fourth quarter of 2025. We are not yet there, but we are solidly on the way. The budget surplus, again on Economics 101, helps us to pay down existing debt. It lowers the debt, our debt servicing cost. Therefore, meaning we release the money to be available to fund infrastructure and also social programs that are important for the livelihoods of our people. And it also increases economic confidence. We are making progress in the turnaround of Transnet. Though you wish to say we have privatized, we have not privatized. We need to know our strength and say who can partner with us. There's nothing wrong with government partnering with South Africans to deliver for the best interests of South Africa. Minister Chrissy will elaborate on the details of the improvements in performance at Transnet. Again, you said there are no plans for the passenger rail, but you are in parliament, you are not in government. Those plans are plans that are in the executive, separation of power, sharp. But the passenger rail, again, is gaining momentum. We are taking on more commuters, reducing the cost of commute between home and work and from home to others using our own isitimela Sabantu. Again, Minister Chrissy will provide that. Mr. President, we commit to perform and deliver on the timelines you have set against us, and as the presidency, coordinate the work of government to make sure that we deliver and focus cabinet in that delivery. Because we are the daughters of Sophie de Bruyn, we are the granddaughters of the women of 1956 March, and in their footsteps, we are committed to serve the public purposefully and intentionally for the rise of South Africa, as you have called us to action. Rise, South Africa, rise.
Thank you very much, Minister Nchabeni. Honorable members, before I call upon the next speaker, I would like to take this opportunity and acknowledge the presence of the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Zuma. He's here with us today. Thank you very much, honorable members. You may take your seats. Order, honorable members. We are now proceeding to the next speaker. The next speaker on the list is Honorable the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Over to you, Minister.
Your Excellency, the President, the Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members and fellow South Africans, I speak today as the Minister of COGTA, a minister in the Government of National Unity, to which I and the IFP have pledged our full commitment. I speak also as the leader of the party with the long-standing values and principles that will not be compromised, for they offer South Africa what our country, our economy, and our people need, which is integrity, stability, and hope. I have said that the IFP entered the GNU with the aim of rebuilding South Africa, and I'm proud of the IFP's performance within the Government of National Unity. The successes outlined by the President during SONA stand as a testimony to the strength of a multi-party democracy in which diverse voices are truly represented. More especially, they point to intentional, sustained, sacrificial, hard work to keep the GNU stable. We do this for the sake of furthering our initial gains. Yes, our economy is finally growing, but it needs to grow faster. It needs to outpace the growing inequality in our society, the mounting social needs, and the bargaining unemployment that plagues us. South Africa has a potential workforce that is staggering in its sheer size. Indeed, the productive potential in our country is unique from a global perspective, but the potential to fail our people, to fail our youth, and to fail to achieve what we are capable of is a real and present danger. Honorable President, the social grant system is a crucial safety net for the vulnerable, but in fact it demands a fundamental redesign to genuinely assist those in need. Our parallel priority must be the empowerment of our citizens towards self-help and self-reliance. In the long term, this will create the fertile ground in which our economy may flourish. When everyone can stake a claim in South Africa's success and everyone is able to make their contribution. The women of 1956 showed extraordinary solidarity and courage in the face of injustice. Our women of 2026, unfortunately, face daily gender-based violence, femicide, and crime. The youth of 1976 displayed a compelling unity of purpose. Unfortunately, the youth of 2026 face unemployment and the enduring economic inaccessibility of higher education. Our women and youth do not stand alone. These crises are ours collectively, and collective action across all government spheres is required to solve these challenges. The vast dormant resource of unemployed graduates must be awakened through opportunity, not only through the Presidential Stimulus Fund, but also through the creation of a multiple of development and employment programs across all spheres of government and massive mobilization of the private sector. As Minister of Culture, I must emphasize, Your Excellency, the words that you indicated during the SONA on the centrality of fixing the many dysfunctional municipalities, a task which is being tackled and will be completed by 31 March 2026 through the review of both the white paper on local government and the municipal funding model, which will be a game changer to our local governance system. Deployment of officials will have to be on the basis of competency and professionalism, not political deployment. The white paper on local government review will place municipal governance on a sound footing, facilitate efficient cooperative governance, and harness the potential within the institution of traditional and cohesion leadership, creating genuine governance partnership with traditional and cohesion leadership. Your Excellency, the white paper on local government review will yield to great and progressive change if political parties, come elections of the local government, will deploy competent political leadership as mayors, deputy mayors, EXCO, speaker and MPIC chair, who will drive and become the agents of change and service delivery. The IFP commends the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee as a temporal measure to fix a much wider range of malaise of water crisis that has accumulated over decades. An emergency solution is necessary, and we believe this committee as a temporal measure will bring a great relief. But the long-term solution is building capacity in municipalities, ensuring that the competent leadership in municipality do maintenance timelessly on an ongoing basis, build more reservoirs, and deal with the multitude of water losses as a result of the infrastructure that is failing to perform because it was never attended timelessly. Honorable President, there is another leak that we must fix, and that is the leak of economic and social resources through unchecked illegal migration. The IFP classifies the pervasive presence of undocumented foreign nationals as a threat to state security. While we support...
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your time is up.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you very
Chairperson.
much. I now invite Honorable the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Chairperson of the NOCPV.
Chairperson, you see, already.
These are my fans, so leave them. Let me start.
It's NCOP. Let's do it together, Minister Gayton. NCOP.
Order, Honorable
Chairperson.
members. Order, Honorable
Chairperson,
members.
can you
we
respect-
allow the speaker on the podium to deliver his address?
The watch mustn't go, I've got lots to say.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Let me start by thanking the people of George. The people of George has voted in the past 3 weeks in 3 by-elections overwhelmingly for the fastest growing party, the Patriotic Alliance. Thank you. Without wasting time, Honorable President, the people that vote for the PA have sent me here to say thank you to you for listening when we said illegal foreigners are a problem. You, Mr. President, are an example to all our mayors across the country, to all the mayors of the different political parties, that you listen to your coalition partners. You are a president that is consultative and you're listening. That's why today we have 10,000 labor inspectors that's going to go around the country. That's why today any businessman hiring an illegal foreigner shall meet with the arm of the law. Most importantly, Mr. President, and very emotionally for our people, thank you for listening to our cries when we said, bring the army to our areas. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we would like you to add the Eastern Cape, because there more people die in the Eastern Cape than anywhere else. Mr. President, the GNU, these ones, they don't want the GNU. They don't want the DA, but they want the GNU. I can tell you we are very happy in the GNU. There's no space for you. We will see you in the next election maybe, but not now. Mr. President, there's a difference between reality and perception. The perception from our enemies is that the GNU is doing nothing. I stand here today to tell South Africa that indeed we have turned the corner. We had 10.5 million tourists flocking to our country. We had the highest matric pass rate ever in the government of national unity. The rand has stabilized and it is strong. Load shedding, Sputla, it's done, it's finished. There's no more load shedding. Now, I find it very ironic. Unlike Honorable Malema, they didn't mention my name, but he was talking about me. I'm going to mention your name. It is very ironic that you speak about the high crime rate while you have contributed yourselves to that crime rate through your conviction. From now on, when you say bandit, you must specify which bandit are you talking about, me or him. You must specify, you must be very clear. He's a convicted criminal. He's a bandit. Mr. President, in March...
Honorable Minister, can you please hold on? Honorable members, please let's not drown the speaker on the
That thing is a fact.
Please, honorable members, order.
Thank you,
You may proceed, honorable.
Order, Chairperson. Chairperson. Chairperson.
Huh?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the person on the podium is the Minister of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. It is not a thing. My reservation I have is the reference made to the Minister as that thing. They need to withdraw, Chairperson. That's not a thing. That is the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture and the President of the fastest growing party in South Africa. They need to withdraw.
Honorable Minister, please proceed.
In March, Honorable President, we have 54 of the world's top golfers coming to our shores. We have sold 75,000 tickets. South Africa is the premier destination for people that sees the GNU Yasebeta. Minister Mazodin, your only crime today, because you look so beautiful in red. Now we must hear how incompetent you are. Sugar, you look very nice and you are working very hard. Don't listen to people that don't know what's happening in government. I am a minister, I'm sitting in cabinet. You are a government in forever waiting and waiting and waiting. In conclusion, I want to say the GNU does not work because of a particular party. The GNU is working because all parties are working very nicely together. GNU ya sebetsa, re a qhubeka, re a kopile, di raha di sale, rona re a tseba mo re yang teng. The GNU is the best. We must ask real economists, not pop economists. Real economists will tell you, we have turned the corner. Ons het die hoek op die hoek gedraai. Ridiculous corner. President, your tie is very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The next speaker on the list is Honorable Mulder. Point of order. Yes, Honorable Member, Honorable Mulder, please take your seat. The Honorable Member, can I request that you speak a bit louder because I hardly hear a thing. There's echo from where I'm seated. It's very difficult to hear you. Please, that's what I'm requesting of you.
Thank you. Chair, I want to understand, is it parliamentary for a Minister of Sport to stand up and say absolutely nothing about the department he's leading, sports, arts and culture? Is it parliamentary? Is it allowed?
Honorable Member, that's a very subjective question you are asking and not related to the rules of the joint sitting. Can we proceed, Honorable Mulder?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable President, at your inauguration after the 2019 election, you said the following: "Yes, South Africa, to Mamina, send me. I pledge here today that I will serve you. I will work with you side by side to build South Africa that we all want and deserve." I respect you for that, and I know that you are still trying every day. Today I'm going to speak in my home language, Afrikaans. But out of respect for you, Mr. President, I provided you with a translated copy of my speech.
After that speech in 2019, there was a great expectation in South Africa, and it was believed that it would be a new beginning that would send South Africa in a positive direction, to tell everyone that was ready to stand with you, to Mamina, send us. But now, 7 years later, it's clear that things did not work out exactly that way. It was difficult Thursday evening to listen to the long list of problems that you mentioned, where you spoke of all of those new task teams. Not all of these problems happened coincidentally. No, it actually happened under the rule of the ANC party over the last 30 years. Irregardless of the task teams. We have reached a point where our country is completely grinding to a halt and stagnating, where it cannot be led ideologically into the policy directions that you've promised. Things like cadre deployment, black economic empowerment and affirmative action, that simply doesn't work. And I can just briefly address three other matters. Firstly, water supply. To have clean water is a basic human right. The crisis is so severe that you, as president, have to take control of it yourself. A water shortage didn't occur overnight. 30 years of maladministration, coupled with no maintenance of infrastructure, lies at the root of the problem. In most parts of the country, there's more than enough water, but the pipes are leaking and the pumps do not work. With cadre deployment officials that do not know how to get the things to work, the estimation calculation of Johannesburg is that 50% of water is lost due to leaking pipes. Secondly, foreign policy. There's no difference in the foreign policy that you have mentioned in this and the previous SONAs. My problem remains that it still remains the ANC's policy and not the policy of the GNU. During your speech, you were stiff-necked and defiant when addressing foreign affairs. You said, "We stand on our sovereignty and we will not be bullied." That's all good and fair. But your stubbornness and blindness to what is currently happening in the world is absolutely no excuse. With our foreign policy, it's currently causing South Africa enormous economic damage. You say that South Africa remains a clear and consistent voice for international law, for justice and for human rights. But that is just completely untrue. When Russia invaded Ukraine, South Africa conveniently forgot about international law. When Iran shot and killed thousands of its own citizens and sentences women like Zara Tabiri and Masha Amini to death, human rights apparently didn't matter. Not a single word of judgment from DIRCO or the GNU were uttered. Last Friday, the Minister of Women, Sindisizwe Chikunga, delivered a speech at the Iranian embassy to commemorate their revolution, but again did not say a single word about these human rights violations. This is not in a national interest, and the FF Plus strongly condemns it. Lastly, I want to also speak about the Afrikaner and the unresolved issues between us. Afrikaners and other minorities appreciate the efforts that you are making to solve South Africa's problems. We really do notice it. However, alone you will not succeed. The cabinet and all of your task teams will also not succeed. And also, not even the public service will succeed. It will be a major collaborative effort from everyone in South Africa, political leaders, civil society, and every South African in this country that needs to do this. Then only do we stand a chance. Here is my hand, Mr. President. Today, the Afrikaner and other minorities are extending a helping hand to you. We want to help, but it's not unconditional. We request equal treatment and recognition. It doesn't help if we say we will not be free as long as the people of Palestine and Western Sahara are not free. but with no consequence in your own country. An Afrikaner community does not even have the right to determine the language of instruction in their school. We are also not allowed to decide and determine shareholding in our own businesses and companies. That is not freedom. Today I have once again given you a copy of the Accord on Afrikaner Self-Determination. Afrikaner freedom and self-determination are unresolved issues that will not go away. Let us deal with it. In the past, the Freedom Front Plus has honored our agreements. Look at our history. But the ANC has not. That leads to Afrikaner anger and reaction. Two examples. The FF Plus honored our part in the agreement regarding the Northern Cape. After the election, the ANC blatantly violated it. This makes us angry and a serious breach of trust. The agreements reached concerning the Bella Act and expropriation without compensation were also violated. That makes Afrikaners draw their hands back. But let us look one another in the eye now and address these issues. We are willing, Mr. President. Thank you.
The next speaker on the speakers list is Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, President, members,
malunga ahloniphekile baholi bezomdabuko abakhona manene namanenekazi bantu bakithi eNingizimu Afrika ngimi ngaphambi kwenu somlomo ohloniphekile ngimele
isifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal esenzeka fika
presenting KwaZulu Natal, which is done very well with the grade 12 results in this country.
zonke izifundazwe eseNingizimu Afrika.
Out of everything that's happened in South Africa, but the province, it's a rural province.
It gives me great pleasure to participate in the 2026 SONA debate delivered during the significant month of February, a month that marks the release of former President Nelson Mandela and other political prisoners. This is also the month where we celebrate the birth and commemorating the passing of our founding president of the African National Congress, Dr. John Nangalibele Dube Umafukuzela Onjengelanga. Although he departed this earth many decades ago, we continue to draw inspiration from his philosophy and ideals rooted in education, economic self-reliance, and interracial harmony. It is therefore no coincidence that in pursuit of this vision, he established Ohlange Institute that promoted agriculture, industrial training, alongside academic learning. We must continue to draw lessons from his legacy as we confront the challenges of our time. You'll agree with me, Honorable Chairperson, that one of the pressing issues we face is water security and the decline of core services in our municipalities. Yet we stand today with renewed purpose and decisive action, which is being taken by the President to reverse this tragedy.
We take off our head for you regarding your SONA, which was relevant, and it showed that it demonstrated the country problems, the country issues, and the successes, and the journey we have gone through to develop people's life into a better life. It entails the economy, which is going to create jobs. It also is going to chase away hunger from the people of our country.
We welcome the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee, chaired by the President. This is not merely another structure. It is a clear demonstration of national resolve. By placing this committee under his direct leadership, the President sends a powerful message that water challenges demands agency, coordination, and unwavering oversight. This is leadership that rises to meet the moment. We further express our appreciation for the 156 billion investment committed to water and sanitation infrastructure
We may talk about our province. They're going to build a big dam, Stephen Dlamini Dam. They're going to build Low and Upper Mkomazi, which is going to ensure that the water issues are resolved. The water issues facing our people are going to be resolved, especially in the location in the urban areas.
Comes at a critical time as communities across the country faces severe water scarcity, aging infrastructure, and repeated service disruptions. This injection of resources is not only timely, it is essential to restoring dignity and protecting the fundamental right to water for every South African household. Honourable members, we must be honest about the challenges before us. The declining performance of water, electricity, and solid waste services in our municipalities undermines constitutional rights, restricts economic opportunity, and limits job creation. Our 8 metropolitan municipalities, where this challenge is severe, account for more than 2/3 of South Africa's economic activity. Their decline is not merely a municipal concern, it is a national risk. That is why the performance-based grant introduced by National Treasury is a game changer. It shifts us from the funding failure to rewarding performance. It incentivizes metros to reverse the deteriorating in electricity, water, wastewater, and solid waste services. It demands a new governance, culture built on accountability, capability, transparency, and measurable improvements. Honourable Chair, these reforms require that trading services be managed with professionalism and discipline, either a dedicated business unit utilities. These models are tried, tested, and proven locally and internationally to deliver efficient and reliable services. At the heart of these reforms lies a strong accountability that demands a single, empowered point of management accountability and organizational structure, consolidating all necessary functions, a clear service compact between the municipality and the service entity, full financial transparency, a credible funded business and investment plan. This moment calls on us to restore trust in public institutions by ensuring services work consistently, transparently, and sustainably. This is not merely technical reforms, it is a moral obligation. Honourable Chairperson, we acknowledge leadership demonstrated by eThekwini in advancing the district development model. Through the DDM, they've been able to streamline their planning and facilitated the establishment of one-stop shop for environment impact assessment and water use licenses approvals. Through the funding from Infrastructure South Africa, eThekwini municipality has been able to unlock critical infrastructure for major catalytic projects such as the 10 billion rands brickworks development in Avoca on the northern part of eThekwini and 15 billion rands eShongweni development in the outer west of eThekwini. These economic projects have injected economic growth and jobs and economic opportunities where they were created. It is important, Honourable Chairperson, to mention that along Entry Corridor, a bold vision is taking shape. The development of a new urban node connecting Durban and Pietermaritzburg. This corridor is becoming a spine of KwaZulu-Natal, the intention to establish a Midrand equivalent for the province, reflecting strategic foresights and anchoring logistics, industry, commercial development, and residential growth along one of the country's busiest transport routes. The Cato-Ridge dry port development is attracting significant investment and will ease pressure on the Port of Durban, improve freight efficiency, and strengthen export competitiveness. Major Sunrun upgrades to the N2 and N3 corridors, which together carry close to 300,000 vehicles daily, will further stimulate the economy of the province and create sustainable jobs and economic opportunities. This investment in infrastructure has significantly improved business confidence in eThekwini. The latest Business Confidence Index report from the University of KwaZulu-Natal indicates that Business Confidence Index rose from 52.12% in Q3 of 2025 to 63.38% in Q4 2025. A clear signal That reform and investment are restoring trust. Recently, the city of Durban has been ranked among the world's top destinations to visit time out worldwide. In its newly released list of best places to travel in 2026, Durban secured the 14th spot globally, cementing its status as a premier destination for tourism, leisure, and entertainment. Honorable Chairperson, no discussions of growth is complete without confronting the youth unemployment challenge. Therefore, every development agenda must place the youth employment as its core. Key interventions should include mandatory youth hiring quotas linked to catalytic projects, DDM youth economic zones focused on digital economy, logistics, green industries, and township manufacturing, youth work readiness programs tied to infrastructure grants, ensuring very rent spend build skills and vocational employment. This should be a collaborative effort between TVET's colleges as well as the private sector. This must prepare the youth to become creators of jobs, not the job seekers. A targeted youth public employment guarantee in high unemployment communities, youth must be involved in projects such as pothole patching, grass cutting, and road marking, and installation of solar panels. Honorable Chairperson, to achieve the SONA 2026 presidential directives, we must return to the Constitution. We must focus decisively on Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which governs public procurement. Section 217 is not a procedural clause, it is a transformative directive. It instructs that when the state contracts for goods and services, it must do so in a manner that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. But critically, it also empowers the state to advance persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. Honorable President, if we are serious tackling unemployment, inequality, and poverty, then we must unapologetically use Section 217 to place key provision of basic services, especially water, sanitation, infrastructure maintenance, in the hands of structured, accountable social enterprises. We strongly believe that basic services must be local economies. Every municipality procures plumbing services, waste collection, road maintenance, stormwater maintenance, and common facilities. These recurring services must be deliberately structured for youth, women, people with disability, military veterans, and community-based social enterprises. Allow me to state this categorically. Our economy cannot transform if we rely on a procurement system that was never designed to uplift the marginalized. Therefore, we must place social enterprises at the center of economic reforms because they are the most powerful engine of inclusive growth that we have as a country. Social enterprises turn procurement into empowerment. Every contract to social enterprise, a job created, a family supported, a community uplifted. Social enterprises reach communities the mainstream economy has ignored. Social enterprises do not just provide economic activity, they promote economic justice. They convert social problems into economic opportunities. Where others see obstacles, social enterprises see the potential. If we want to grow, the growth that is fair, inclusive, and sustainable, that we must invest in organizations whose mission is community benefit, not the few. Social enterprises offer transparency, measurable social impact, local economy, and also ensures that the localization is realized wherever our communities are. Honorable President, Your Excellency, the President spoke at length about the urgent need to stabilize and strengthen local government during the 2024 State of the Nation address. He directed the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Regional Affairs to lead a comprehensive review of the 1998 White Paper on local government. This review comes at a critical juncture for our democracy. We commend the people of South Africa who actively participated in the consultation process and made their meaningful contributions. Their voices will help us shape a new framework for municipalities that is responsive to the realities of today while remaining anchored in constitutional principles. We are confident that this review will address persistent shortcomings in governance, financial and management, service delivery, and will chart a path towards building an ideal municipality that is democratic, accountable, responsive, community needs, capable of delivering services, sustainable, a driver of inclusive social and economic development, committed to creating safe and healthy environment, encouraging of meaningful community accountability, clear in the assignment of roles and responsibilities of leadership and management. Equally important are the proposals under consideration to restore financial sustainability of municipalities. A review of the financial model for local government is being explored, and it must be accelerated. One that directly addresses the structural imbalance where expenditure continues outpaced revenue while service delivery declines. Without reform, this trajectory is unsustainable. The proposed trading services reforms hold particular promise by strengthening management of core revenue generation services such as water provision and others. Together, these reforms signal a decisive commitment to building a capable, ethical and developmental-oriented local government, institutions that are not only administratively functional, but are the engines of growth, dignity and opportunity to all. We are confident that reforms will also clearly define the role of traditional leaders as we go forward.
Honorable member, your time is expired. Honorable member, Mr. Trolley, Chairperson, you said that
Did you choose to align with autocratic, despotic regimes across the globe where might is the only fair, and in so doing you alienate our trade partners from the democratic free world? You are recklessly navigating the new world without a moral compass at our collective peril. Mr. President, you continue to pay lip service to stopping illegal immigration and illicit trade, which goes hand in hand. My colleague, Honourable Alan Beasley, bought cigarettes and alcohol within one block of this precinct at a fraction of the price of the regulated products. As long as politicians and political parties benefit from the situation, nothing will change. Despite the fact that these products, companies, compromises the health of South African citizens and destroy their access to employment, not to mention lost tax revenues. You said that corrupt criminals will face consequences, yet you yourself face no consequences for the illicit possession and foreign currency to the value of $580,000. What's more, you failed to report the theft of this contraband to the South African Police Services. The silence from your party and your GNU partners on this stinks of the worst kind of expediency. As for expediency, why are Deputy President, it's not my house, actually it is my house, Mashatile, Zweli Mkhize of Digital Vibes infamy, and Tembi Semelani of VBS notoriety not charged and prosecuted? Lifestyle audits, my foot. Even the MPA officials have refused lifestyle audits, and it's clear as to why they do that if you watch them at Langa Commission and Ad Hoc Committee on our TV screens daily. No, Mr. President, you cannot fictionalize your legacy. It isn't shaped by spin but by facts. You are right about your government and your bloated cabinet of ministers promoted above the Peter Principle, lurching from one crisis to another. Local government is a mess, and your stopgap intervention in Johannesburg before the G20 summit was like putting a plaster on a septic wound. The pus is oozing out again, and there's no water in the taps, despite the Vaal River system overflowing. This is a reflection of what your government has come to represent. Your MEC for Health says sleeping on a hospital floor is a preference. The Gauteng Premier, Antoinette Lusufi, says he too is inconvenienced by having to shower at hotels. This reflects a callous disdain for lived reality of South Africans. At last, you have intervened in the foot and mouth disease disaster. This 4-year-old outbreak has not been contained due to the systemic neglect and collapse of the ARC and Honest Report biological products that were once world-class facilities. The previous administration spent R500 million to build a World Organization of Animal Health recognized good manufacturing practice vaccine production facility. And we have nothing to show for it. The Minister of Agriculture is sitting on the investigative report, and those responsible for this disgrace are still at the forefront of controlling the disease. Mind-boggling. This state-controlled disease is out of control. Comprehensive vaccination is no one's inspirational decision or choice. It is a desperate last resort because the spread of the disease can no longer be contained. Take note that the Western Cape government, who've jumped the queue to get vaccines, are now also wanting to procure their own vaccines because they don't believe that the bureaucratic bungling of the responsible department and ministry will deliver them to them. If your disaster declaration is to be successful, it's not to ensure the control of animal movement and further destroy economic livelihoods in the sector. Your sole focus should be the urgent acquisition and delivery of enough affordable and effective vaccines, something that the department can't seem to do, and to facilitate the emergency vaccination of contaminated and uncontaminated herds. Vaccination of clean herds mitigates against devastating production loss and livestock mortality. Farmers and their cattle are literally dying for vaccines. Mongameli, boisakele.
The livestock is being damaged and its life.
10 years ago, a mine shaft collapsed at Lily Mine in Mpumalanga, swallowing 3 South African miners in a container. Previously, mine rescue teams were sent to Chile. We have rescued and retrieved illegal miners, Zama-ahs, dead and alive from the Stilfontein and the Buffelsfontein mine, at incalculable cost to the state. Yet you've left these 3 in that container. Yvonne Mnisi says, do not remember me only on anniversaries. Remember me every time you choose profit over people. Solomon Yerende says, I was left underground, but my family lives above ground. Their pain has never been relieved. Priti Nkambule says, I went to work to earn bread for my family. I did not know I was walking into my grave. 10 years later, my children have grown, but I have not come home. Your Minister Mantashe has promised repeatedly in this parliament by saying, Sizabakupa, Nizabakupanin. Yet, the parents of these deceased and neglected miners are still stuck in despair, and for the past 8 years have camped 1,000 meters from the mine entrance, watching Zama-ahs go to work at the mine, where the business rescue practitioner is stuck in a careless time warp of inaction. I, Aninangatalo, your government
You
has
don't
no
care.
Your time is up. Honorable Reverend K.R.J. Mishwe.
Madam Speaker, Mr. President, honorable members, yesterday's The Star newspaper had as its top story on the front page an article entitled, Public and Analysts Warn of Another SONA of Lies. It was subtitled, Critics noted that the President has a history of announcing initiatives that remain unimplemented. The article went on to say that the President's ambitious plans include economic growth, job creation, crime reduction, and service delivery. Mr. President, in short, they are saying implement your ambitious plans. While the ACDP and most South Africans are relieved that load shedding seems to have come to an end, we are nevertheless concerned that we now have water shedding. Pre-1994, many of us looked forward to the fail of apartheid, but did not foresee a new form of suffering that will be caused by poor service delivery and the destruction of our critical infrastructure. We thought that the ANC would be wise enough to retain and hire skilled engineers to maintain our water infrastructure that provided our major cities with clean water while expanding to other areas. We never imagined that people in cities such as Johannesburg, Sandton, Bedfordview, and Germiston would be drinking water that is dirty because of poorly maintained infrastructure. Speaker, in the 1980s, we had municipalities whose quality of tap water was rated above that of bottled water. Today, sadly, some of those municipalities no longer provide such quality of water. Among the Chapter 9 state institutions supporting constitutional democracy is the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities. The primary objectives of this commission are A, to promote respect for the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities, and B, to promote and develop peace, friendship, humanity, tolerance, and national unity among different communities. Mr. President, I want to submit to you that the CRL Commission has failed to promote respect or promote and develop peace and tolerance among different communities. They have instead gone to great lengths to attempt to regulate religion, something the ACDP totally rejects. In one of the interviews given by the CRL chairperson, she said, this thing called Christianity must be regulated. Well, she still has to answer why she said this thing. This is definitely unacceptable, and we want her to retract that and to be reprimanded. She also was recorded in another instance saying that anyone who says that God spoke to them must be taken to a psychiatric ward. This, again, was very, very insulting, because some of us, the Lord spoke to us, that's why we're here, but we do not qualify to go to any psychiatric ward. This, Mr. President, is offensive, and we expect the President to do something about that. She must be reminded, as they are making attempts to get rid of the charismatics, that Jesus said he will build his church and the gate of hell shall not prevail against them. The ACDP calls for her divisive utterances that undermine constitutional values and her fitness to serve as CRL Commission Chairperson to be investigated. We also call for an investigation into the process followed.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Honorable the Minister of Home Affairs. Can the service officers please help the Minister? IT, can you please sort it out?
Speaker.
Order. Yes, you can take a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. While they're busy with that, these plugs don't work. There's no power in here. Thanks.
Very much. I'll also try and ask them to deal with that. Honorable Skosana.
Ngiyathokoza Speaker. Lokhu kuyakutshela ukuthi iGNU iyahluleka Speaker. Sihlula into elula kangaka Speaker. Awu ndiphathisa inhloni.
Order, Honorable Member. This is the work that Parliament and Public Works were doing in terms of the dome, not government. Honorable Schreiber.
Next.
You can proceed. Order, honorable members, we can have a 5 minutes break while we are sorting out the communication system.
Oh, ta-da-da, ta-da-da. 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 Oh, ta-da-da, ta-da-da.
Capacity,
Oh, ta-da-da, ta-da-da. Oh, ta-da-da, ta-da-da. Ta-da-da, ta-da-da. Ta-da-da, ta-da-da.
Capacity,
Oh, ta-da-da, ta-da-da. Ta-da-da, ta-da-da.
I was.
One, two.
One, two. Podium mic, 1, 2, 1, 2. Two. We good, we good, we good, we good, we good. Good, we good.
One, two, 1, 2.
Order, honorable members. The break is now finished. We are back to resuming. Order, honorable members, can you please take your seats so that we can resume the debate? Order, honorable members, can you... Can members settle down? Honorable members, I will call you by your names so that you can sit down. Maybe you don't hear when I'm calling you as honorable members. Madala, you are also standing. Order, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Honorable Speaker, last year I stood at this podium and outlined the key priorities that the Home Affairs ecosystem would deliver during 2025. These were to build the first components of a digital identity system, conclude a new digital partnership model with the banking sector to expand access to smart ID and passport services, enable naturalized citizens and permanent residents to obtain smart IDs, and build an electronic travel authorization system that uses AI and machine learning to ensure efficient and secure processing of tourist visas. In 2025, Home Affairs not only delivered on each and every one of these pledges, we went far above and beyond. As a result of our reforms to the online verification service and other upgrades to internal systems, I can today announce that the turnaround times for smart ID and passport applications have been cut by an incredible 66.7%. This is what building a capable state looks like in practice. And this is why we issued a record 4 million smart IDs in 2025, a near doubling in efficiency compared to the previous annual average. Additionally, when the Constitutional Court affirmed in May 2025 that Home Affairs must reinstate the citizenship of South Africans who had been unconstitutionally deprived thereof, we turned a challenge into an opportunity. In the past, implementation of this judgment would have required affected people to stand in long queues and fill in mountains of paperwork. But we rejected the old way of doing things and instead enabled South Africans to verify and confirm the reinstatement of their citizenship online through facial recognition within just 1 hour. The technology we built for this portal is also a key component of the digital ID system that we are rolling out in 2026. If you want to get a taste of the future we call Home Affairs at Home, simply visit myhomeaffairsonline.dha.gov.za. Die dramatiese hervorming van binnelandse sake maak dit duidelik dat die DA ons ondernemings aan ons kiesers gestand doen en 'n reuse bydrae lewer om ons land vorentoe te neem deur die regering van nasionale eenheid. The track record we have built over the past 20 months is also the reason why I can proudly tell this House today, you ain't seen nothing yet. In 2026, the best is about to come for Home Affairs. Our showpiece reform this year is digital ID. With the core biometric technology already live for the citizenship portal, we now shift our focus to building the front-end user interface. Through digital ID, South Africans will not only be able to access the enabling documents on their mobile phone, but they will also be able to remotely verify their identities using secure facial recognition. Of course, Speaker, even in a digital world, there remains a need for greater access to secure physical documents, including the smart ID and passport. Within the next few weeks, we will launch the first set of bank branches offering these services through our new digital partnership model. Honourable members, this will mark the beginning of the end for long queues at Home Affairs. Under the new digital partnership, you will be able to walk into your local bank branch, including in rural and underserved areas, and apply for a smart ID in as little as 3 minutes. The Home Affairs digital revolution is also enhancing border security and immigration management. Following the successful launch of the ETA ahead of the G20 leaders meeting, the Border Management Authority, in collaboration with the South African Revenue Service, is currently expanding facial recognition cameras to all international airports and major land ports. Once this is complete, we will scale up the ETA to eliminate visa fraud, ensure that biometrics are recorded for every foreigner who enters South Africa, and enable legitimate tourists and travelers to obtain visa outcomes digitally within 24 hours. At the same time, the preparatory work for the public-private partnership to physically rebuild the 6 busiest land ports of entry is nearing completion, with an announcement to follow shortly. Speaker, these reforms, coupled with the President's announcement of more labour inspectors and greater funding for border management, as well as the proposals contained in the draft white paper on citizenship, immigration and refugee protection, lays the foundation for major progress against illegal immigration and illicit trade this year. Honourable Speaker, through focused delivery on these priorities in 2026, the digital-first, modern and efficient Home Affairs we are building is fast becoming unrecognizable from the problems that people had before. This is the DA difference that we proudly contribute by working together in the GNU. And in 2026, the best is about to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable the Premier of Northwest.
Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, honorable members, and South Africans. Honorable Speaker, the year 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of June 16 Students' Uprising. As we mark this important milestone, we do so cognizant of the sacrifices made by students and the youth leaders of this generation. Their enduring resilience in the face of adversity continues to inspire us to be of great service to our nation and her people. They are part of a political infrastructure which inflamed a trajectory which led to the country's democratic breakthrough in 1994, culminating in the adoption of the Constitution in 1996. It is their sweat and blood which nourished the creation of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous state. Honorable Speaker, we have gathered here today to yet again commit to our ongoing efforts of building a capable state. One that is characterized by the will of the people and is able to prioritize their needs and find solutions to their challenges. Honorable members, many of our people still bear the burden of past injustices. The promises of our hard-fought democracy remain etched in their hearts and minds. Therefore, our participation in this debate is not merely about catchphrases and how eloquent we sound to say public opinion. As a province, we are hard at work to turn the tide against a lightening of socio-economic challenges afflicting our developmental trajectory. The upward trajectory in audit outcome speaks to the systems we have put in place to ensure that we put emphasis on ethical leadership. And as such, 8 out of 10 departments received clean audit and unqualified outcomes in the last audit cycle. This stability has trickled down to the departments such as health, as it continues to lead the pack in the drug-resistant TB management in the country with a success rate of between 84 and 86%. These efforts have also been bolstered by the allocation of additional 200 million rand for the employment of nurses, doctors, specialists, as well as procurement of new ambulances. Furthermore, the NSC result of 2025, which currently sits at 88.9, the fourth highest in the country after affluent provinces, is consistent with our efforts of infrastructure development in our distressed communities. There's equally improvement in the overall outcome of these results in our rural and farming communities. And as a consequence, we have managed to reduce the learner performance gap between disadvantaged schools with Resource 1. And as a matter of fact, 54% of bachelor passes in our province were recorded in no-fee schools. Honorable members, we are at heart like fixing local government. We are working hand in hand with the national government, and we have brought stability to the local municipality of Ditsobota following the introduction of the National Cabinet representatives. We have descended into the Matosani local municipality with a view to strengthen existing intervention measures to improve the situation. On a very positive note, the Ramotsirumila local municipality this Friday will be signing a memorandum of cooperation with Infrastructure South Africa under the auspices of Adopt a Municipality initiative. This will see the municipality benefiting from various infrastructure projects that are aimed at expediting provision of services to the residents. This municipality has ticked all the right boxes in the form of improved audit outcomes as well as honoring payments to third parties. We have recently, as a province, convened what is called local government Kota Kote under the theme, every municipality must work. This is part of the ongoing commitment by the provincial government to ensure that all municipalities are functional, responsive and accountable to the people they serve. Honorable members, there are encouraging signs of recovery after the province recorded 42,000 new jobs in the third quarter of 25-26. In the fourth quarter, it registered 36,000 additional jobs. This is a reduction of unemployment by 3.1%. Our efforts, members, of creating additional 12,000 jobs are gaining traction as we seek to implement the Budala Special Economic Zone, which will be anchored on investment commitment amounting to 12 billion rand. We envision the SEZ license in the next financial year. In giving impetus to this bold pronouncement, we will be signing a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure this Friday to resuscitate the Pilanesberg Airport. We will be collaborating and working with Infrastructure South Africa. And once fully operational, the airport will serve as a strategic access point to Sun City, Pilanesberg National Park, as well as a special economic zone, thus creating various economic opportunities for our locals. This economic drive is further amplified by the implementation of 4 critical roads projects at Matibeng, Moses Kotane, Taung local municipalities, and they will serve as strategic corridor routes between the provinces of Gauteng and the Northern Cape. We have set aside a budget of 980 million rands this financial year so that we are able to create employment and sustain our jobs. The Department of Public Works and Roads additionally has been allocated another 256 million, which includes around 150 million in the form of disaster relief fund to address repairs of roads and bridges that were damaged during the floods last year. Moreover, the construction of 2,900 housing units across the 4 districts of our province is well underway. We have resolved to utilize 80% of the budget to complete all blocked housing projects in the province. To date, 70% of those projects have been completed. Just last year, we have handed over 300,000 housing units to residents of Ching Extension 19 in Ventersdorp in JB Max. We have resuscitated the operation of Bulela Metsi. Several water projects in the province are in various states, in Dinokana, in Tabane, in Ibelecheng, in Ikacheng, Lonely Park, Joburg, Ellerton, and Kanana. All these projects are at different completion periods. Honorable members, plans are already in motion for the commercialization of rural and communal farms at Springbok in the Zobota local municipality. Over 100 farmers across 23 villages will benefit from this 40 million rand initiative in the Ngaka district. The Provincial Disaster Management Center has been activated to assist farmers and help them to arrest the spread of the foot and mouth disease in the province. We have put measures in place for farmers to adhere to the dictates of the protocols for the movement of cattle as a means to avoid and curb this new infection. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, the Nigerian author and novelist Ben Okri averts, and I quote, "Where there is perfection, there is no story to tell," unquote. We have never claimed to be perfect, but will be true to the cause of reversing all the injustices meted on our people over 300 years of colonial apartheid rule. Let's build communities together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order. I'll now ask Honorable Acting Minister of Police to take the podium.
A long way. Madam Speaker, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President Mashatile, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of all parties. My condolences to Reverend Jesse Jackson's family.
Order, Minister, if you can take your seat. Yes, Honorable Mauta.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I mean, can we be respected? Everybody's been addressing us there, has been standing. Now this one is addressing us seated. This is unfair.
Honorable Mauta.
No.
Order.
It's wrong.
Order, Honorable Mauta. That's not a point of order. I do think we need to respect one another because nobody chooses the height that he or she has. Honorable Minister, you can continue. You are standing, we can see you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Those comments really don't offend me, Honorable Member. They're much more a reflection on you. My condolences to Reverend Jesse Jackson's family, principled friend of the people of South Africa and our struggle for freedom. I also wish the government and the people of China a happy New Year. With respect to the fight against corruption, violent crime, and organized crime, including gang violence and illegal mining, the President's SONA address on the 12th of February was, in my opinion, the most significant in the last decade. The President's speech recognized that the well-being and security of our people must be the core priority on which inclusive economic growth and the proper functioning of our democratic institutions is dependent. He set out a clear vision for the coming decades, as well as detailed action plans that must be implemented if we are to achieve our objectives. I confirm that the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service and the Chief of our Army met yesterday to finalize the deployment plan, which will begin in the next 10 days. And by the direction of the President, I can confirm that the deployment will include the Eastern Cape. Mr. President, this decision is appreciated in communities across our country, from Umtata in the Eastern Cape to Filipi and Kalicha in the Western Cape to Gauteng
Order, Honourable
to
Minister.
Regenbach.
Order, Honourable Minister, if you can take your seats. Honourable Brady, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Will the Minister be prepared to take the question?
Minister, will you be prepared to take a
I will
question?
continue with my speech. It's a maiden speech, Honourable Member. I don't
Thank
need
you.
to remind you of
Proceed,
the rules.
Minister.
I was saying, Honourable President, before the interruption, that this is a decision appreciated across communities that I have visited, including Reicha Park in Westbury. We have agreed that the method of deployment should learn from past experiences in our own country as well as elsewhere, respect the respective mandates of the South African Police Service and the SANDF, as well as the Constitution, having regard to the imperative obligation to restore calm and stop the killings. In addition, I have asked the National Commissioner to take further steps to strengthen the anti-gang units and to deploy specialized units of the South African Police Service, on which I'm expecting a report in the next 2 weeks. It's also going to be critical in this period to implement steps to strengthen the capabilities that are required for intelligence-driven approaches to dismantle the networks behind organized crime. Multidisciplinary task teams, including the National Prosecuting Authority, under the able leadership of its newly appointed advocate, Mutibi, skilled and experienced detectives, the Special Investigations Unit and the South African Revenue Service will be targeting the leadership, finances, firearms, and logistics of these criminal cartels. I will be setting up a multi-stakeholder organized crime advisory council, which will be overseeing the implementation of this comprehensive and integrated strategy to combat organized crime. It will rely on open source information and analysis to support the monitoring and oversight responsibility of the ministry. We also have to implement an all-government approach to the fight against crime, including organized crime, as provided for in the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy. This is a critical intervention because crime also has socio-economic roots. The social cluster departments of government, including provincial and local government, have a critical role to play to improve safety and security of our people across the country. The provincial governments of the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal, most affected by gang violence and various forms of organized crime, including extortion and illegal mining, have an important role to play in ensuring that service delivery and the development needs of our most affected communities are attended to. We cannot fight gang violence and criminality by relying on law enforcement alone. Young people in these communities need opportunity and the prospect of a meaningful and dignified future. In this regard, I'm in full agreement with the Cape Crisis Coalition that has emerged in response to the gang violence in the Western Cape, an organization with which I'm in constant contact. The levels of gender-based violence, rape, and femicide in our country is unconscionable. Therefore, the classification of this as a government disaster by the President has provided us with the impetus to tackle this issue with renewed vigor. In my visits to communities in many parts of the country, particularly in the Eastern Cape, I have been shaken to the core by the kind of violence in our families, in the most intimate spaces, between husbands and wives, adults and children. I have therefore asked the Deputy Minister of Police, Dr. Bushello, to lead a process supported by the Civilian Secretariat to make an assessment of the gaps in the current response of the South African Police Service and to propose remedies. Our approach will include expanding and strengthening the family violence and child protection units in the South African Police Service to improve docket quality, DNA evidence, and victim support at police stations. It will also require working with the Departments of Social Development, Health and Justice to ensure the provision of shelters, psychosocial support, and survivor-centered services. Fighting crime and improving safety also requires an all-of-society approach. At the inauguration of our democracy, there was a strong commitment to community policing. It appears to me that this project has lost some direction and impetus, and that a renewed effort has to be made to involve communities across the country through community policing forums, patroller programs, and neighborhood watches. We do not have to impose a one-size-fits-all approach. Let me say, however, that I'm particularly interested in the role that an expanded, incentivized patroller program can play in supporting communities in the fight against crime. One option for funding to be sourced by provincial governments from the Presidential Employment Stimulus or the EPWP program. I see this program also as having social benefits because it has the potential to provide additional income support to families in distress.
Minister, your time is up. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister of Defense.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Honorable President,
Speaker.
and Deputy President.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Sorry. Order, Deputy Minister, can you take your seat?
I just wanted
Thank
to
you.
check.
Honorable Malima.
I wanted to check if it's parliamentary because when the minister was choking, I asked Honorable Mantashi to give him water. He said we must give him wine.
Order, honorable member. I think both of you were involved in what is unparliamentary. Thank you. There is the water there, which is available in this house. Honorable Deputy Minister of Defense.
Madam Speaker, Honorable President and Deputy President, honorable members of this House, Mamalala. The government of national unity will not be judged by the promises tabled during the opening of Parliament, but by whether that skeletal plan is implemented with urgency, discipline, and measurable results. The SONA emphasized economic recovery and energy stability, but sustainable growth also depends on protecting our environment and critical infrastructure from vandalism, illegal mining, and sabotage that damage ecosystems and investor confidence. We are strengthening enforcement, deploying coordinated security, but sustainable growth also depends on protecting our environment and critical infrastructure from vandalism, illegal mining, and sabotage that damage ecosystem. I repeated that deliberately. We are strengthening and force deploying coordinated security and accelerating prosecutions because environmental protection, stability, and growth are inseparable. The GNU further recognizes that development cannot flourish without security. We therefore welcome the deployment of the SANDF in support of SAPS in crime epicenters such as the Cape Flats, Western Cape in general, as well as Eastern Cape, and now the issues related to the mining as well. In line with the orders issued by the Commander-in-Chief, President Ramaphosa, I confirm that the Department of Defense is seized with operational requirements to support stabilization interventions in consultation with the security cluster.
Let me assure you, Honorable Mandashe, that these thieves, their time is over for these thieves.
Law enforcement agencies.
You must allow the law enforcement agencies to do their work. Those who are doing protection fee, they even close down clinics in Khayelitsha. Their time is over. We're going to deal with them decisively.
The honeymoon is over. Corruption and maladministration have not merely touched the state, they have engulfed it, reaching even into our law enforcement agencies. The rod did not spare the Department of Defense either. That is why we acknowledge the President's decision to sign the proclamation authorizing the SIU to investigate these matters and more. Accountability cannot be selective. It must be decisive and it must reach everywhere. At a briefing to the Portfolio Committee and Joint Standing Committee on Defense, the SIU, the military police, and Hawks assured us that we have recovered over 1.6 billion linked to corruption and mismanagement within the Department of Defense. This is just a start of restoring the image.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Okay.
Just like that, just like that.
Time is up. Honorable SSCB.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable President, when we spoke last year before you proclaimed the Madlanga Commission, I said two things. The first was that it was the right decision to ventilate such matters in public and under oath, especially with a highly capable team led by Justice Madlanga. Nearly every day, South Africans get to know who is undermining our public institutions and the rule of law and making all of us less safe. In that way, they can put pressure on you and all of us to make sure that these people are held accountable. In this respect, I want to commend you for responding to what is in the hearts of every South African, that the senior ranks of law enforcement must be revetted and cleaned up. South Africans are not only angry, but afraid to report crime, because they do not trust those who have taken an oath to protect them. The process of vetting must be adequately resourced and urgently done. This leads me to the second thing I mentioned last year, which is that South Africans want you, Mr. President, to cane someone on the streets, proverbially that is. They want to see people in court and then in orange overalls as quickly as possible. They want to see wrongdoers fired. I urge you to be unrelenting in pushing the relevant ministers and the National Police Commissioner to complete this task as soon as possible and keep Parliament appraised. What we have heard being revealed at the Commission amounts to treason, and we must be harsh and unforgiving in dealing with it. These people have to learn that at the end of a treasonous journey lies great punishment. For the South African people have waited too long for a safe country to be undermined by greedy people who have no care for society. I also noted that you dealt with the issue of local government. Mr. President, I want to encourage you to use more blunt language. Local government is a very weak link in the economic recovery chain. The level of mismanagement, misallocation of funds, and corruption in municipalities undermines nearly everything that is being done at national level to drive economic recovery. key underperforming municipalities must be placed under administration. Why? Because every business that employs people is in a municipality, and the failure to deliver basic services continues to strangle investment. Lord knows how many investors are thinking twice about investing either in the city of Johannesburg and other cities where there are water problems. Of course, this man-made crisis needed decisive action a long time ago, and given how little time we have to avert the bigger crisis, a more decisive intervention is needed. Lastly, effective deployment of the budget needs us to take hard political choices and decisions. Only about 4% of the health budget goes to capital expenditure and about 3% to education. This formula is unsustainable, yet resources are limited. That means we must pick our battles and prioritize. Therefore, the composition of expenditure is the next frontier of the things we must tackle. And I challenge my fellow honorable members in Parliament to push the Finance Minister in that direction. To govern is to choose. We must choose where to direct our limited resources. We must choose between what is urgent now and what must wait until later. Because if we lack the courage to prioritize, we guarantee that nothing of substance will get done. And thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mamabula.
Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, His Excellency the President, the Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Premiers, traditional and courtesan leaders, honorable members, councillors, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. On behalf of the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, whose apology I'm pleased to convey, please receive our sincere greetings. We congratulate His Excellency the President on the State of the Nation address well delivered. We believe that the address was delivered so well that it reverberates and echoes in the hearts and minds of the people of our country. Well done, Mr. President. We appreciate the manner in which you correctly remind us of our past and militant struggles waged by women and youth. We also appreciate that you invited and paid tribute to the contribution of Mama Sophie Dubrain, who is a resident of our province. Indeed, Mr. President, the clause in our country's constitution, united in our diversity, is a product of various struggles waged by different generations. Our task is to sustain national unity in diversity. Honorable members, Gauteng Province welcome the SONA. In particular, we appreciate the strategic thrust that resonates across the speech, that the three spheres of government working together, led by the President, the Premiers, the Mayors, with the people, and we believe that this profound principle constitutes a decisive turning point and certainly a new normal in how government across the three spheres of government and organ of the state should work in a coordinated, integrated, and cooperative manner. Honorable members of Gauteng Province, we hold a strong view that the President has put before us, namely the three spheres of government working together, and that this should be seen or treated not as isolated fragments, as one intervention here or one there, but this should be understood as inaugurating a unity of purpose for the renewal of intergovernmental relations to deliver a better life for all, to grow the economy and to improve the quality of life of our people. We say this because the persisting and stubborn legacy of colonialism of a special type was a nationally coordinated project. National oppression and exploitation of people across the depth and breadth of our country.
Honorable Mamabula, if you can take a seat. Honorable Reddy, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to know if it's parliamentary for a full minister to take his biltong, eat in front of us, and then tell the country there's no poverty. Is that allowed in the House? Thank you.
Order, Honorable Reddy. I will once again ask my camera people to show Honorable Reddy who are missing you. The camera hasn't seen you today, but I take the point. And this is the point for all of us as honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable Mabul. We can proceed, and if you can just move a little bit away from the mic. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We say this because the persisting and stubborn legacy of colonialism of a special type was a nationally coordinated project. National oppression and exploitation of people across the length and breadth of our country. That is why it continues to reproduce poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We cannot address this legacy through fragmentation, blame shifting, pointing fingers, and working past one another. We need national unity of purpose. This is how, as a province, we understand what the President has put before us. It is precisely through working together as national, provincial, and local government that Gauteng successfully hosted the G20 World Leader Summit last year. Honorable members, as Karl Marx taught us, philosophers interpret the world differently. However, the point is to change it. Honorable members are definitely within their right to interpret the SONA as differently as they wish. However, we do not have the luxury of diverse interpretations only. We need unity of purpose, as outlined by the President, to work together to change the lives of the people. Honorable Speaker, if we do not adopt this new normal as put forward by the President, we run the risk of what Karl Marx would have advised us, open quote, easy come, easy go, close quote. In other words, we must not, in any other way, do anything except what the President has advised us to do. Let me give some few examples to demonstrate why, as a province, we believe that the President has inaugurated a new strategic line for the rest of us, for the country, and why we need to rally behind that. Now, let's take the issue of water security. We want to say, President, we welcome the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee, which will be chaired by the President. Already, we have seen the President send ministers and deputy ministers of water and sanitation and culture to attend to the water challenges in our province. We are pleased to announce that there has been significant improvement in stabilizing the water network. We are attending to a number of required interventions, such as increasing water storage capacity in municipalities, reducing non-revenue water, responding promptly to water leakages, replacing old water pipes, and improving the delivery of water infrastructure projects. We also welcome the provision of financial resources to address water infrastructure backlogs. Honorable members, alone as a province, we will never be able to achieve this. I would like to thank Honorable Matodina, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, for excellent leadership and guidance. I would like to thank the Minister, thank you very much for good work well done. On fighting crime and lawlessness, Mr. President, we welcome a decisive announcement on the deployment of members of the South African National Defence Force to assist in the fight against illegal mining. We are confident that this effort will strengthen our fight against crime and gender-based violence and femicide. In addition, we recognize the support and we say thank you, Mr. President, for the support we received working with the ministers towards resolving the problem affecting our traffic wardens. We are very much pleased, President, that the traffic wardens are now formally recognized and designated as peace officers. We are very clear that working alone, Mr. President, we will never have achieved this, and would like to thank you. Let's take the economy and creating jobs. You have clearly and correctly set open codes. All our actions now are driven by the need for rapid and inclusive economic growth to create more jobs and better quality of life, close quotes. You further indicated that Cabinet has adopted and approved a comprehensive implementation plan to drive growth and inclusion. As the economic hub of this country, we can say, without any shadow of doubt, President, to achieve the objectives of the plan, we need to work together as the three spheres of government. No single sphere can grow the economy, create jobs, particularly fight youth unemployment, on its own. We do need to work together. For that, we thank you, President. Let's take health and NHI. We welcome the fact that you visited Dr. George Mukari Hospital and further welcome your approach at working with various public and private financing institutions to finance the building and revitalization of care facilities. This will certainly enhance our readiness for national health insurance. Even on this, we need to work together to realize the objectives of NHI. On energy, we welcome what you said, Mr. President. You correctly said open codes. We will work in each province to address transformer overloading, illegal connections, equipment failure, with the objective of eradicating load reduction by next year close codes. While the province has been doing some work in this area, but once more, President, to achieve these objectives, the three spheres of government should work together because our national operation was nationally coordinated. We need to work together to resolve it. On issues related to infrastructure, we applaud what you say, President, and you have said, open code. Infrastructure is much more than investment in brick and mortar, concrete and steel. It is an investment in jobs, productivity and growth, close quotes. We do need better coordination across the three spheres of government to deliver infrastructure. No single sphere working alone can realize
Thank you,
it.
Honourable
It is for this
Your time
reason
has
that we
expired.
welcome the President. We call on the House to accept, welcome and endorse the SONA.
Honourable
Thank
Member,
you
your
very
time
much.
has
Well done.
expired. I now invite the Honourable Maimane.
Fellow South Africans, Bagaitsu Dumelang. Mr. President and Deputy President, on Thursday last week you delivered a state of two nations. There is a nation whereupon which South Africans are enjoying reduced interest rates, they're enjoying a stronger currency, they welcome the removal from grey listing. For them, the lights stay on, and ultimately for others, they enjoy blue light brigades and police for safety. In all fairness, Mr. President, there are more police in this precinct today than there are in Nyanga and Gugulethu, where I was last week. Except, Mr. President, there is another South Africa that we need to talk about. It's the one the Statistician General puts at 50% below the upper poverty line. This is where the 12.4 million South Africans are unemployed. This is where they're not feeling relief from the words from last week Thursday. They waited patiently, Mr. President, to hear you speak about the completion of the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. It has not been done. You spoke about the woman who marched, but I bet you every woman in South Africa waited to hear about the 16 sexual offences courts which were said to be established in this financial year. They've heard nothing. So, Mr. President, I want to commit to you. We are here to build one South Africa, and I want to work with you to ensure that all South Africans enjoy the true freedoms that you speak about. So when we speak about your speech, we must divide it into three areas: the good, the bad, and the ugly. Here's the good, Mr. President. I celebrate that we are off the grey listing list. I celebrate the fact that this has been ratified by the EU. I celebrate that Africa is the pathway. This is a good thing. On the bad, Mr. President, you spoke about many promises of things to come. Yet in truth, none of them were costed. Here are some costs that you need to count. The SAPs will cost us 435 million rand if we are to increase them. A single unrest scheme is 950 million rand. A commission of inquiry is another 1 billion rand. If you're looking at an army deployment for 6 months, that's 147 million rands. So, Mr. President, if you want to send the army to the Cape Flats, 64 million rands. If you want to deploy illegal mining, it's 140 million rands. If you want to expand COVID grants, that's 35 billion rands. So, Mr. President, where's the money coming from?
Where is the money coming from, Mr.
On the
President?
ugly bits, Mr. President, it may be unpopular to say so, honorable members, but we can send the army as a short-term measure. It will not reduce the 64 murders that take place every single day in this country. So, honorable members, here's what we need to do. If we're serious about the work that we've got to do, Mr. President, I want to ask you, when you respond on Thursday, maybe let's appoint a new ambassador to the US. Secondly, Mr. President, whilst I congratulate the class that just finished matric, but we cannot have them pass at 30%. Let's improve our skilling culture so that more of our young people can pass. If we're serious, Mr. President, let's cut the security that goes to deputy ministers and put them to the Minister of Police so that we have more police in the townships. Mr. President, please promise the people of this country that you will not tax them more to fund your promises. If you commit to those things, I will be the first one to support your plan and ensure that corrupt politicians end up in jail and we build one South Africa that works for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now invite the Honourable Zungula.
Progressives, Ndianibulisa.
Christian Progressive Caucus.
People need a leader. They can confidently say, the president hears our cries and is on our side. They want a leader that sympathizes with them. A leader that will not gaslight or chastise them when they are expressing their views on what affects them. You believe in the private sector to address our problems. Hence, last week, you mentioned private-public partnerships more than 8 times. When citizens turn to their own activism because the state is clearly failing them, the answer is not to label them vigilantes, but to fix the problem that gave rise to it. We have had 8 years as president of this country. In that 8 years, the rich have become richer, poor, poorer. Even the economy you say is growing is not creating jobs at the rate required. Instead, companies are closing. When over 1 million young people apply for 5,000 SERP vacancies, it is a crisis that should be declared a national disaster. The reality is over 40 million people in the country are living below 3,000 rands a month, yet the food basket price is 5,300. In your 8 years as president, Black people have been displaced from the entry-level sectors of the economy and jobs. Black people have resorted to taking their own lives to escape their daily suffering. It is black children that are dying in pit toilets from eating snacks from spazas and have to walk over 20 kilometers just to get to school. Black people in Randfontein are refugees in their own country, fleeing illegal miners that are enabled by porous borders and weak immigration controls. Black students do not have accommodation in CPUT and NMMU, and the state unleashes the police and private security on them. Black businesses receive a tiny share of government spending, are made to pay bribes for their invoices to be paid, and to receive funding from the PIC. If they don't pay bribes, they are blacklisted. A black nation of Amatlobi is still not recognized. Yet historically, they are one of the oldest nations in the country. Inkosi are sidelined in the land their forefathers fought for. It was in Ngonyama Langalibalele, Chief Auchumato, Inkosi Jongumsobomvu Maqoma, who were among the first political prisoners in Robben Island for resisting colonization. Yet the institution of monarchs is undermined by the current government. It is a travesty of justice for a party that was formed by Amakosi, treats Amakosi like second-class citizens. We have to ask this, Mr. President, why is it so difficult for you as the ANC to advance the interests of black people? We are the majority and native to this land, yet black people are the ones who suffer the most in this country. What hurts people the most is that it is the black government that has failed them, even with basic services such as water, electricity, and safety. So last week, Mr. President, when you are saying we are strong as a country, you are definitely not referring to black people, rather to your white private sector. As the ANC, you hate black people. Hence, you chose to govern with parties that are against BEE and affirmative action. Parties that openly practice apartheid in Cape Town and are pushing for Cape independence. Fellow South Africans, we must rescue the country from the failures of this GNU. In these coming elections, we must vote them out. Mr. President, in Palapala, you are still going to account for Palapala. Thank you.
The Honourable Premier of the Eastern Cape. Honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, order. Members of the ANC and members on this side. Honourable members, well, it is against the rules to boo someone. It is unparliamentary, and I request you to refrain from doing that. Honourable Premier, please proceed.
It's Premier of Malnutrition, Deputy Speaker, just a correction.
Please
Premier
proceed. Thank you very much,
of Malnutrition.
Deputy Speaker, greetings to the Honourable President, Deputy President, the Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Premiers, and Acting Premiers, Honourable Members. Please don't be obsessed about me. As public representatives entrusted with the historic responsibility of advancing a better life for all, we do not gather in this august house merely to debate policy, but also to reflect on whether our collective actions are improving the lived realities of the people of South Africa. From the rural hinterlands, small towns and industrial corridors of the Eastern Cape comes a clear message. When we invest in people, infrastructure and security, development becomes visible, hope becomes tangible. We are rolling out, Honourable President, the massive work in our province of building the state-of-the-art schools and healthcare centers in our rural areas. We are connecting our people to service centers by revitalizing their village towns through our multi-million investment on small town revitalization program. We are steadily restoring dignity of our people as enshrined in the Bill of Rights. It is on this basis, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that we support the State of the Nation's address as a program of action to deepen opportunity, restore confidence, and advance the promise of our democracy. Honourable members, we welcome the President's announcement that the South African National Defence Force will be deployed in all areas where they are needed most. We want to see that, Mr. President, in our northern areas. We want to see that, Mr. President, phaya emampondomiseni.
To see that happening there in Mampondomiseni, people are busy ravaging us. Even there in Bata, the people of Eastern Cape, Honorable President, want police visibility. We are doing a great job that is being done by NIU and RTT. There are those who are complaining, but I'm telling you, Honorable President, things are going well in Umtata because of your intervention. It is showing that a great job is being done in the Eastern Cape. That province is led by ANC. And we are not going to govern Eastern Cape. We are behaving like this on our left side.
Honourable Premier, please take your seat. Honourable Member who has now raised your hand, could you please indicate the point of order that you are rising on?
Can a member take a question on his master's degree and SIU progress?
Honourable, no, that is not how it works. Honourable Premier, do you want to take a question?
No, not now. When I'm done, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The Premier does not want to, so please proceed.
Yeah, Papa, Zero.
That's not parliamentary. Withdraw, please.
Honourable Premier.
Honourable Premier. Our right to say. The Speaker is right.
Honourable Premier.
Please don't be obsessed with me, please.
Honourable Premier, please take your seat.
The Premier is correct.
Honourable members, and I'm including the Honourable Premier here. Any comments have to be made through the Speaker. Do not engage with the members directly. And the rules are for everyone. Honourable SONA, Premier, please take your seat. There's a point of order. What precisely is your point of order?
Ngiyathokoza mgcinihlalo iphakamisa la ngokuthi okhulumako ngaphambili uPremier akahoxise igama lokuthi honorable member ohloniphekileko uyaphala. It's unparliamentary.
Speaker. Speaker. Upapa nyani.
Indeed, that honorable member what?
The Premier did not name anybody. Who tell law? Whose law?
Honourable members, please switch off your microphones. I have not recognised any of you. There's no one on the floor now besides the presiding officer. Honourable member, I am again cautioning everyone, including the Premier, please remain from making comments directed at the members. Honourable members, the Premier said that the Honourable Member is to forward. Honourable members, I will then consult the Hansard and come back with a ruling. We will now proceed. Honourable members, that is my ruling. Honourable Premier, please proceed. Please proceed.
This is not the Eastern Cape. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the Eastern Cape Rural Development. The rural development is both an economic necessity and moral imperative. Infrastructure investments, roads, bridges, water and connectivity are improving access to markets, reducing travel time for learners and patients, and unlocking economic activity in historical marginalized communities. Every road built narrows the distance between poverty and opportunity. Rural infrastructure is therefore not only about mobility, it is about dignity and inclusion. Work we are doing, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is in partnership with SONA, has turned our province into a construction site. We are doing a massive road infrastructure because we believe on what Chinese are saying, if you want to be rich, build roads. Further and further, the improvement on our logistics network We are also working hard, Honorable Deputy Speaker, on ensuring that Bishop Airport is going to be a cargo international hub. We are also attending to the huge backlog of our rural gravel roads network, and surely more support is needed there. Madam Speaker, the Eastern Cape remains the cornerstone of South Africa's manufacturing capability, with the automotive sector anchoring industrial stability and sustaining thousands of jobs. We must continue to support investment retention, supply chain resilience, and speedy conclusion of key reforms to ensure policy certainty and competitiveness, while confronting the challenge of increasing imports finished goods. Localization, Honorable Speaker, remains essential if we are to deepen industrialization and expand employment. Eastern Cape is now feeling the experience of catastrophic effects of 30% US tariff imposition on the auto sector. But as resilient people, we shall overcome this imperialist attack. We are working hard, Honorable Speaker, on diversifying our economy. Over and above the renewable energy program, Green Shoots, we want an aggressive approach on oil and gas, particularly the shale gas exploration that is currently underway in Karoo. So we will be launching that program now in March. We are calling on an urgent implementation, Mr. President, of all the delayed catalytic projects that have been pronounced here in this House in the previous SONAs, like Ukuvuselela project, which we think that is key to connect Eastern Cape to Gauteng, our economic hub. Our LNG, investment in our terminal construction post to create more capacity and performance of our best performing SZs in the country, the Koha SZ and East London IDZ. Eastern Cape alone won't be able to reverse this challenge of historic and deliberate systemic economic exclusion of that part of the country. We need more focus and concerted effort with a more collaborative arrangement with all spheres of government. Complementing this, Mr. President, we are also working very hard with the agricultural institutions to ensure that we are actually using agriculture as an alternative in diversifying our economy. Our Department of Agriculture is working hard on that. We are also rolling up our sleeves in ensuring that we are confronting the FMT challenge. The commercial farmers in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Speaker, have been demanding from me that government must relax the regulations around this. They would want to procure the vaccine because government has delayed so much, and our fear is that this thing now is rolling out, is actually spreading like wildfire. The progress that we are making in government, in stabilizing government in our province, Honorable Speaker, now in our province, all government departments in our province are unqualified. Many of them are clean audit government departments. That includes our education and health, who are now on unqualified after so many years. We are stabilizing our province, we are focused on our province, and we are making sure that we're turning the tide around the corner. Madam Speaker, national progress continues to make a measurable difference in our province, strengthening services and social cohesion. We welcome emphasis on strengthening frontline human capacity through social workers and agricultural extension officers. In the province, this is complemented by the employment of over 800 early childhood development teachers alongside the recruitment of doctors and other medical professionals. These investments ensure that the developmental stage is felt where it matters most, in homes, clinics, and classrooms. Honorable members, our response to malnutrition continues through targeted programs supporting children and vulnerable households. We are not going to bury our heads in the sand when we are confronting this challenging problem. Our government is investing, putting more than 35 billion for child support grant and SRD for our elderly people. Our challenge is that we need to strengthen the law. Those who are making children and leave them in the Eastern Cape and go away with grants, they must know that they are breaking the law. And then the law must follow them wherever they are. We are also responding decisively to this challenge of FMT, as I said, Mr. President. We also wish to take this time to honor the late Bishop Bolan, whose life embodied compassion, humility, and service to humanity. Honorable members, it is also said saddens me to report to you the passing of the late, our late veteran, ANC veteran, who distinguished herself during times of our struggle for liberation, Umama Deborah Gomos, whose lifelong commitment to the struggle leaves an enduring legacy of courage and community upliftment. Honorable members, the Eastern Cape progress is inseparable from the national trajectory. When national policy succeeds, our municipalities experience tangible improvement in opportunity, services, and hope. Our task now is to deepen implementation, strengthen accountability, and accelerate delivery so that progress is measured in everyday lives. Nation building is a collective responsibility, not a responsibility of howlers. From rural heartland to the industrial centers, we are building infrastructure, strengthening industries, as I've indicated. Let us, therefore, leave this debate with a renewed resolve to act with agency, protect the vulnerable, and unlock the full potential of our nation. Because the true measure of our work will not be the debates we hold in this house, but the dignity that we bring to our people. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fake Diploma.
Honourable members. Honourable members, business will now be suspended for 15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended.
We need the thing to fast it. We need it slow. Amen.
Should we have this one here? Should we even have this here?
Yeah, we need that is.
Yeah, I saw it now, from here.
Yes, see,
And
that's
so it moved this part.
Oh, see. So we need this in between the.
What do we want to do? Keep tight.
I'm looking for actually duct tape. Let's just go find duct tape, then I can put the tape in it.
we need something to put underneath.
I don't know if you put cable ties.
That was the point.
See. One.
This is really good.
Move this, the whole unit was moving.
See. See.
Thank
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Please be seated. Honourable members, we shall now resume the debate on the President's State of the Nation address. I now invite the Honourable Stofile.
Deputy Speaker, President welizwe lakwethu emhlabahlangene, Sekela Mongameli, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chair of the NCOP, the Executive Leadership in the Cabinet, the Premiers of our province, the Chair of the House, and honorable members and different political leadership that is in this House, we greet you in this afternoon. On behalf of organized local government, in the contribution towards the State of the Nation address that has been made by the President of the Republic, which has dealt with the number of issues that our nation is pursuing and the work that lies ahead, we express our gratitude to the President for dedicating a significant portion of his address to local government, particularly in light of the considerable challenges faced by this sphere in serving our people. For citizens, government is always perceived in a manner and a way in which every day they experience governance weaknesses and the development thereof. It is perceived in a tap that flows or runs dry, a light that remains or extinguished, refuse removal that is collected or left to decay, and road that enables safe movement or hinder livelihoods. Local government is where democracy becomes tangible and where dignity is either upheld and deferred. We share the President's concern that this is not merely a municipal program. When the services fail, citizens experience a failure of the state. This year, as we all remember and be reminded by the President, we are completing 30th anniversary of our Constitution and the establishment of developmental local government, which position municipalities at the core of transformation. And it is the same year that we are celebrating the establishment of SALCO, and Malachi as the founder president and other leaders that have built at this organization. That promise remains valid, but it must be renewed through practical reforms, capable institutions, and sustainable funding. At the center of this conversation is the fiscal reality. Municipalities bear critical responsibilities, yet frequently lack sufficient support, rendering cooperative governance an unfunded obligation. Municipalities are expected to generate approximately 9% of their revenue internally, despite sluggish economic conditions and limited affordability in many communities. Local government is accountable for approximately 46% of the 100% constitutional assigned to different spheres of government. Yet municipalities receive only 9.5% of the total government budget. This discrepancy is unsustainable and directly undermines reliable service delivery. And this, President, is betrayed by the SALGA research that we have conducted when we are putting this matter on the table. SALGA research highlights a cumulative funding gap of about 1.5 to 1.8 trillion rand, a current annual shortfall of approximately 150 billion. Municipalities are owed, and they are owing in that process. Because, President, one thing that we have not done properly in our engagement is that we, together in South Africa, when we are struggling for the country to be free, we encourage the citizens not to pay. And we have never engaged the citizen back that it is about time to pay, because if you don't pay a municipal service, you are collapsing the government. If the state expects municipality to deliver, then the state, business, and society must also honor their payment obligations. And the rules must be applied consistently. Hence, integrated enforcement is essential, where, for instance, President, which we are suggesting, that, for instance, it can't be proper in a country united such as South Africa. Banks were told that they are collecting 100%. SARS is collecting 100%, and municipal space is not collecting, but we are operating in South Africa. It means there is something that we need to do differently. That includes that when a vehicle hits in a municipal pole, a poor mayor must go and steal money in the budget somewhere, and that money cannot be recovered anywhere to fix the pole that is not even budgeted. This is the issue that probably we need to look at. As SALGA, we express our appreciation, President, for endorsing the review of the white paper, and we have been asking this for a very, very long time. Looking into your previous State of the Nation address and looking into the recent one, you gave an update, and we are really appreciative of that fact. This process is crucial, as it must address a key constraint facing municipalities at large. The current funding model of Formula, President, it is a matter that it needs to be relooked. The existing funding model is misaligned with the responsibilities of local government, limiting municipality capacity to deliver reliable services and undermining cooperative governance in practice. And the critical question here, President, is as we look into the freedom that we've achieved over the last 8 years, the question that we must answer or ponder around, how much does it cost to address or redress the imbalances of the past, of the spatial planning that we have acquired? It is important for us to look at that as we look and have engagement with regarding of the funding model of the municipalities. SALGA therefore advocates for comprehensive review that prevents performance regression, strengthens accountability, improves financial sustainability and revenue management, and mitigates the destabilizing effects. And in this process, President, we are requesting the political parties, you leaders, requesting the political parties to play their role. It's political parties that take councillors to council. There is something that is missing in the between. What is that something? And I think it's a matter that probably we need to talk about, address it as we deal with that issue, so that we avoid the governance failures. SALGA welcomes the President's prioritization of water as a national issue and the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee. Let us explain why we are appreciating this. Which, in the state of the nation, you said, we are going to tell. We support the coordinated deployment of experts and resources because water security is inseparable from public health, local economies, and social stability. Importantly, this approach, President, gives practical meaning and effect to Section 154 of the Constitution, that the national and provincial government must support local government. And in this way, we are driving that support committed into addressing the challenges, which obligates national and provincial government to do that, to manage their affairs, municipalities, in exercising their powers and perform their functions. Municipalities are struggling, President, to manage water and electricity costs that are rising above the consumer price index, compounded by aging infrastructure, increasing bulk tariff services, backlogs, climate shocks, and inconsistent support conditions that elevate the risk of systemic failures. And you can see this, President, when we did the planning of local government in South Africa, the population was standing at about 18 million. The population today is about 64 million, with an unaccounted people that have visited the country. They are using the infrastructure. And the infrastructure, therefore, is bound to collapse because it consumes more than what it was planned for. While maintenance is crucial, the growing disparity between municipal tariffs and bulk charges is leading to unfunded shortfalls that council cannot sustain indefinitely. Financial pressures can swiftly escalate into a community crisis. For instance, President, the metro of Ekurhuleni around Gauteng adjusted the electricity tariffs, including fixed charges, in response to public backlash as the public were pushing back that. While the city of Cape Town, where we are, they have tried the same. Following the introduction of the new tariffs.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Litchfield Shabalala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recognize His Excellency Malala and the MKP leadership remover. Mr. Ramaphosa, there is a fundamental difference between diagnostic analysis and symptomatic analysis. There is no difference between SONA and
somebody who's sick, they go to the doctor then diagnoses him so that they can be results.
What you gave us last week is based on symptomatic things Osbona in South Africa. Because if you had diagnosed,
you have known. The analysts are telling you, academic analysts.
Of 2018 until now, the lost decade. And the reason why
the reason why they call it the lost decade.
The lost decade, the economy only managed to grow by 0.7% annually. Meaning the economy was growing lower than the population. So in the last decade that you produced, South Africans have become more poorer. National unemployment has chronically refused to go below 30%. Youth unemployment is sitting at 46%. Now listen to this one, and I'm sure you won't howl on this one. Your last decade has produced 2.8 million chronically food insecure South Africans. It has produced 3.6 million food insecure South Africans. These are not numbers. these are people who phone the way they're
They only call them a Dutwa. If you speak to them, they say, yeah, we last ate on Wednesday. You find it's Friday the day. There's nobody there.
There's no leadership.
There's no leadership. The people you are leading, that's why they can say I go and shower in a hotel when I don't have water. What is this? The minister can come here and say how many tourists have come to South Africa. We don't care about that. We want to know if you and your children partners, how many Africans.
Somewhere else. Bagagi, Bhutan, Eswatini. How many formally marginalized people can visit Eswatini? That is why your Minister of Defense to deploy defense force.
He doesn't tell which defense force you are going to deploy. They don't have workwear, they don't have boots, they don't have uniform, they have to buy, they lack equipment. The Navy ships are parked in Chinatown because we don't have soldiers.
Based on symptoms.
You are telling us things based on symptoms. The analysts have said this. They said they are going to deploy the defense force. You see, one day you must look into your eyes and tell you, you are a complete failure. You are a complete failure. Go. You need to go. Go now. Because the local government elections, you are going to raise your hands. Something will happen. We are going to kick you out. We are going to vote you out. We are going to kick you out. This 126 million and this 4.6 unemployed does not even want to see you. We are going to bring them together to us. You see, if you want to see how the lack of leadership under SONA
is described as the worst performing economy. There is deindustrialization in key sectors of manufacturing. But then again, if you diagnosed, you would have known that the neoliberalism that we are following will lead to forced deindustrialization. Take
over Mkondo. There's nobody there. Take over Mkondo because there's confusion here. Take over Mkondo because. Take over Mkondo. The platform is yours.
The Honourable Sharif.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. President, you stood before this House and the nation and paid tribute to the brave women of 1956. You reminded us of their resilience, courage, and sacrifice in shaping our country. You invoked the image of struggle heroes marching to the Union buildings with 100,000 signatures to the doorstep of a Prime Minister who, in your words, did not dare to meet them. Your portrayal of the women of 1956 reveals a stark parallel. The courage that drove their protest still mirrors the battles women fight today. 70 years later, the struggle has changed, but not its urgency. It is an injustice that decades later, women again stand at your doorstep demanding action. In 2018, the total shutdown movement led us to the Union buildings, demanding an end to gender-based violence and femicide. In 2019, we filled the streets outside Parliament. In 2021, I submitted a petition on behalf of Post Office to Parliament, calling for the creation of a National Council on GBVF. In 2023, I stood before you at the City Hall and warned that declaring GBVF a pandemic without ring-fenced budgets, proper implementation, and support for frontline workers is misleading. Yet, here we are again. In April 2025, Women for Change led us to gather at the Union buildings carrying a casket filled with 1 million signatures drawing strength from the women of 1956, but again, you did not dare to meet us. On 21 November 2025, only after mounting pressure and on the eve of the G20, you classified GBVF a national disaster. Yet at SONA, only 6 sentences out of around 1 hour and 43 minutes address a crisis that devastates lives daily. You missed the opportunity to outline government's response to the classification of GBVF as a national disaster. While policy progress matters, South African women do not experience GBVF as a policy issue alone. It is a constant threat to their survival. Honourable members, Tutuzela care centres are intended as one-stop facilities to support survivors and strengthen prosecutions. Yet many face funding gaps, staffing shortages, weak coordination and limited accountability. DNA evidence remains backlogged, with approximately 140,000 samples outstanding in 2025. When evidence sits unprocessed, justice is delayed. Eliminating the backlog through expanded forensic capacity and effective public-private partnership is essential. But justice responses alone is not enough. Ending GBVF requires action across government and society, prioritizing prevention, early intervention, and survivor support. The Department of Social Development is central to this effort through shelters, psychosocial services, and prevention programs. Yet capacity shortages, budget pressures, and systematic failures limit its reach. Social workers carry excessive caseloads, and shelter access remains uneven. We must audit shelters, police stations, and survivor services, publish the findings, and ensure that protection systems work where they are needed the most. Mr. President, at your reply on Thursday, women of this country expect clear plans to address the DNA backlog, resourcing of TCCs, lack of social workers, lack of training of frontline workers on mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse, lack of transparent GBV crime data, and resourcing of the NSP and National GBVF Council. No more excuses. Mr. President, you cannot honor the women in history while failing them in the present. Like those brave women 70 years ago, we stand before you again and say, we shall not rest until we have won for our children their fundamental rights of freedom, justice, and security. A nation that cannot protect its women cannot claim to be free. A nation that does not prosecute perpetrators cannot claim to be just. And a nation where 15 women are killed and 117 women report rape every day cannot claim to be secure. I thank you.
Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable President and the Deputy President, Honorable Members. We participate in this debate on the President's 2026 State of the Nation Address at a moment when our primary task is clear. It is to accelerate growth, to build our country's productive capacity and create jobs at scale. The President has called for faster and more inclusive growth driven by higher investment, increased infrastructure expenditure, trade expansion, and a broadly capable developmental state. Naturally, industrial policy is central to this program. It is through continuing industrialization that we will expand production, promote innovation, deepen localization, transform ownership, and create sustainable employment. This is the core of the ANC's economic program and the 10-point plan to reignite growth and employment. Honorable Speaker, the debate on economic growth must be anchored on the objective realities of our economy, not impressions. The President's 2026 State of the Nation Address spoke about an improving but not perfect economic environment. That improvement is not a coincidence. It is visible in the data and is being driven by deliberate structural interventions to stabilize the macroeconomy, restore credibility, and defend productive capacity. South Africa has now recorded a 4th consecutive quarter of economic expansion. The latest growth forecast projects South Africa's economy to grow
at between 1.3 and 1.6% in the near term, with growth expected to strengthen as improvements in energy, logistics, increased infrastructure expenditure, and new investments take effect. This is the sign of an economy that is regaining momentum beneath global headwinds. Inflation has also eased materially. The South African Reserve Bank revised its forecast for headline inflation to 3.3% for 2025 and 3.5% for 2026, and noted progress in inflation expectations towards the 3% goal. The shift to a 3% point target with a 1% tolerance band lowers inflation expectations. The lowered inflation expectations are helpful when they begin to lower the cost of borrowing, which is an instrumental condition for higher fixed investment and industrial expansion. Interest rates have begun to fall for households, and the cost of government debt is also falling. South Africa's exit from the FATF grey list on 24 October 2025 removed a material reputational and transaction cost penalty from the economy. This has helped us with the first sovereign ratings upgrade improvement in around 2 decades. Externally, the trade numbers also show resilience. South African exports have improved in 2025 despite the volatile global trading environment. The South African Revenue Services recorded a trade surplus of 21.8 billion rands in September 2025, with exports of 186.4 billion rands and imports of only 164.6 billion. Now, these are not abstract indicators. They reflect the regained capacity of the economy to earn, produce, and export. Overall, the data shows resilience even amid global shocks. Now, this data matters because it proves that when we fix network constraints in port performance, in logistics coordination, expanding market access, South African producers can expand exports even with global conditions that are volatile. This is why we say the corner is being turned, not because we simply folded our arms and wished it to, but because we have been working to stabilize fundamentals in ways that create space for growth. Now, of course, we are quite clear. Stability is not the destination. It is the platform on which we want to anchor our growth agenda. We know that to reduce unemployment meaningfully, we must lift growth to at least 3% and beyond, because below that threshold, the economy does not produce new firms at scale, and the labor market does not absorb new entrants at scale. Honorable Speaker, the global trading system is being reshaped by protectionism, unilateral measures, and supply chain competition. In that environment, South Africa's trade posture must be both defensive and expansionary. We are actively defending existing market access that sustains jobs, while diversifying into new markets and building regional value chains. Firstly, on the African continent, the data shows both progress and unrealized potential in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Trade map data indicates that South Africa's exports to AfCFTA implementing countries was at 32.75 billion rand in 2024 and 28.19 billion in 2025 up to the end of September. Yet preferential utilization under the AfCFTA remains low. SARS data shows that from January 2024 to October 2025, South Africa's exports under AfCFTA preferences into non-SADC implementing countries were about 2.2 billion rands, with imports at 1.58 billion, yielding an AfCFTA utilization rate of 3.85%. Now, Africa is already a major market, but we are still at the early stages of using the AfCFTA preferences to scale industrial exports into new markets. The AfCFTA currently provides new market access in 13 non-SADC countries on 90% tariff coverage, while negotiations continue to finalize the remaining 10%. Our task is to drive up the utilization firm by firm, product by product, so that the AfCFTA becomes not only a trade agreement, but a platform wherein South African manufactured goods reach all corners of the continent. Honorable Speaker, we are pushing new market openings and defending existing ones. Our trade strategy is not set on announcements. It is action-oriented to defend, diversify, and industrialize through trade. Just a week ago, Minister Tau returned from China. We have an early harvest with China that is envisaged in the recently signed framework agreement of expanding duty-free access and building new export corridors for South African products into a growing market of 1.5 billion people, whilst attracting Chinese industrial technology firms into South Africa. The Southern African Customs Union negotiations with India are progressing towards a preferential trade agreement that will open access into a market of more than 1.4 billion people and attract Indian manufacturers into South Africa. Trade engagements with Gulf economies are unlocking new investment and market opportunities in agro-processing, green hydrogen, and advanced manufacturing. The renewal of AGOA, even for a limited period, provides important relief for exporters and is a positive signal for continued strategic engagement with the United States. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this moment to pay tribute to Reverend Jesse Jackson, the legendary civil rights leader of the United States who passed away today peacefully at the age of 84. Reverend Jesse Jackson was a lifelong friend and dependable ally of the people of South Africa and ANC. Reverend Jackson tirelessly championed our cause of freedom during apartheid, and up to his last day, he continued to champion the truth about democratic South Africa against hostile political opinion in America. I thank you.
Thank you. And I call upon the next speaker, the Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NSOP. Greetings to the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Comrade Julius Malema, officers, fighters, and the ground forces of the dejected masses of our country. It's nice to be in the construction site of the GNU called Dome.
We are sitting in the tent. That's what the South Africans need to know. The tent you never see.
Honorable Chairperson of the NSOP,
people of Mthatha in KSD, President, when they were listening to your speech last week, they lost hope because ever since they have been in floods, they are affected by floods. They were put in press hall. Today they are still there in the hall. There is no change. You have forgotten about the people that we put there. You came, President, and you said you came to them and you are coming with money. They say come back and give them answers of when will they live in the halls. The people in commands in Mpumalanga, the people in Shakuma, Tulamela, they are saying that they are waiting because ever since they were affected by floods in 2025, to date, they are still waiting. There is nothing happening. So that do not look at the floods that happened in December. Think of them because they are still waiting for their houses. They can't live with their kids. They are in home. But President, there are kids who are graduates that we meet who are doctors. They are sitting at home, not working with their certificates. They are gathering dust. There is no hope. They are asking you politely that majority of them, you said them in China, they need replacement, they need work so that they can assist the government. The hospital, the hospital on weekends is only one daughter that works. The CEO of the hospital also assists, because there is a shortage and there is people who are not given jobs. We are saying, President, as the South Africans, we've been here. Your tales, the tales must come to an end, work must be done. People want service delivery. Tales that people of Mthatha who were affected by floods 10 years ago, they are waiting for you to take them out so that they can get houses and live with their people. There is no person who can live in Mthatha for more than 20 years without the MC who has been crying in the bottom comment, telling about the people that you have forgotten about in Mthatha. You told that about the story where you told that there is a child who's called Tinswale who will get freedom. Namhlanje oTinswale are sitting with their civils, they are not working. Today they are hungry at home. Today they are sitting with hope, they have lost hope, they in and out of rehab, killed by drugs. If you are going to send people and forget about people who are going to school,
who end up using drugs while you are there, you need to stand
The
up.
President also told us the story of the billion dollars that we are going to invest in the infrastructure, establishing yet another national crisis committee. Yet he never spoke about abantu abalinde amanzi.
For the people who are waiting for water, where there are no water, who should they get water? They have not given us the plan what they need to do, those who are affected in Gauteng. They've been without water for over 7 days. You have not told the 75-year-old mother who wants to drink the application. We are here today because they sent us, the South Africa sent us. We are not sent by, we did not send ourselves. What they are saying to me is that stop giving promises. They need action
The Department
now.
of Water and Sanitation is being placed under a special focus in 2025. Yet again, in 2026, kukho i-national emergency crisis yamanzi. Kodwa last year unanisixelela uba kuneplan eniyenzayo.
Lunya kupeleke, you told us
Ukuba umama upheli madodina akwazi ukusebenza,
she must leave and go back to step.
iimpompo zethu
The taps are high, people do not have water. The things that we are going is when we are going around the street is the sewer, it's in the street, children are playing with dirty water. We're saying, President, focus on fixing the municipality, because our municipality admitted that under
and siyavumelana nawe Mongameli.
we agree, President, that our mosquitoes are not working. The thing that you are doing, President, always coming with this section, taking people who have failed in being MC and taking people who have failed to their responsibility and make them administrative. It's not helping us. Check on people who are capable to do the work.
Namasipala for the highest municipality in South Africa, okusoleka une 8 administrators since the dawn of democracy. Till today, in the service delivery ezekayo.
There is nothing that is happening. There is all a problem with administration. We need you to look at these things. You cannot do Section 139 with people that you know yourself that have failed. Madwa can testify on this because they also have the same municipalities where third parties are not being paid. People are struggling. The third parties are not being paid. They pension without getting their money. And Fulani municipality, they also have the same challenge. From 2018, they were under Section 139. Why are we having such situation in our nation? Let's go to Machabeni and Mangawunge, Mafubenia, and Masiloya and Komasi, where you said you were going to have a system of administrator where there is no political interference. Last week we went to Komasi municipality where the administrator hid the report. He didn't want to issue it. The administrator said we are waiting for Ward 11 and Gomaransi. We got 283 houses that are affected by disaster. After the report was rejected as the committee, we got that disaster report.
It was also Ward 5 of Mpumalanga and Ward 17 iward ezithile report bebengafuni
Reports whose reports were not submitted. The fake that you like so much, they are quiet because they have 10 manners. They are just sitting, they are not working, just like the Deputy Minister of Water. We don't even know what they are doing. He's just eating with all that bigger stomach. Our municipalities are having such a challenge. You need to make sure things are happening. We need to create committees that are going to deal with our problems, but the task force is not going to help us. President, appoint competent people, appoint people in the committees who are credible, who will give services to people who know when there is a problem with the pipe. They will have the plumber to fix that. If the electricity is not working, they know what to fix in terms of electricity so that people can work. Many committees are not going to help us because our people are starving. Maybe that you are losing power in 2026. So what you are working for with these many communities, you want to control municipalities. That is not going to happen.
As you wish.
We are not going to steal. We are going to do oversight and accountability. Thank you.
And I call upon the Honourable Minister, the Premier of the Free State. All honourable members, please take your seats so that we can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, His Excellencies, Dr. Matamela, Ramaphosa, and Dr. Paul Mashatile, members of Parliament, premiers. Uthi ngiqale ndikulungise member uSizimandisa.
First of all, I'm happy that you can recognize our president. I'm happy for that.
You know some of these issues that we are raising today about municipalities in the Free State. Main contributors,
problem that we have today, people cross the floor, they are there, that's where the problem is. They were messing because they knew that they are leaving. We are going to remind them, who knows who they are. Others are there, others are there. I don't think that I don't know. What I know is that they messed up and ran away.
We ask today, President, to express our support for the State of the Nation address delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa, which we regard as profoundly people-centered address that spoke to the collective aspirations, dignity, and rights of our people. On behalf of the people of the province, the President, we also wish to extend our sincere gratitude to you for attending the Men's GBVF Summit held in Bloemfontein last year. This event brought together over 5,000 men from all walks of life across the province. Your attendance, Honourable President, underscored the commitment of our government to ferociously confront gender-based violence and femicide. The moments in the life of any nation when it must pause and ask itself a simple but profound question, and I quote, are we building a future worthy of our children, close quote. It is to this question that this SONA debate is directed. Honourable Speaker, the ANC-led government resolved that ECD must be moved from social development to basic education to achieve an integrated education system. Since the migration of the ECD function from social development, the province has refurbished and provided maintenance to 62 ECD centers throughout the province, with 13 completed in the current financial year. The province further managed to complete construction of one fully functional state-of-the-art Lido Kushe ECD Center in Botshabelo Mangaung, with a second center currently in construction in Zason, Karib district. Through the Barnapil mass registration drive and awareness campaign, 222 new ECD centers were formally registered, bringing the total number of centers to 1,642 to date. This gave access to 97,540 children. Since the beginning of the 7th administration, 4 new schools have been successfully completed in the province, namely Dr. Tate Mahwe Primary School, Dr. Selo Primary, Maleboho, and Tolo. In the same breath, 7 new public ordinary schools and 3 technical secondary schools are being constructed in various towns in the province to address the shortage of schools caused by rapid urbanization and population growth, as well as accommodating technical vocational stream. In addition, we completed 2 modern facilities, hostel facilities in Bloemfontein and Karibdam, expanding access to quality education for learners from undeserved communities. These are not mere structures of brick and mortar. They are theaters of social transformation. Honorable President, your administration has prioritized access to quality education for all learners. We have repurposed underutilized schools by offering multiple learning pathways leading to general education certificate, technical occupational certificate for learners with mild intellectual disability. In 2024-25 financial year, 2 schools were successfully repurposed and learners were admitted in different skills subjects, one in Mangaung and other one in Ijolipisa. Furthermore, 3 hostels for learners with special education needs are currently at different stages of construction in Johannesburg, Karib district, the Boning in Velkom, the Jolipuza district, and Witumelo in Tabanchu. Siyakuba, President. In the current academic year, 2 additional schools are earmarked for repurposing in Tabofutsanyan and First Ledabi. On a later note, to my colleague in KZN, Deputy Speaker, we'd like to inform the Department of Education KwaZulu-Natal that they should not be comfortable. Free State will reclaim its position as a top-performing province in 2026 when the Minister announced those results of the 2026 National Certificate. Siyabuya. And you are number 1, but in record, you are actually not.
The record is with us.
Honorable Speaker, a society that does not train its youth facilitate its own demise. Through the Free State Training and Development Institute, FSTDI, in the office of the Premier, we have appointed 67 engineering graduates who are due to commence their graduate program on the 1st of March 2026. The graduates are drawn from the areas of electrical, civil, mechanical engineering, hydrology, construction management, urban and regional planning, and quantity survey. These young people will not only gain practical experience, they will strengthen our government and improve service delivery. Through the Plumbing Learnership Program entry level, 481 learners from all corners of our province have recently qualified. 14 in Sasolburg, 22 in Velkom, 20 in Bloemfontein, 18 in Fitzburg, and 7 in Karib. This is how we localize service delivery. This is how we restore capacity. Honorable Speaker, the declaration of foot and mouth diseases as a national disaster was an absolute necessity. Our province welcomes this decision. Our agricultural sector as a whole facilitates approximately 1.2 billion per annum in export of animal and animal products. Import bans have therefore dealt a severe blow to our farmers, particularly milk producers. producers. We have adopted the principle of early detection and rapid response in investigating all suspected cases, quarantining infected farms, vaccinating livestock, and strengthening overall veterinary capacity. We have placed 136 agricultural graduates into workplace at a cost exceeding 12 million, and we have absorbed 23 community service vets into their department. Speaker, we consider the road network as arteries of our economy. It is through road network that people can meet and the economy can thrive. We have ensured that we allocate adequate resources to maintain and upgrade our roads, especially those that connect towns. In this financial year alone, our roads infrastructure program created over 3,500 jobs, recruited through a transparent public recruitment system to ensure fairness and inclusion. These are not abstract numbers, President. They represent bread on the table and dignity restored. And we shall increase this number in the years ahead.
Program Director.
And we are grateful to the ANC for introducing a progressive policy in support of the implementation of national health insurance. This will ensure that the citizens of South Africa receive the greatest possible benefit. As the country advances towards national health insurance, our clinics and hospitals are aligning with ideal clinic and ideal hospital standards. Infrastructure upgrades and improved patient management systems are underway, which will ensure that when universal health coverage is fully realized, the Free State will not be found wanting. I'm proud to report that in the Free State, 195 out of 260 of primary healthcare facilities have attained ideal clinic status. And 16 out of the 32 hospitals have achieved an ideal status in 2025-26. Honourable Speaker, to ensure that all citizens receive government services, the Office of the Premier utilizes integrated service programs to reach rural and underserved communities. This initiative brings together a variety of government entities, departments including SASSA, IC, SAPS, Health, Home Affairs, etc. Rea Koba, Retswalona, Abo, Maswale, Mame, Mandisa, received new services, 123 in Machare, just last week.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Bye.
House Chair.
And now call upon the
House Chair.
Honorable Member from
House Chair, the Premier speaks to members and just calls them Mandisa. We are not in the backyard in Welcome or something. She's Honorable Mandisa. Can she please come back there and call our...
No, sorry.
No, Chair, she's out of order.
Her time has expired. She cannot come back. I now call upon the
Yes, your mom,
Speaker,
because she
Honorable
might be
Body.
listening.
Thank you, House Chair. Mr. President, Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, and all of my colleagues.
Chair.
Mr. President.
Fadil, can you take a seat, please?
Chair.
Honorable Fadil.
Honorable Malema.
The Honorable Mateus raised a very important point, because if you want to degenerate this house and we start calling each other like that,
million unemployed South Africans that the economy is improving. Just think about that. How do you tell 6 out of 10 young people with no job that this is recovery? How do you tell matriculants who passed but cannot secure university space that this is progress? Let's be honest. The last time a university was built in this country was when President Zuma was the head of state. Because, friends, honorable members, the reality does not live in percentages. It lives in households. The MK party will prioritize industrial expansion, infrastructure-led growth, and state-supported manufacturing to create real, permanent jobs, not temporary statistics like we've been hearing here today. You know, the former DA or outgoing DA leader, John Steenhuisen, he described the past 8 years under Mr. Ramaphosa as being the most disastrous years. Today, he comes here together with the other GNU parties. They praise the so-called GNU. So what changed? The country or the coalition? Now, I want South Africans to know the truth today, because the lived reality that you go through every day is not what you're hearing from these GNU parties. I mean, you heard one of the ministers. He came and he said, I'm in this because I love the blue lights. Openly declared that. And today when they come and tell you that South Africa has improved, let me tell you, mothers that are crying out there, children that have no job, they are spitting on your face. Because what you are saying is far from reality. You know, MK party, we will never trade our mandate for positions. We could have done this. President Zuma could have agreed to join the so-called GNU. And we could have all been having positions today. But we are a party of principles. And we want our voters to know that. When it comes to the local government elections, don't vote for sellout parties, because they're going to sell you out. You talk about 46,000 jobs in the third quarter and 34,000 in the fourth quarter. South Africa has 8 million unemployed people. What's 80,000 jobs against 8 million unemployed people? Youth unemployment, 6 out of 10. This is structural failure. The MK party will implement a national youth public works and technical skills program. We're not going to create jobs that's temporary, that just last for a month or 6 months like EPWP jobs. We want permanent jobs. But listen to me carefully. The best is yet to come. You know, we've been hearing about water. And I want to tell you about water. South Africa is not running out of water. We are running out of management. Johannesburg residents in Soweto, in Brixton, in Westbury, and in a township called, there's a township in Asia South. They haven't had water for 2 years, 20,000 residents. And we make a big noise when people in Sandton are complaining. But the reality is that there are townships and rural areas that have not had a single drop of water in their taps for the past 2 years. And we as MK, we're on the ground. We see this every vote MK in the local government elections.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, crime has become attacks on dignity, opportunity and freedom. It's a mother who prays a child returns safely from school. It's a small business owner that fearfully locks up their shop before sunset. It's the commuter who clutches the phone like a lifeline. South Africans are tired of emboldened criminals and betrayed when those criminals sit within the state itself. The President announced the deployment of the SADF to assist in gang-ridden areas, specifically in Cape Town, parts of Gauteng, and today we heard in the Eastern Cape too. Where violence has reached intolerable levels, short-term stabilization is obviously justified. Communities under siege deserve some relief. But stabilization is not a strategy. The SADF can assist with area control, but they cannot replace the investigative and forensic and intelligence functions of the South African Police Service or the DPCI. They cannot dismantle drug cartels. They cannot build racketeering cases, trace illicit firearms across multiple crime scenes, or secure sustainable convictions against organized criminal leadership. Which brings us to a reform that some in the ANC continue to resist, expanding policing powers to competent local and provincial governments. Where operational competence exists, it must be enabled and not obstructed. Where other spheres of government offer to help save lives, we must work together. Consider this. Enhanced forensic and ballistic capabilities within the City of Cape Town Metro Police, particularly in gang-related shootings, could be a total game changer. Rapid ballistic tracing, fully integrated with national systems, would allow cases to be linked more quickly, track the repeated use of illicit firearms, and link cases faster and strengthen prosecutions, effectively amplifying the impact of the existing South African Police Service resources. If reform measurably improves safety and saves lives, why would we block it? We must ask ourselves today, is this about politics or is it efficiency? Imagine SAPS pleading for dogs to be donated while failing to even properly feed police members sent for canine training at the Roodeplaat Academy. Yet the same SAPS supply chain division could pay the likes of Kat Mklala to corrupt supply chain commanders and processors. In fact, the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management in the South African Police Service is still in his position. In most cases, the men and women in the South African Police Service on the ground are not the enemy. They are also often victims of poor leadership, corruption above them, and of a system that too often fails to protect those who try to protect us. Allegations of collusion and corruption remain unresolved. Even the Deputy President's protection thugs were allowed to stay in the South African Police Service after having earned that name, the Blue Light Mafia, when they violently attacked innocent civilians for no reason. The Malanga Commission is welcome, but South Africans have grown weary of commissions without consequences, reports without dismissals, findings without prosecutions, truth without accountability, if wrongdoing is exposed but not punished. And let us not forget the cost borne by whistleblowers and witnesses, individuals who risk not only their careers but their lives, often with inadequate protection. Then, honourable members, there was one last commentary suggesting tighter controls on lawful firearm ownership. And let's be clear, law-abiding licensed firearm owners are not the drivers of organised crime. Criminal syndicates are armed through illicit trafficking, diversion and corruption, and they are very rarely lawful owners of firearms. Disarming the compliant while illegal firearms flood our communities is neither rational nor just, and lawfully armed citizens are assets to communities. They are responsible individuals who comply with the law while protecting themselves and their families. We will fight any attempt to disarm law-abiding citizens while illegal firearms continue to flood our communities. In closing, history has taught us that any state that disarmed law-abiding citizens does so not for safety, but for ultimate control of the populace, even tyranny. I thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the Honourable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honourable 18 Tuli. Thank you, Honourable Members. Let's allow the Honourable Premier to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of NCOP, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President, honourable members, fellow South Africans. I rise on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal to contribute to this important debate of the 2026 State of the Nation Address. Indeed, South Africa is turning the corner. Indeed, we have witnessed the stabilization of our energy supply, renewed economic momentum, unlocking of infrastructure investment, and a gradual return of investor confidence. The Government of National Unity has demonstrated that cooperation, when anchored in constitutional values and national interest, is both powerful and persuasive in confronting the socio-economic challenges facing our country. The performance of 90.6% by the KwaZulu-Natal 2025 class of matric is one more evidence of the positive direction for South Africa. KwaZulu-Natal welcomes this new charter. We understand that political cohesion is not an abstract ideal. It is a practical instrument for service delivery, economic reform, and the implementation of a government medium-term development plan. But turning a corner is meaningful only if we now move forward with agency, discipline, and unity of purpose. For KwaZulu-Natal, the message of the State of the Nation Address is clear. Implementation is now the defining task of leadership. We must lead from the front. We must deliver and deliver effectively. KwaZulu-Natal is not merely another province. It is a strategic economic pillar of South Africa. We are the country's logistic gateway, home to the busiest port of the African continent. We are a manufacturing hub serving regional markets, a province endowed with a fertile agricultural land, globally competitive tourism assets, and a youthful population eager to participate in the economy.
Why is the government of KwaZulu-Natal I have visited some of the beneficiaries where one was awarded some money to
where 3 kilometers where plus more. Because we are prioritizing the youth in our programs of improving their lives. Have delivered job opportunities for the others. The bottleneck which was experienced in the port of Durban was resolved after the introduction of motor boats and new monster cranes. When KwaZulu-Natal grows, South Africa grows. The President's announcement of expanded public-private partnership in ports and rail, including the modernization of Durban's container terminal, marks a decisive structural reform. This is not incremental change. It is a foundational to reshaping our economic outlook. As the government of Provincial Unity, we will move decisively to support this reform agenda.
It is imperative that Transnet municipalities, business and labor align their efforts to unblock logistical bottlenecks, accelerate freight rail recovery, and integrate land use planning around strategic logistics corridors. Our objective is clear: to restore Durban to world-class operational efficiency and reposition KwaZulu-Natal as the preferred gateway to South Africa trade.
Sorry, Honourable Speaker, will the outgoing Premier of KZN be prepared to take the question?
Honourable Premier, would you want to take a question?
Because he is outgoing, this may change. I will answer the question after a decision, not now. The announcement of over 1 trillion in public infrastructure investment over the next 3 years represent a historic opportunity. Already KwaZulu-Natal is a construction site. Our N3, N2 with some of the provincial and local roads are under construction. We are prioritizing the rehabilitation of roads and bridges following flood damage, water and wastewater upgrades across the Tegwin and rural districts, revitalization of industrial parks, renewable energy infrastructure and digital connectivity in township and rural economies is on the agenda. The establishment of the Provincial Investment Office within the Office of the Premier is central to this effort. Our message to investors is unequivocal. KwaZulu-Natal is open for business and government will operate at the speed of opportunity. Honourable members, I agree with my leader of the IFP, Honourable Kosini Eshabisa, that the President of our country correctly identified water security as a national crisis, which is indeed a crisis. In KwaZulu-Natal, water insecurity threatens households, agriculture, tourism, and industrial productivity. We therefore fully support the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee and welcome decisive intervention where municipalities fail to perform. We have seen the good benefits of such interventions, such as the Presidential Etegwini Working Group, which is quite effective. We are working closely with national government to ensure that every rand allocated to water infrastructure results in reliable access to clean water for our communities. Equally so, we confront the challenge of organized crime, including construction, extortion, and port-related syndicates, which have undermined investment and growth. We welcome the President's firm stance on dismantling a crime network. In KwaZulu-Natal, coordination between the South African Police Service, Metro Police, community safety structures, intelligence structures, and the private sector have been intensified. The outcome of such is that crime stats is showing decrease on quarterly basis in KwaZulu-Natal. My mentor, the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, made a call for the need to protect women and children from GBVF. I also welcome the declaration of gender-based violence and femicide as a state of national disaster. All of us as men must rise up because this GBV issue has become out of control. Women are not safe. Our rural economy remains central to inclusive growth. Tourism remains a key growth lever. We are strengthening safety in tourism nodes, expanding destination markets, and promoting township and cultural tourism. Every visitor sustains livelihoods. Every event stimulates local enterprise. In 2025, we have realized significant increase in both local and international tourists visiting our province. Madam Speaker, Deputy Chair of NCOP, we welcome expanded agricultural finance, strengthened extension services, and the national response to foot and mouth disease. KwaZulu-Natal remains the epicenter of the foot and mouth disease outbreak. This outbreak threatens both commercial and communal farmers. We welcome the decisive intervention committing to a nationwide vaccination drive. This bold, coordinated response signals government's response to safeguard our agricultural sector, protect jobs, and restore confidence in our livestock industry. Honorable Speaker, our greatest asset is our young people. The focus on TVET reform, workplace learning, and expanded employment program speaks directly to our provincial priorities. We are forging a provincial skills compact with the private sector in logistics, energy, construction, and the digital economy. The revelation by SFSA that KwaZulu-Natal achieved 54,000 new job opportunities is a record of progress. Fellow South Africans, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, KwaZulu-Natal stands ready to move from recovery to accelerated growth, ready to contribute decisively to building a stronger, safer, and more prosperous South Africa. Let us seize this moment with courage, with unity, and with unwavering commitment to our people as we continue to lead KwaZulu-Natal until 2029. Thank you, Deputy National Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I now call upon the Honorable Minister of Land Reform. Thank you, Honorable Members. Thank you.
House Chairperson, Mr. President, we in the PAC of Azania recall that you have hit the nail on the head when you said in your speech that our strength as a people comes from our natural endowment. The potential to release this strength lies in the unity of the opposites and the ability to hold hands together as African patriots. And you also pointed out many small and medium businesses, particularly those owned by black farmers, women, and young people, still struggle to gain access to the requisite funding, resources, and markets. The role of land redistribution in this context continues to be of critical importance. We are also in full support of your decision to deploy members of the South African National Defence Force to contribute to the fight against crime in parts of Western Cape and Gauteng, and now Eastern Cape as announced by the Minister of Police. This is a clear message that there will be no surrender to the criminals and that the fight against crime will continue unabated until this scourge is finally defeated. Mr. President, the legislation we are currently working on, namely the Equitable Access to Land Bill and the Communal Land Tenure and Administration Bill, both of which aim to respond to a major call in our Constitution, also aligns with the President's vision of a state that works for the people. In our specific case, we aim to do this by speeding up the equitable redistribution of land, ensuring its productive use and guaranteed security of tenure. The vision and commitment that we have articulated around the need to invest significantly in infrastructure also accords with this responsibility. Mr. President, the resolution of the issue of communal land tenure is firmly aligned to the call that we have made for a differentiated approach to municipal powers and the need for structured cooperation between municipalities and the institution of traditional leaders. The devastating outbreak of foot and mouth disease is not just an agricultural crisis. It is a rural crisis in a broader sense, as it threatens the livelihoods not only of established commercial farmers, but also and equally significantly those of communal and emergent farmers. It will therefore be critical that our department works closely with the Department of Agriculture to ensure that the most remote communal farmers also gain access to vaccines. Mr. President, your announcement of the allocation of 500 million to Phase 4 of the District 6 construction project is a testament to our country's resolve to redress the past injustice of land dispossession. It would be remiss of us, though, if we were not to re-emphasize the need for more adequate financial support for the restitution program in order to ensure its continuing national impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now go on to the next speaker, and that is the Honourable Brett.
Dankie, Adjunk, Voorzitter. Mr. President, you spoke at length about municipalities and the critical role that they are supposed to play in the lives of every South African. You announced a 54 billion rand incentive for metro municipalities to reform water, sanitation and electricity services. You spoke about improving service delivery and about consequences for failures, and about ensuring that senior officials are qualified and appointed through an independent process, free from political interference. Now, sir, please forgive me if I do not jump for joy. This is the third SONA debate of this term in which I am participating, and the third time we are hearing this. En as ek dood eerlik moet wees, meneer die president, om nou in 2026 aan te kondig dat munisipaliteite die wet moet gehoorsaam, gekwalifiseerde amptenare moet aangestel word en haar gevolge sal wees indien hulle dit nie doen nie, is buiten dat het voorhand liggend is, te min, te laat. Last year, after the release of the 2023-24 municipal audit outcomes, the Auditor General made it clear, local government remains in a dire state. As of May 2025, 83% of municipalities were violating key financial legislation. Irregular expenditure stood at 87 billion rand, and only 3% of municipal assets are allocated for maintenance. And municipalities collectively owe 55 billion rand to Eskom and 21.2 billion rand to water boards. Akbare President, die sê dat mechanismes sal versterk word sodat nasionale regering vinniger kan ingryp daar waar munisipaliteite val. Maar met respek, ons sien dat dit tans enigste werk. In Noordwes is 40% van munisipaliteite reeds onder provinsiale administrasie. En in KwaZulu-Natal en Vrystaat lyk dit beter nie. Inteendeel, in baie gevalle lyk dit slegter na die ingryping. Gedurende my tyd hier in NRB het binne munisipaliteite gesien wat eintlik onder administrasie uitkom. Ek het baie gesien wat onder administrasie geplaas is. Ek myself in 'n metro wat onder nasionale administrasie geplaas is. En meneer President, as hier sogenaamde oplossing is dan is die prentjie uiters donker. The Freedom Fund has said for many years, and reports have repeatedly confirmed this, the centralization of power and forced amalgamation of towns into massive new municipalities does not work. The late Mr. Pravin Gordhan released a Back to Basics report in 2014, and one of the key findings echoes exactly what we have been saying all along. Big, multi-town municipalities fail because service delivery cannot reach the outer limits. Municipalities must be smaller, with fewer towns, and ideally one town per municipality. We do not need to reinvent the wheel, ons moet net begin implementeer.
We have to start to implement what we have.
Mr. President, we are told to welcome the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee. Forgive my lack of enthusiasm. Yet another committee, yet another failure we are addressing. I vividly remember the task team set up to deal with the municipal Eskom debts. The answers were vague, shoulders were shrugged, and accountability was nowhere to be found. But it is a new year, so we can only hope. Adjunk, Voorzitter,
Chairperson, now need to move away from municipalities and to look at something that is now at the detriment of the economy. That is food and mouth disease. It's a shame that this disease escalated so to a national disaster. Farmers were warning and you must act quickly and a multidisciplinary disciplinary coordinated action plan should have been in place by now.
Agriculture is one of the most important drivers of our economy. The livestock sector alone contributes over 40% of agricultural output and generated more than 172 billion rand in the 2022 financial year. We cannot afford indecision and delays anymore. Ons het nie mooi praatjies en beloftes nodig nie. Ons het nou aksie nodig. Daar moet daadwerklik opgetree word om ons landbou te beskerm, ons landbouers te ondersteun en die krisis as ware symbool by die horings te pak. In closing, Deputy Chairperson, I want to remind the House of the words engraved at the entrance of the University of the Free State's Agricultural Faculty that bodes even more true today. 'n land wat vir sy boere sorg.
I come to the those after the farmers will look after its future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Breed. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is Honourable Swart.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable President, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good evening. Last week, the President spoke about the country that is beginning to recover. The question, Mr. President, is whether we can translate economic recovery into lived experience on the ground, into jobs that last, safer streets, working municipalities, and a state that delivers value for every rand that taxpayers contribute. Honourable Speaker, when there's progress, it must be recognized. If we want to rebuild trust in our public institutions and restore confidence in our economy, we must be honest about what is improving and equally honest about what still blocks recovery from reaching ordinary families on the ground. Ons sien of our President,
we see, Honourable
President,
signs that South Africa's financial position is busy stabilizing. We see better trust in a more positive multiplication of our fiscal trajectory. We see that there is better, the lowest increase in decades were reached. In easy terms, it means that the country can borrow money at lower rates, and that will take the pressure off the fiscus and the loan terms to the debt was being lowered. Every rand that we spend on interest is a rand that we cannot use to improve our taxes.
Polisieering te verbeter, oor infrastruktuur te belê, want werksaamhede is nie afgestem. So yes, Honourable Speaker, there are encouraging indicators, but as members of Parliament, our duty is to ask the harder follow-up questions. Will this recovery be felt in places like Beaufort West, in places in my hometown like Elim, in other rural villages, in townships, and in struggling towns? Will this be felt by the young person who has sent out 50 CVs and received silence? Will it be felt by the pensioner whose municipal bills keep rising while the taps run dry and streets are unsafe? That is why we want to focus on the economic recovery road in a practical way. The GNU is not just a political arrangement. It is a message to the country that there is an alternative to paralysis and that cooperation can produce stability. In an election year, it is easy for people to retreat into slogans and blame. But South Africans want leaders who can build, leaders who can fix. They want adults at the table who can bring discipline back into the state, restore credibility, and deliver results. One of the important reasons confidence has improved is that there is visible evidence of constructive cooperation in the economic cluster. the working relationship between Deputy Minister Asher Surban, Deputy Minister David Masongu, and Minister Enoch Barangwana sends a strong signal that fiscal responsibility and reform can be advanced through collaboration, not chaos. That relationship matters because markets, investors, and ordinary citizens respond to stability. Confidence and consistency, what we need and what we are beginning to see is more united focus on stabilization, reform, and recovery. However, Honourable Chairperson, we must not confuse stabilization with prosperity. Stabilizing debt and lowering borrowing costs are necessary conditions for recovery, but they are not sufficient, Mr. President. The economy will only recover when growth is stronger enough to absorb our unemployment, when investment flows into productive sectors, and when people can build a life through work, not through survival. Ons benodige ekonomie wat inspanning, talent en entrepreneurskap loon. Achtbare president, ons benodige staat wat belastingbetalers en geld beskerm as dit so afspreek sy eie huishoudelike begroting. Ons benodige staatsdienst wat die grond van bevoegdheid aanstel, nie op grond van loyaliteit nie. En ons benodige plaaslike regeringsstelsel wat functioneer. Wat zonder werkende municipaliteiten blijft nationale economie het municipalities leef waar mensen leven het leeft in dorpen, het leeft in wijken, het leeft in gemeenschappen. Het iedere municipaliteit niet veranderen kan voorzien. Kaaien kan worden gehoord, straten kan gebrand houden, verordeningen kan afdoen en financiën eerder kan besteden. Transformers, verleggers, sluitwerkers verdwijnt werkzaamheden en verloor die jeugd.
And the users hope
This is why we as a DA want to be very firm on corruption, particularly on municipal level. If we are serious about economic recovery in South Africa, corruption must become expensive, Honourable President, not inconvenient. Not something that results in a transfer, a suspension on full pay, or a quiet redeployment. It must become expensive. That is the only language that criminals understand. Arrests, prosecutions, convictions, blacklisting, and asset recovery. We must recover stolen funds. We must remove the gatekeepers who treat municipalities like cash machines. We want to see municipal supply chain systems that are transparent and protected from political interference. And we want to see senior officials who are repeatedly involved in irregular expenditure lose their positions, not get promoted. If the GNU is serious about the financial recovery road, it must become a recovery road for integrity too. And linked to corruption is crime. Because crime is not only a safety issue, Mr. President. Crime is an economic issue. Crime destroys investment and tourism. It destroys small businesses. It raises the cost of doing business. It turns whole neighborhoods into fear zones. If we want financial recovery to be felt on the ground, then safety must be treated as an economic priority. Mr. President, we cannot claim progress when communities live behind burglar bars and businesses spend their profits on private security instead of expansion. Mr. President, we also must confront the hard political truth if we want growth in this country. The policies that shape our labour market and our investment climate must be modernized. The DA has been clear. BEE is currently designed as failed, and the very people that was meant to be in power. It has to often become a barrier to entry for small entrepreneurs, a tool for connected elites, and a mechanism that rewards ownership deals rather than real participation, real skills, real jobs, and real growth. We want empowerment that expands opportunity for millions, not enrichment for a few. We want the state, Mr. President, to support broad-based participation through better education, skills, and entrepreneurship, and not through policies that shrink the economy and left fight over the remaining crumbs. En dit ons wil hê dat die werklike lewensverwagting van mense moet ons verder beweeg as groter simboliese dagtoning en fokus op werklik mense bemagtig. Ons leer skole, vaardighede, skills, arbeidsmarktbeleiders, omgewing waar besighede kan businesses that must grow, and infrastructure that must grow, and a state that is clean and is efficient. Chairperson, I want to come back to the recovery signals that we're seeing because they give us a window of opportunity. Falling bond yields and cheaper borrowing costs
Thank you very much, Honourable Swart. Your time has expired. Thank you. The next member to participate is Honourable Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the President of the Republic and the Deputy President. Mr. President, in the State of the Nation address, you have centered the Department of Employment and Labour's mandate to regulate the labour market and drive inclusive growth. It is therefore our singular focus to implement the President's directive to bolster enforcement and prioritize local employment. Provides a framework for managing the movement of workers across borders in orderly and predictable manner. This aim is to balance the attraction of critical skills needed for the industrial growth with the protection of job opportunities for South Africans. This is very critical at the current time in South Africa. Uqinisekisa ukuthi amabhizinisi ayenza imikhiqizo mongameli sizosebenza kanzima njengomnyango sisebenzisa iproductivity SA eyingxenye yomnyango la izonikeza khona isupport ezinkampanini ezincane kanye nezinkulu ukuthi zikwazi ukwenza imikhiqizo zikwazi nokuthi zenze inzuzo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sibe nezwe elikwaziyo ukuthi liye phambili, especially in industries identified in the SONA that deal with the rare minerals, the automotive sector, and agro-processing to strengthen South Africa's industrial base. Mr. President, South Africa iyizwe elizimele, iyizwe elinobaba nomama abazigqajayo ukuthi South Africans. Sizukulwane samaqhawa afana nobaba Oliver Tambo, owayengumholi ka-African National Congress, Lillian Ngoyi, Mama Ruth First, Walter Albertina Sulu, Collins Chabane, Pravin Gordhan, Dumsani Makhaya, Moses Mabhida, Winnie Mandela kanye nabanye. President, basifundisa ukuthi inkululeko esayithola eSouth Africa kuzange kube inkululeko yamahala. Kwaba inkululeko okwachitheka igazi kwabakhona ababoshwayo. I-ANC yayiphambili emzabalazweni wokukhulula abantu base-South Africa. Lokhu okusitshela ukuthi kukona konke esikwenzayo kumele imigomo esiyibekayo sikwazi ukuthi ikwazi ukuqapha imingcele yethu yezwe, but also facilitate the movement of goods and people to protect the rights of South Africans and all who are within our borders. We therefore owe it to them to ensure that we prevent a race to the bottom on all measures. We can't afford to do that. My President, investment that UIF entrusted to PIC were valued at 170 billion rand at the 31 March of 2025. As at 5 February 2026, these investments have grown by 32 billion rands to 202 billion rands, President. In less than a year, this is massive, President, and this is happening under your leadership, not the the decade that others are saying 8 years is a decade. 8 years is not a decade. We must know that decade is 10 years. This shows us a good performance of mainly JSE listed companies. This is good. This is good news for the economy. 1965, at the founding of African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, Amilcar Cabral in the party directive made the famous quote, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victory," and we are not going to do that. We are not intending to do that, President. President, you spoke at length when we were delivering the SONA. You made a groundbreaking announcement since 1994 of 10,000 inspectors that are going to be employed in the Department of Employment and Labor. It has never been done since 1994, and it's done by you, President. We are going to ensure as the department the strategic use of President's announcement of 10,000 additional labor inspectors. The additional capacity will assist in improving 300,000 workplace visits annually to about 1.6 million inspections, President. This is how far your intervention is going to go. But further to that, over 16.8 million people in the country will have their work environments and employment conditions improved. We'll also improve on the 150 million that is recovered annually in the form of penalties, fines, underpayments, and failure to register workers for social protection. Annually, currently, the department is able to return over 70 million rands directly to exploited workers back to their pockets from recovered illegal deductions and underpayment. This is really funds that average between 5,000 and 10,000. We are therefore working hard to ensure that the 10,000 inspectors are on the ground without delay, as it will increase the department's reach from the current 2,300 inspectors to 10,000 inspectors, which will make 12,300 inspectors. But maybe in passing, we must say it, one day as this House will have to answer to a crime that we are committing. Allowing ourselves to be abused by the cult. Allow the cult to sit amongst us and allow them to abuse us day in, day out to hours. I think it's wrong and we shouldn't allow that. Others come here, they are claiming that they are going to win elections, but they have very, very disturbing concepts where they want us to vote using drums, nemgomo and everything. What is that? What kind of leadership is that? Then you start to understand the challenges that we are faced with as the country. But I want to say to Honorable Zungula, the ANC doesn't hate black people. It's the very same ANC that has built houses, that has given black South Africans electricity, that have built roads, that have built houses for them, that has given them water, giving young people who are going to tertiary institutions NSFAS for free. They start from the basic education up until tertiary education without paying a cent.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time has expired.
Through this president and the African National Congress. Thank you very much, sir.
The time has expired. Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The rules are very clear that speakers must not mislead the House. The ANC has not given water, it's taking away water.
Thank you very much. That's a debatable point. I now call upon the next Honorable Member, and that is the Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Allow me to stand on the protocol already established by the speakers who came before me. Honorable President, the State of the Nation address you delivered a few days ago was not an ordinary address. It was a resounding account that echoes a message of optimism and renewed hope in our economic trajectory in the context of volatile global economic climate. South Africa stands at the dawn of a new era because of the decisive interventions that place the economy on a path of recovery despite multiple external pressures, shocks, and setbacks. Honorable President, as you note emphatically that our economy is growing again, and this growth is gathering pace. To support this assertion, the SONA highlights the key indicators of sustained growth, stability, and recovery. In terms of the economic outlook, international bodies, not least the International Monetary Fund, increased its focus for South Africa for 1.2% to 1.4% for 2026. And this trend is set to increase in 2027. These are the economic figures and the reality that the country is facing. The World Bank also issued an improved 2026 projection of South Africa gross domestic growth by 0.3% points to 1.4% and to 1.5% next year. President, kuyaqhuzwa, kuyasetshenzwa. These are the hard reality economic facts and figures, not fictions. Yes, this is remarkable, but it is by no means adequate to significantly tackle poverty, unemployment, and inequality. However, we must build on the momentum to take our economy and our country to the greater heights. Under your leadership, President Cyril Ramaphosa, this is possible. Bommele bontate, bahlomphehi ba rona matona, le batlatsa matona ba sebetsang le ntate Ramaphosa, re a le bona, mesebetsi e a bonahala. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the objective of speeding up economic transformation, inclusive growth and job creation remains a fundamental strategic imperative of the African National Congress, as clearly outlined and articulated in the January 8th statement of this year. This strategic imperative is aligned with the key priorities contained in the medium-term development plan, which elevates inclusive economic growth and job creation. The main drivers of sustainable economic growth include a vibrant, productive industrial base. Therefore, the investments in the manufacturing value chain remain an integral part of the accelerating economic development. Emphasis is firmly placed on reindustrialization, aggressive infrastructure investment, energy security, and localization. These are the hallmarks of the economic recovery, which has been meticulously driven by His Excellency Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa and His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile. Our country is indeed on a path of recovery, and the days of economic stagnation due to major bindings, constraints in energy and logistics, as well as low investor confidence are receding. Major improvements in the electricity supply and logistics, such as Transnet as a state-owned entity, are expected to support industrial production as a backbone of economic growth. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the approach to boosting local industrial base is driven through the localization initiative, which is anchored on a sectoral master plan in targeted sectors such as automotive, steel, chemical, agro-industry, and green technologies. According to the MTDP, the review report, notable progress has been made through sector master plan as follows. 1, 44.2 billion investment secured between April and September 2025. 2, a pipeline of 15 battery mineral projects valued at 40 billion rand. 3, a 4.2 billion BMW investment linked to plan in hybrid electrical vehicle production. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as the ANC is a fact and a reality that we inherited a country that was deliberately segregated socially, economically, and spatially. The fundamental task of eliminating the core and peripheral distortion requires deliberate and careful planning as a way to ensure geographically balanced economy activity. To this end, the objective remains leveraging special economic zones as a catalyst of investment, utilizing the new model derived from the spatial industrial development strategy. And indeed, President, we can confirm that the economic zones such as Uga, Dube, Tradeport and Swane Automotive SEZ have created approximately 27,000 direct jobs focusing on manufacturing, automotive and logistics. Yes, indeed, these figures are not enough because of unemployment that is very high in our country. But this is the work in progress. And these figures suggest to say, Honorable President and your cabinet, you are really to account to the people of South Africa, and we are happy as the ANC with that accountability.
Was this your perfect wedding?
In terms of supporting tourism sector, we must highlight that the tourism performance continue to demonstrate resilience and versatility. 7.6 million international arrivals recorded between January and September 2025. Hotel occupancy reached 52.6%, surpassing the pre-COVID levels. The electronic travel authorization system was also launched. High five to the Department of Tourism led by President Cyril Ramaphosa. The crown, this achievement is your speech, Honorable President. You highlighted a further milestone when you recognize that our tourism sector made history last year, recording the arrival of 10.5 million visitors. These are the figures that also translate the work in progress. Ilenete Mohlomphei Ramaphosa le kabinete ya hao. Terene ena ya Romana e a tsamaya. Ha e ka ba ya tloa e eme from 2018. Le ha jwale e santse e tsamaya. Tshwara jwalo ntate Ramaphosa le kabinete ya hao re a le bona. In conclusion, Honorable President, I wish to reaffirm your statement that yes, we have indeed turned a corner. Now we must look ahead and move with speed. Certainly our economic prospects are less gloomy as it was the case in previous years. And now we are on the path of recovery. Forward ever, backwards never. Ha e le ditsebe ntate Ramaphosa tsona o na le tsona tse mamelang. Ha e le mahlo ona o na le ona a bonang. Ha se mahlo a hao fela ke mahlo a kabinete eo o e kgethileng. Mme re a leboha ka matona o re fileng ona re tlo tswela pele dikomiting tsa parlamente re ntse re le bitsa re tlo le hold accountable so that batho ba Afrika Borwa ba kgone ho bona hore mesebetsi yona e etsahala diphetoho di ya tla maphelong a bona. Re le African National Congress re motlotlo haholo ka di-partners tsohle tsa GNU le ba kantle ho GNU hoba ha ine se ka bona ba ntse ba re hweletsa ne re ke ra tisa jwale re tlo tisa ho feta ha ba ntse ba re hweletsa mme re a leboha ba nne ba re hweletse amandla.
Where is your husband? Perfect wedding.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next Honorable Member to participate is Honorable Dr. Malatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to the President and the Deputy President. Greetings to the former President. Otto, Ma Africa. Otto. The 2026 State of the Nation address delivered by the President continue along the same economic path adopted since 2019. These so-called structural reforms, supported by institutions such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, they promote liberalization and greater private sector involvement in public infrastructure. In simple terms, this means opening key public sectors, electricity, railway, ports, and water, to private profit-making interest. Through programs like Operation Vulindlela, government is advancing reform that shift the state away from direct control towards regulating private capital. But the question we must ask is very simple. Who benefits? Between 2015 and 2024, our economy grew at less than 1% per year. Expanded unemployment stand at over 42%. Between 10 to 12 million South Africans without work. Inequality remains extreme, yet policy directions continue to favor private accumulation. While the share of national income is going to workers' decline, we cannot regulate our way out of poverty while opening strategic infrastructure to profit-driven interest. On crime, the President rightly acknowledged its seriousness and supported the deployment of military to assist the police as advised by the UAT. However, crime is not just a policing issue. It is rooted in unemployment, inequality, and economic exclusion. Without addressing structural drivers of poverty, crime will persist. It is also surprising that the President speaks strongly about corruption and crime prevention without directly addressing the unresolved concerns surrounding Phala-Phala-Saka. When a head of state calls for accountability, transparency must begin at the highest office. Public trust cannot be rebuilt selectively. Ethical leadership requires openness and full disclosure of what has been raised serious national and international concern. South Africa cannot continue stagnation, deindustrialization, and austerity while hoping for different results. The vision of the Freedom Charter, public ownership on monopoly industry for the benefit of the people, remain relevant today. Strategic sector must serve the national development, not private enrichment. We need strong development state, capable public institution, industrialization, ownership and control of the land, quality education, accessible to healthcare, and real accountability.
Thank you. The next person to participate in this debate is Honorable Mslongo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I'd like for us to wait for the President because I do have some direct words for him and I don't want him to miss those words.
No, Honorable Member, we cannot wait. You have your time. Please speak.
Okay, nizongitshelela kubaba wenu ukuthi azoyikhuluma inganekwane. This is from kwaMasho eSiqanqaweni. Mangisukuma la angizile ukuzokhuluma about lena unemployment enithi ke naniqasha abantu. Wabaphi laba abantu enibaqashile? Abantu nibakhulula ngokuthi ke nibalide ngefear, nibasabise ukuthi ke nama ukuthi ke nabayenza intando yenu nizothatha konke kubona. Yes. I-ANC ikhulula abantu ngokuthi ibanikeze i-dependency syndrome. I-syndrome ibulala umhlaba wethu. Abantu bakithi nibakhulisa kanjani ningabanika amandla abo. Nisitshela inganekwane. Ake sikhulume lana kuma foreign nationals over 3,240 jobs occupied by foreign nationals ka-education. Yet, i-GNU ithi ke ni-prioritize ama-South Africans. 3,240 families abahleli, abanganayo imisebenzi ngenxa yenu. Kodwa nithi ke na nikhulisa umnotho, inganekwane. Ake sikhulume ngogogo bethu, ogogo bethu abasikhulisile. Nonke nihleli laba nikhulisile nani. Bathenga imithi, bathenga ukudla, bakhokhela ogesi, kodwa nibanikeza u-2,200 inganekwane. CMK sithi ayinyuke le mali 5,240. Angithi president uthe uno-40 trillion womnotho oma-minerals. Sizoyithatha lapha imali. Angithi uready ukulanda amasosha, ungasitsheli ngenganekwane. Khona nithena nineyikole niyayinakekela. Niye naye kwamashu ku-special school. Niye nabona ukuthi 50% of those children, they don't attend school because of infrastructure. Nisitshela ngenganekwane. Odade bethu babeletha emabhedlela phansi on the floor. E-Eastern Cape nase-Western Cape. Nisitshela ngenganekwane. Siphelile isikhathi senu. Siphelile ukuthi nisibuse. Umnotho uyabuya uza umuntu omnyama. Akekho umuntu omnyama lapha e-Western Cape. Batholetha kuphi? Niba associate noThuvi. Abantu bakithi ba associate noThuvi e-Western Cape. Nithi banike civilization ngoThuvi. Umuntu wakithi alale noThuvi, adle noThuvi. Yini leyo? Ukusiphatha lokho inganekwane. Ngithi kwena Nxamalala ngiyabonga ukuthi beyiqhawe wasukuma, wayibona igap wayivala. Ngithi Nxamalala siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable
Just
Member.
erase black people of Western Cape.
I call upon the next member to participate in this debate, the Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much,
you, Honourable
Honourable
members.
House Chair. Your Excellencies President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honourable members, fellow South Africans. As the President said, South Africa stands at a defining point of economic renewal. There's been 4 consecutive quarters of economic growth, lowest unemployment figure in 5 years, and inflation at its lowest in the last 20 years. Our country is demonstrating that deliberate policy action produces tangible results. Comrade President, it was our founding father of our democracy, Nelson Mandela, who reminded us that after climbing a great hill, one only finds there are many more hills to climb. The State of the Nation address presented by the President last week was such a moment. It was a time to pause and reflect on the road traveled since 2018, when President Ramaphosa took office, to appreciate the achievements that had made, which at some point seemed impossible, and to confront with honesty and resolve the hills that still lie ahead. The successes outlined in the SONA were not accidents of history. Honorable Steenhuisen, we must also tell no lies and claim no easy victories. These successes reported by the President predate the GNU, and they are the result of deliberate action by the latter part of the 5th, 6th, and now 7th administration to reverse decline, restore institutions, and once again relay the foundations for inclusive growth. Today, South Africa stands on firmer ground than it did a few years ago. Yet, as Madiba warned us, we dare not linger. The question before us is how to sustain this economic growth to ensure it reaches every corner of our nation. Millions of our people still live with poverty, unemployment, and inequality. For them, the promise of democracy must be felt not in speeches, but in daily lives. So, Comrade President, therefore, you dare not linger. The long walk has not ended. We must position technology, the digital economy, and digital infrastructure investment as the primary drivers of inclusive and equitable economic growth. The urgency of implementation cannot be overstated. We have seen in word and in deed what focused reform and decisive leadership can achieve. The African National Congress acknowledges and welcomes real progress. High demand auction spectrum that raised 14.4 billion rand. Last year, Telkom generated more than 500 million to the fiscus in dividends. Mobile data prices have declined by over 50% between 2019 and 2023, easing costs for working families. 4G coverage now reaches over 98% of the population and 5G is expanding. Thousands of public facilities, schools, clinics, government offices are connected through the SA Connect broadband program. These offer, Honorable Reddy, real solutions to unemployment, not the MK type of sending poor young children to be killed in the killing fields of Ukraine and calling it job creation. More than 50 data centers have been built and 50 billion in digital infrastructure strengthened. We support the commitment to fully digitize government services. We commend the work done by former Minister of Home Affairs, Honorable Mtswaledi, to roll out digital reforms at Home Affairs, including digital ID, as well as initiatives such as proposed in Operation Vulindlela's digital transformation roadmap and CETA's My Mzansi apps. These are not mere technical upgrades. They are instruments of dignity, efficiency, and economic participation. Parliament has also, through rigorous oversight, pushed regulatory reforms that ensure that data does not expire, but rather mandate rollover of unused data bundles. This is a victory that this Parliament fully owns, aligned with the call that data must fall and a tangible intervention in the cost of living. SONA underscored the transformative role of artificial intelligence and data analytics in strengthening governance, improving service delivery, and combating illicit economic activity. We must move with urgency. The global AI race is accelerating, and South Africa must be a rule maker, not a real taker. Our greatest risk is not a lack of vision, it's fragmentation. We must move beyond scattered initiatives towards a single coherent national digital strategy. Madam Speaker, South Africa has chosen the path of a developmental state. That's a state that does not retreat from the economy, but actively shapes it in the public interest. No nation has ever built a successful digital economy by abandoning its strategic capabilities. Countries that lead in connectivity do so through deliberate alignment between the state and industry. So South Africa, like China, must show the same resolve in strengthening our state-owned entities in the technology and communication space. Our state-owned entities such as Telkom, Centec, Broadband, and Fraco are not relics. They are instruments of transformation. With proper governance, adequate and committed investment, they can advance broad-based economic empowerment, affordable connectivity, and support national data sovereignty and local innovation. These companies must be at the center of our country's digital industrial policy. This we must do by building and owning sovereign technology, whether it is satellites or strengthening local cloud and hosting capacity. We must protect people and their data, deal with online harms, including cyberbullying, the invasion of deepfakes, misinformation, and disinformation. We must introduce fair taxation of digital multinationals and regulate social and online media, including podcasts. This is not about ideology, it's about equity. Honorable Mulder, the African National Congress will not retreat on BBBE, NHI, or land expropriation under the law. When we speak about equity, we do not speak about sameness, we speak of justice. Equality assumes that all begin from the same starting line, while equity recognizes the deep structural imbalances created by centuries of colonial oppression and apartheid oppression. So for you to call for equal treatment in a profoundly unequal society is to ignore history and deny lived reality. We do not seek benevolence from any group, nor do we seek permission to govern or succeed. The democratic mandate on this country rests as its people, with its people as a whole. The Freedom Front Plus, by its own posture and policy positions, continues to foreground the protection of historic privilege rather than dismantling structural inequality. One cannot credibly invoke unity while resisting the symbolic and material steps that this government is taking to build national shared unity. The rejection of the renaming of Rafrinet.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sangoni. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much, House.
Thank you. The next member to participate is Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, Deputy President, former President Jacob Zuma, the tone set by President in the State of the Nation address is an honest tone, reflection of where we are as a country. There are real green shoots. Amongst others, our country is being removed from the grey list of the Financial Action Task Force. We have moved beyond the era of debilitating load shedding. That progress did not happen by accident. It required focus, reform, and collaboration between government and the private sector. As the government of national unity, we must take collective credit for the progress that we've made. Equally, we must take collective responsibility where challenges remain. That is the balance that will build trust in our country. While we are seeing an uptick in economic growth, job creation remains our most urgent task. It is the first priority of the GNU to drive inclusive growth and create jobs. That responsibility rests not only with government, but with business, labor, and every sector of our society. We therefore welcome the announcement that the SRD grant will be redesigned to move effectively to support livelihoods, skills development, work opportunities, and productive activity. This evolution is important. However, social protection must go hand in hand with reducing the cost of living. It's not enough to provide support if the rising cost erodes its value. In South Africa, we do not have a shortage of food. We have a problem of access and affordability. The cost of basic goods remains too high for too many households. When we speak of economic reform, we must also speak of ensuring that each rand stretches further and that more South Africans go to bed with food on their table. Mr. President, as a former mayor that was leading a city on drought, we welcome the newly established task team, but the center of the role of responsibilities must be municipalities and provinces. Local government is responsible for water reticulation and it understands the realities of infrastructure of the ground. Between 30 to 40% of our potable water is lost through pipe leaks. However, Mr. President, within this challenge lies an opportunity to employ and train young people to detect and repair water leaks in our communities. An opportunity to strengthen municipal systems, build technical skills now that serve communities long into the future. But let me end with a positive note. To the people of South Africa, Mzansi, I want to say thank you, Nkosi kakhulu, baie dankie. Your warmth and hospitality define how the world experiences our country. The record 10.5 million international arrivals we achieved is no coincidence also. It is the result of deliberate work by government, the private sector, and by ordinary South Africans who welcome visitors to our country with pride. That spirit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your time has expired.
In the future, I thank
you. The next honorable member to participate is Honorable Billy.
Deputy Chair, Mr. President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members and fellow South Africans. Mr. President, on the 19th of July 2024, I stood in this House to respond to your first State of the Nation address after the formation of the Government of National Unity. For the first time in our democratic history, Cabinet was not made up of one party alone. It included leaders from across the political spectrum, including my party, the Democratic Alliance. That moment represented something new. It represented maturity, accountability, and above all, it represented hope. In that address, Mr. President, you made commitments on behalf of the government of national unity. You said, and I quote, that to tackle crime and corruption, we must have a capable, sophisticated, and independent law enforcement agencies that can fix complex and organized crime. You said your government will deploy modern technology in crime fighting. You said a data-driven approach would identify violent crime hotspots and guide the allocation of policing resources. You said specialized police units would tackle illegal mining, gang violence, cash and transit heist, and the construction mafia, unquote. Mr. President, the reality today is that these commitments have not materialized at ground level. There is no visible modern technological transformation in our police stations. The body-worn cameras that were meant to be rolled out in April 2024 remain a promise on paper. Former Minister Begitele promised them, but he failed to deliver. Minister Mtunu did the same, promised this parliament that body-worn cameras were coming, but again, he failed. Meanwhile, good policemen and women are being killed in the line of duty, including suspects. In KwaZulu-Natal alone, an average of 8 suspects are being killed by the police every week. The situation is volatile, dangerous, and unsustainable. There is no meaningful data-driven policing that communities can see on the ground. Instead, what we are seeing, Mr. President, is depletion. And this is not theory, this is oversight. Just 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, I encountered 4 members of the South African Police Service Tactical Response Team from Pinetown Police Station at an air conditioning workshop. I asked them what they were doing there. They told me that they were collecting codes to fix a broken air conditioner in their police vehicle. Mr. President, these were tactical officers meant to be fighting organized crime. Instead of being deployed in hotspots, they were driving around collecting repair codes to send to Pretoria. That is governance failure, Mr. President. Mr. President, the time is now to expand policing powers to competent local and provincial governments within constitutional bounds. This is the only real long-term solution to the problem, Mr. President. And this view is supported by the South African Police Service in KwaZulu-Natal. At a recent oversight meeting with the said leadership and the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant Konazi, were informed that the police were severely undercapacitated. He cited among some of the things that there were insufficient police vehicles, that there were shortages of officers. He said there were about 20,000 officers in the province to keep safe about 12 million people in the province. He said that there were stations that were not operating for 24 hours. There were shortages of bulletproof vests. There were outdated ICT systems. And more importantly, there were also insufficient two-way radios. Mr. President, honorable members, these are not sudden problems. These are systemic failures that developed over years because of neglect, poor management, and political protection of incompetence. These failures, Mr. President, were preventable. At another oversight engagement in Simonstown with the NCOP Select Committee on Security and Justice, we heard the Chief of the South African Navy, Admiral Monde Lubisi, speak openly about years of underfunding that have brought our Navy close to collapse. It was uncomfortable. It was embarrassing to hear that we have reached a point where we struggle to patrol our own waters. Instead of confronting that reality publicly, the meeting, Mr. President, was abruptly converted into a closed session. But Lubisi was not embarrassing the country. He was crying for help. He believed Parliament was his refuge. We must not wait for good public servants to go public, Mr. President, before we act. We must not respond with another commission. We must respond with action immediately when these things come up. Recently, at the South African Defence Force headquarters in Bloemfontein, again, senior generals detailed the consequences of the continuous defunding of our army. They spoke about domestic operational strain. They spoke about the pressure on our troops deployed in the DRC. They spoke about the logistical shortfalls. And now we hear of deploying the same defense force to support SAPs in gang-ridden areas. Mr. President, the DA supports this call. The DA has long called for decisive action against gangs, and this intervention is welcomed. But Mr. President, how do we deploy a force that itself is limping? How do we deploy an army that has been systematically weakened? Mr. President, this is not a sudden crisis. It is a result of executive failure. It is a result of years of shielding underperforming ministers. It is a result of a culture where accountability was postponed. We're launching criminal justice reform initiatives in the presidency before revetting SAP's leadership, before recruiting additional officers, before deploying the South African Defence Force. Mr. President, we acknowledge that many of these failures are man-made. Do you acknowledge that they stem from political appointments and executive inaction? Are you prepared to say to South Africans, we failed? We failed to act sooner. We protected the wrong people. We allowed decline. Mr. President, I'm afraid South Africans do not want more task teams. They want consequences. They want ministers removed when they fail. They want political accountability, not golden handshakes. They want competence rewarded and incompetence dismissed. Let me say this clearly, Mr. President. The DA ministers serving in the GNU are working. They are stabilizing portfolios. They are restoring governance. They are correcting years of neglect. They are proving that accountability and delivery can coexist. The GNU will only succeed if accountability is applied equally, not selectively, not politically. And if you are serious about the criminal justice reform, Mr. President, reform must begin at the executive level. If you are serious about fighting corruption, those implicated must not be recycled. If you are serious about restoring public trust, there must be visible consequences. South Africans are tired of promises. They are tired of commissions that lead nowhere. They are tired of being told that reform is coming. They want to feel safe. They want police that are equipped. They want soldiers who are supported. They want a justice system that convicts criminals. Above all, Mr. President, they want a leadership that takes responsibility and that is decisive.
Thank you very
This
much,
new
Honorable
deadline
Member.
for
Your
democracy
time has
demands
expired.
courage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next Honorable Member is Honorable Mikalakis.
Deputy Chairperson, Mr. President, before I start my speech, may I remark on what a smart blue tie you were wearing on Thursday night. And yours was properly made, unlike the leaders of some popcorn parties' ties. Whether deliberately or not, Mr. President, that tie reflected the highlights of your speech. From the news that the economy is growing under the GNU as opposed to years of decline, to the best matric pass rate under Minister Khwarube, the state property company that we're looking forward to taking shape under Minister McPherson, the innovation in digitization of personal documents like IDs, driver's licenses, matric certificates under Ministers Schreiber and Malatsi, and the declaration of a state of disaster for foot and mouth disease, as Minister Steenhuisen called for in January, but also the more than 10,000 extension officers to support farmers. This year marks the year of a municipal election, where water will be a central theme. It's funny, Mr. President, that you told the one minister who lives to dress up for SONA that she should rather be in Gauteng to sort out the water. Despite this, for the Premier there, to paraphrase my colleague Honourable Burke, the penny must still drop. For him, the solution to the water crisis is to shower at a hotel. May he be rewarded with a golden shower at the ballot box for such a stupid comment, because it is clearly only at the ballot box where solutions can be found. The Premier should not apologize for not being here. He should apologize for his blatant arrogance towards the people of Gauteng. Then there's the official opposition, a party that summonses a chief whip from the NCOP because the handful of members on the NA benches who have not yet been tried are clearly not trusted. I think it is safe to say that the chief whip of the opposition will never be ready or able. Seeing as though the MK and the EFF are so keen on acknowledging the convicts in the gallery, may I send my regards. Maybe we should ask them to stand again so that the police can see them clearly. At least the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture served his full term. Mr. Malema has suddenly become very passionate about water provision. How are the communities affected by the Guyani water project doing, Honorable Malema? Are their taps still dry? Did you not benefit from the looting of that project? The MK, the EFF, the PA, UDM, Al-Jama-ah, RISE, Good, UAT, Action SA, the ACDP, BOSA and the NCC have not had a single leadership change ever. They are built around single personalities, often without personality, with sidekicks or those that the DA did not want anymore. I'm surprised the EFF let me finish my sentence. I only wonder if their leader will finish his sentence. As for Honorable Trollip, speaking of despotic regimes, I want to remind him of his own party's culture of internal elections and democracy. When you do one day have that conference to elect someone slightly more stable, less xenophobic, we hope you will realize that votes are not the same as likes on X. You cannot buy them. But Mr. President, our focus should not be on the opposition. They are essentially a waste of time and offer no alternative. Our focus should be to deliver better lives for South Africans than they had for the last 30 years of democracy. Therefore, I think it was fitting that you started your speech with the economic wins of these past 2 years since the coalition replaced ANC majority rule. A decline in inflation, a stronger rand, stabilizing government debt, a stronger JSE, the prospects of a growing economy. But Mr. President, an economy shackled by BEE and cadre deployment is not going to reach the 3% growth that you dream of, sir. 35.8% of black South Africans are unemployed. Almost 30 million black South Africans are living in poverty. Yet 1 trillion rand was shifted to fewer than 100 people since 1994 through BEE. These are the facts. One thing I hope we can agree on is that this is not acceptable. And that if there is an alternative on the table that will offer the 30 million black South Africans an opportunity into work without having to label people according to their race, like the apartheid government did, why would we not at least...
Honourable Member, can you take your seat? I see a hand. Honourable Nzimande.
No, thanks, Deputy Slalo. Cela umkhuze lo wakhafulwa ulwandle ukuthi in terms of Rule 63, akayeke ungahloniphi, akayeke ukuthi i-ex-convict iya-recognizwa, uyachwenza, ngicela umkhuze.
Sorry, Honourable Slavini, that's not a rule that you can stand on.
Yebo, uyayibreach.
Thank you very much. Honourable Nicolaitis, continue.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. The rules also say that you need to actually raise the point of order when it occurs. No wonder they have to import chief whips. Because without truly relieving the economy of what holds us back, Mr. President, your SONA speech will be like a water tap in Johannesburg. One looks at it and one has hopes, only to be met by dololo actual delivery. Mr. President, I do hope that this year will be a continuation of the growth path that the country has now taken. But I also hope that it will be the beginning of us taking unemployment seriously and getting rid of bad policies that are holding the economy back, so that we can truly address the injustices of the past and create an open society with opportunities for everyone who live in it. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now go and sort out your Uber
I'll
Eats
call upon the
delinquency.
Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Honorable President, it's been a minute. And the last time I was here, there were 19 young people who were stuck in Ukraine. And because of your leadership, they're coming back home. And whilst we're at it, President, I want to congratulate the Honorable Desmond Royen, whom I once played tennis with. And the last time the former President Zuma gave him a task as Minister of Finance, it was merely a weekend special, then followed by a brief one-night stand as MK party chief whip.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Although your opposition
Honorable Members, let's not drown the Speaker.
is about as unreliable as your backhand.
Honorable Minister, can you take your seat? I see a hand. Honorable Minister, take your seat, please. I see a hand. Yes, Honorable Member.
Ngiyabonga Deputy Sihlalo. Bengicela ukubuza ukuthi uMinister engakwazi nokuthatha umbuzo abafundi abarejistile ingane ayidlilo nesifase ngama issues.
Minister,
Akakhulume nge-higher education.
all right, I did hear you. Thank you.
Please. Yeah,
Honorable Minister, would you take a question? Would you take a question?
So although your opposition, Honorable Van Rooyen, politics is about as unreliable as your backhand in tennis, they're still better than those of Honorable Judge Tope. And long may your opening for the debate of the MK party last long. But also the last time I spoke here, President, Minister Steenhuisen.
Honorable Minister, can you take your seat? I see another hand.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure what language this minister is using. He's speaking with a twang.
Now let's hear what your comment.
Here, so we can understand.
speaking with a
I can't pick up his twanging. Please stop the twanging.
You speaking
Sorry,
with a twang.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, please continue.
Well, you can't pick up anything. You can't pick up anything politics or intelligent anyway. So you're saving yourself. And so I was saying that Honorable John, Minister Steenhuisen was simply Honorable John Steenhuisen, cooking for himself delicious, healthy meals and minding his own business.
Honorable Minister, can you take your seat, please? I see another hand.
Country dealing
Honorable
with
Minister.
mouth disease.
Honorable Minister, can you take your seat? I see another hand. Yes, Honorable Member.
Ngikuthokoze mgcini sihlalo. Ngithokoza kwamambala into engizoyibuza ukuthi angicabanga ukuthi umthetho weParliamenteni uyavuma ukuthi uDeputy or uMinister lo okhona osekanguMinister ezangakakami la akayukama ngoba into ayikhuluma nje ayisirayhe.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Please continue.
Looks like it's going to be a long night. But as I said, and I agree with Minister Steenhuisen, that with all the things that have been happening in our country, we cannot afford complacency. And that through the leadership of the ANC in the GNU, and to quote an old friend of mine, I can see Honorable John Steenhuisen, that you are cruising very nicely. You may claim the easy victories, which Honorable Hillbilly here came to reject, but we will allow that, as long as you do not season them or pepper them with lies, because for us, the GNU is not about ministers competing, but about submitting to the collective responsibility of government. This is your government too. And unlike the Freedom Front and some from your bench, Honorable Steenhuisen, who keep one foot in the GNU and another ready to skip when things get difficult, you are within your rights to claim its victories. This is the nature of politics in South Africa. It's fluid, it's dramatic, but it's also occasionally, if you listen to the Honorable Leader of the EFF, who seem uncertain whether he wants to kiss the president or to kill the president. Politics can be very confusing. What must not be confusing, however, is the difference between noise and work, between performance and governance, between slogans and solutions, and between sophistry and action. It is from that standpoint that I rise to support the state of the nation that you delivered, President, grounded not in sophistry, but in action, coordination, and delivery. Let me begin where the pain is real and immediate. On the evening of the State of the Nation address, I left the chamber not to rush to television studios or to issue press statements, but to meet students from CPUT who were protesting outside Parliament about the quality of their accommodation. They were anxious, angry, exhausted, but also very uncertain. And working together with the police, student leaders, and university management, were informed that the last of those students will walk into better beds tomorrow. We've also been in contact this morning with vice chancellors of UCT and DUT, who have committed that the protests that are happening on their campuses, which are very peaceful, I must say, will be concluded as soon as possible. Our department, together with students' organizations, vice chancellors and college principals, are working around the clock to ensure that no student is left behind. So when some ask, where is government? The answer is simple. Sometimes government is not on social media, Honorable Lonzi. Sometimes government is in the corridor at midnight fixing problems. Student accommodation remains one of the most urgent challenges in the post-school system. We face a shortfall of 200,000 beds, and we will not resolve this challenge only with bricks and mortar. And that's why we're expanding access through a combination of fiscal infrastructure and digital expansion. Many universities are already rolling out digital and blended programs. And this work must accelerate, and similarly plans are afoot to digitize CET and TVET curricula through the national online system so that we can meet the demand of our success in the grade 12 cohort. At the same time, we must significantly improve the quality of distance education, particularly at UNISA, whose more than 350,000 students are the backbone of our post-school education and training system. Our universities are under pressure, but we're working hard to ensure that we resolve this crisis. But also your instruction, President, that we must build specialized universities, including, of course, the much spoken about University of Ekurhuleni, whom we will ensure that we accelerate. Your instruction also around the transformation that needs to happen as it regards to sector education and training authorities will be taken forward, and we will work with NEDLAC to ensure that your instruction that 40% of mandatory grant to employers will be fast-tracked. And similarly, your instruction on TVET colleges remains unambiguous. Occupational trades leading to employment, modern workshops in partnerships with industry, quality lecturers, and effective workplace integrated learning must define the future of TVETs. We will mobilize all resources, partnerships, and energy towards full implementation of the dual system, President, that we instructed about. As Clement of Alexandria observed, Honorable Des van Rooyen, sophistry is a powerful art that makes false opinion appear true only in words. When rhetoric is not guided by philosophy or action, it becomes dangerous to all. And yours, Honorable van Rooyen, is dangerous sophistry. Discrediting the president's intent while opposing the practical step taken to realize it without solution is sophistry. Sophistry is declaring that your party has readiness to govern while failing to govern itself. How does a party without a constitution propose to govern a constitutional democracy? Sophistry. With MPs coming in and out weekly, and with Parliament constantly introducing itself to new MK party members, how is stability assured? As a party where relatives substitute for one another like royalty, and where Nkandla ensures the batteries to the remote control are always fully charged. And I can see there was a shaky connection between Nkandla and here. The former president decided to come here. I attend MK, whether they're pushing the line that he wants or not. But how do you govern a country when you cannot even be a credible opposition? President, coordination is not
incompetence. You've been accused that you are planning. You've been accused.
Honorable
that you've
Minister,
announced
can you take your seat? I see your hand.
of all of these things. But the important thing
Honorable
is
Minister,
that we've seen
can you
this
take your
work.
seat,
We've
please?
seen it work.
Honorable Minister, take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
Ngithokoze Mcibisihlalo bengibuza ukuthi ungqongqoshe angawuthatha umbuzo ngoba usakhuluma inganekwane.
Honorable Minister, would you take a question?
No. No, he can give the question to Honorable Manyi before he moves over to the EFF or to LTN.
Honorable Minister, I see another hand. Could you take your seat?
Traveling quite a lot.
Honorable Minister,
recently.
I see another hand. Could you take your seat, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The minister is so busy reading that speech.
No,
he's making
ask.
No.
Ask what you want to ask, please.
Yeah. No, I'm not asking a question. His point about Nkandla has got nothing to do.
No, you can raise that in your debate.
He needs.
That is a debatable point, Honorable Reddy. You can raise that when your member gets a chance tomorrow to speak. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, there was another hand. Could you take your seat, please?
Ngibingelele ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha nje ungqongqoshe mengaphambili. Sicabanga ukuthi sonke eSouth Africa siyazi ukuthi iGNU ifomeke
No, but this is free for us. This is free for us.
No, that's not a game order.
Get out of
Thank you very much.
Ama-40
Thank you.
Umkhonto wesizwe
Thank you, Honorable Member. You are out of order, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, please continue.
I think they're still hangover in preparing for the loss they're going to suffer in the local government election. They're filling in a protest next election. And as I said, President, coordination is not incompetence. Planning is not paralysis. And shouting is not governance. Some believe that if their shouts, their sophistry loud enough, reality will surrender. But they blame you for believing in boring things, in plans, in budgets, in engineering, in timelines, and also in work being done. President, they say you presented dreams and promises. You may be constrained by resources, but we should never allow a situation wherein our ambition is constrained. Yes, we're nearing, you may be nearing you may be on the 8th year of your 2 years and have committed to do certain things within that period. But we should not fall into the trap of believing that because at some point there was a lack of resources, therefore those things will not happen. And that even if we fail in building new cities and in connecting people through speed trains or the vision that you hold dearly of making the life of every South African better, we will never be blamed for being ambitious. And as some are interested in noise, we are interested in progress. Let me tell you, before we leave this podium, that some years in this house are too small for complexity, for patience, and for hard work. But governing a country, unlike playing tennis, requires all three: complexity, patience, and work, which is the work that you've shown over the time. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Could you please take your seats? Take your seats, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, that brings us to the close of the debate for today. I want to thank the Honorable President, the Honorable Deputy President. I want to thank all the honorable members that participated from the podium, as well as those who participated from their seats, for maintaining the dignity of the House and for making this a lively debate. Honorable members, that brings us to the close of the debate, and this concludes the business of the day. The joint sitting starts adjourned.
21 years.
Sina saba na mateka.
1 year of patience.
Viva! Viva, what happened? Viva!
ANC. Samba nomotse putin.
Papa Nina!
Samba nomotse putin. This is about president.
Let's get Papa. Talk to ngaphandle.